Hello everyone, and welcome to the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025. My name is Alina Bayman, and I am the CEO and co-founder of EdHeroes. It is truly an honor to be here with you, educators, innovators, policymakers, and change makers from around the world, united by a single powerful belief that education is not a privilege for a few, but a right for all. On behalf of the entire EdHeroes network, I want to begin with a heartfelt thank you. To our incredible speakers, thank you for sharing your wisdom, your experiences, and your time. We know how much intention and energy goes into every session, and we're deeply grateful. To the organizations hosting those sessions, some of you returning, others joining us for the first time, thank you for your commitment to building real solutions and creating inclusive, transformative conversations. And to our co-hosts, EdHeroes Hub in Singapore, All In Technologies, and EdHeroes Hub in China, IECCS. Your leadership and collaboration have been essential in making this global forum not only possible, but meaningful. So thank you. This year, our theme, Technology and Innovation in Education, invites us to imagine what's possible. We are living in a time of great change. Artificial intelligence, digital learning, and global connectivity are opening new doors, but they also bring new challenges. We know that technology can be a powerful tool, but only when it is guided by human values, by equity, and by responsibility. That's what this forum is about. Not just showcasing what's new, but asking what's right. Not only celebrating innovation, but ensuring it serves the learners who need it most in every community, every city, and every country. And that's what EdHeroes stands for. Since our founding, EdHeroes has grown into a global network built on collaboration, respect, and shared responsibility. Today, we operate as a fully decentralized movement connecting members in 135 countries and countless individuals who are working tirelessly to make education better, not just for some, but for all. This forum is a reflection of that spirit. It is more than a conference. It is a call to action. We've designed the space to be open to new ideas, to new partnerships, to new possibilities. Whether you're here to present, to listen, or to explore, your voice matters. This is your forum, and our shared future. Now, I want to speak directly to everyone watching today. Whether you are joining from a classroom, a government office, a tech startup, or your living room, you are part of something bigger. You are part of a growing movement that believes education can be more just, more inclusive, and more connected. This forum is not a one-way broadcast. It is a collaborative space. It is a place where ideas are not just shared but shaped together, where stories matter, where partnerships begin, where the seeds of change are planted. So I invite you to do more than just watch. Reach out to our team and partners, connect in our Discord, ask questions in the live chat, offer your voice. Every session, every panel, every discussion today is an opportunity to learn from one another and to build something that lasts. Because real progress in education doesn't just happen in silos. It happens when we come together across borders, across disciplines, across perspectives, and we commit to building a future that lifts everyone. Before I close, I want to leave with you one simple idea, that change does not begin with perfect solutions. It begins with courageous conversations, when people are willing to ask, what if? With communities willing to try, and with networks like this one, willing to support those who dare to imagine better. So, let's be those people. Let's make this forum not just a moment, but a movement. Let's listen deeply, collaborate boldly, and work with humility for the sake of the millions of learners whose futures depend on the decisions we make today. Welcome to the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025, and let's begin.
So, hello everyone. Welcome to the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025. And today we are going to have our advisory board sessions. This session is titled, Are We Going Too Fast? No Person Left Behind. So now that's an interesting title, isn't it? But before we continue to the conversations, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Farhanisa Nasution. I'm the Expansion Director of EdHeroes, and it's an honor for me to be the moderator for this session. And back again with the topic, right? So the title, Are We Going Too Fast? No Person Left Behind, is actually something that we have been thinking a lot these days, especially when it comes to bridging the digital gap in education. This opening session gathers EdHeroes Advisory Board members to reflect on the dual realities of rapid technological advancement and persistent educational inequality that happens around the globe. And as innovation accelerates across the globe as well, millions in emerging economies are still struggling with basic access. Now, how can we ensure that the future of education is inclusive, equitable, and truly leaves no one behind? Now, without any further ado, allow me to introduce our panelists for today. The first one is Harry Patrinos, Head Department of Education Reform and Endowed Chair, University of Arkansas. He's also the former Senior Advisor of World Bank Education. Hello, Harry. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
Great. And now we have Cecilia Faca-Jones. She is the Senior Advisor, Abu Dhabi's Early Childhood Authority. She is also the former Executive Director of Bernard van Leer Foundation. Hello, Cecilia. How are you?
Hello. Happy to be here again. Welcome.
Yes, happy to have you here and looking forward to discuss. And we also have with us Dr. Osama Obeidat. He is the CEO of Queen Rania Teacher Academy. Hello, Dr. Osama. How are you?
Hello, Farhanisa. Glad to be with you. Thank you.
Great to be with you as well, and cannot wait to start the discussions. And we also have our speaker, Francisco J. Marmoleo, but he will join us a little bit later today. Now we are going to proceed with the questions that are going to discuss about how to balance innovations and inclusion. As we know, all of our advisory board here, you have incredible amount of experience. And in your experience working across diverse educational contexts, how can institutions balance the pressure to innovate with the imperative to ensure access and equity, especially for communities with limited digital infrastructure? Perhaps we can start from Harry.
Thank you, Farhanisa. Education needs innovation. The real challenge is designing systems that promote excellence and provide opportunities from the beginning. One of the most striking examples in my experience is the Apex High School in Cape Town, South Africa. This is located in a low-income community with limited resources. Yet they managed to integrate digital tools into their teaching and learning in a way that's effective and equitable. They did this through their leadership, of course, but also tremendous public support and private contributions for the infrastructure, for the equipment, the curriculum that's needed to create this learning opportunity. And they are able to reach all learners in this challenging environment and do it quite successfully. But too often, we see that innovation is too concentrated in already advantaged context. This creates or has the potential to create a two-tiered system that with one group moving ahead while the rest are left behind. So, of course, I think we all agree we need to avoid this. We must find ways to pair innovation with policies such as targeted subsidies, digital public goods, and universal access strategies. So public policy plays a big role, but also we need to find other partners. And I think public-private partnerships can help, especially when they're targeted and where they're held accountable for outcomes. And of course, we need the flexibility to define and deliver that innovation. And I think at the Apex High School, innovation isn't flashy, but it's practical. A few well-placed interventions in connectivity, teacher training can make all the difference. And inclusion has to be a big part of that. It's a prerequisite for scale, of course, and we need systems that include everyone as we move forward.
That's interesting because I agree with you. When it comes to education, we are talking about an ecosystem. So it is actually a collective responsibility. Public policy holds one of the major key, but also the private sectors can play our role, in order to create the best environment for education. And moving on to Cecilia, because you also have experience working as a senior advisor for Abu Dhabi's Early Childhood Authority. How do you see this balance about public policy and also the actual or factual implementation on the field?
Thank you. I think, and honestly, also because of my experience of being a Minister of Social Development in Ecuador, I think that when you're talking from a policy perspective, it's very important that you're talking about social equity and really trying to find policies, programs, and mechanisms that allow you to close the gaps. And I think that's where technology and all the new technologies that we're using in education can actually play a very strategic role. Because I definitely would agree with Hari that this new technologies and access to good platforms can actually support and help close the gaps to access. But I think that the very important thing then is, are the new technologies that we're using to education, are they really working on the quality of content? And they're also being inclusive from the perspective of including all the diversity of groups that you need to consider. Because I think for me, the biggest concern nowadays is not about denying the innumerable benefits that we can get from using new technologies into education, because I think that's a must and it's happening and it's everywhere. But it's actually thinking about, are we having good quality of new technologies that can really enforce on the kind of skills and thinking that we need to promote in our young generation? And are we using these platforms to be really inclusive to, for example, the diversity of languages that we want to emphasize while learning and creating new content. So for me, it's almost about also finding ways that policy can also regulate the quality of content in a way, and really kind of like flag these are the good platforms that children and families can access in order to accelerate learning and also support creativity, rather than having platforms that do everything for the kids. So I think it's really interesting in the work that I've been doing in this last decade on early childhood development exclusively. I think it's also super interesting to see that even in the early years where you're not into the formal educational system, but you're actually also kind of like creating the foundations of learning. I think it's very important also to think about how can we use new technologies in order to be supportive of healthy habits, right? So for me, it's also about finding this balance of how can innovation support healthy well-being of children, because otherwise, rather than having benefits, it can start being very harmful for children, right? And we start seeing a lot of addiction in very early years to screen time and just this, the fact that children do not have any other options but that. So I also think it, from a parenting perspective and from an early years perspective, there's also the co-responsibility of whoever's part of this caregiving on really understanding and creating this balance between the use of technologies to promote good content and promote good and positive learning, and the balance with other kind of activities that really allow children to have these healthy connections with other people, with nature, with the context, with the environment. So I think it's fascinating, actually, the ecosystem that we're building nowadays, but it's actually going really fast. So we need to be also fast in understanding what is the impact of everything that we're doing.
Well, yes, Cecilia, thank you very much, because I think it is very interesting for the stakeholders or someone that's in charge of the policy to find and adapt through the times and time, because technology is always evolving. And as for the early childhood development, it is crucial also to find the balance, on how to do ethical things in technological environment, especially when it comes to education. Because right now we have the society, that's face to face. We get to meet people in real life, but also we also have the digital society where they have our own norms, the ethics, the things that they have done. And we need to be able to think about that and integrate that, because it's a part of our life, not only the offline part, but we also have our online life, right? So I think that's important, and that's very interesting to discuss. But before we continue to Dr. Osama, I see Francisco has joined us. Hello, Francisco. How are you? Can you hear us?
Very fine. Great to participate in the session. It's a very exciting topic and very timely.
Sure. Great to have you. So let me introduce Francisco to all of our audiences. So Francisco J. Marmolejo is the Higher Education President and Education Advisor at Qatar Foundation, and he'll be joining our session today. And yeah, so Francisco, you're actually just in time for the conversation, because we just start. And the first question is about, in your experience working across diverse educational contexts, how can institutions balance the pressure to innovate with the imperative to ensure access and equity, especially for communities with limited digital infrastructure? Now, we have Cecilia, and previously we have Harry has answered. And I'm going to Dr. Osama, and then I'm going straight to you after Dr. Osama. Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Great. Amazing. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Osama, previously Cecilia mentioned early childhood is the foundation of a person's lifetime, because every human has to go through early childhood, and early childhood development is one of the most crucial parts when it comes to to develop a human being. And one of the foundation of education is also the teacher. So what about your experience in Queen Rania Teacher Academy? How to balance the pressure to innovate with the imperative to ensure access and equity, especially you're working with teachers and communities with a lot of for example, teachers has a lot of pressure, should I say, because the students now the students are really, really smart, and teacher has to be smarter than the students. So how are you working with that?
Well, thank you, Farhanisa. This is a great question. And before I answer, I would like to comment on the title of the session, which is, "Are we going too fast?" I think if we're talking about technological change, definitely we're going too fast. However, the response of the education system is too slow to these changes, which may create, in fact, more unequitable communities and society rather than solving it. So leaving people behind or leaving students behind is definitely might be due not to the rapid pace of the technological change, but to the slow response of the education system to the change around us, including technology. Going back to your questions, and my good friend Harry talked about two things, which is the public-private partnerships and the teacher training, which is, again, they are more relevant to the work that we do at Queen Rania Teacher Academy, and where we have been supporting teachers, in fact, to cope up with all these change. And by coordinating with the Ministry of Education, for example, in the past few years, we have created a couple of courses for digital literacy for teachers. Where more than 100,000 teachers now, not only from Jordan, but from the region have benefited from that. So based on international competences for teachers. So it is important, not only at the early childhood phase, but also in all stages. But in our context as well, we have technology and digital literacy have created, in fact, has supported our work to get access to communities that without technology, we would not be able to connect with. For example, before our digital transformation, we used to train or to reach to no more than 1,000 beneficiaries in our different programs. However, again, due to COVID and our strategic direction, we now, due to technology, we have access to more than 10,000 beneficiaries every year, not only in Jordan and cities and urban areas and rural areas, but also in communities outside Jordan. So, in fact, technology has also supported creating the equitable and more inclusive practices and opportunities for students. Definitely, teachers need to be well prepared, and to be prepared, there has to be infrastructure. And again, for the infrastructure to be in place, there has to be some regulations and policies in place. Because what country is doing, what do you want to achieve, how to achieve it, who are the stakeholders? All these are the prerequisites for any requirements for any engagement and development of teacher training. Again, as part of it is the digital literacy, and I know we will talk about bridging the gap in digital literacy, but the first thing is to start with empowering teachers, preparing teachers, and building the partnerships and relationships with the communities. And from the work Harry did globally before he joining the university, I know he used to work a lot on public-private partnership, and we did some work together back in a few years. And definitely this is the model that the government should adopt. The public sector can't do it alone, and the private sector can't do it alone. They have to complement each other. Community, parents, different stakeholders, policymakers has to come around the table and discuss how we can bridge the gap. But again, we shouldn't be shy that things are moving fast. I think we also need to look at the response of the education system, and because moving fast is fine. However, the education system should respond even faster to the change, and this have created a gap and lag between the needs of the educators or the learners and the change around us.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Osama, because it's really interesting when it comes to the system and the education. So education system, the technology is always rapidly changing, like in a light speed. You know, when we talk about technology, like 10 years, we don't know anything about meeting like this. You know, everyone is in different places, different time zones, but we can do conversations just at the same time through the technology, the virtual technology, which is something that is unimaginable back then, like 10 years ago. So it is important for educational sectors, stakeholders, and also the public policy stakeholders to work together and find the solutions, you know, in order to create the closer gap. You know, I'm not saying to end the gap, because we're currently on the process to that. So to closer this gap. And Francisco, what about you? What are your take on this matters?
Well, again, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this session, and to, after my colleagues speaking about this, most likely what I will say might look like repetitive, but of course it is the risk of speaking with the wisdom of ignorance of what I couldn't hear from my colleagues. But being said that, I think the first thing to recognize, first of all, is that it is an imperative, for sure, no question about it. And as it was mentioned by Osama, of course, the problem is that we are too slow in responding with solutions for the past, for problems of the future. So I think it is important to put that, up front by saying, we have a problem and we have to address that problem. The second thing that probably we need to say is that there is no magic solutions. Anyone of us who may come with this magic solution, relatively simplistic if you want, we know that it's going to be wrong, because the realities of the world in which we live today, and of course what it happens in the classroom and in the educational process outside of the classroom, is much more complex than just coming up with relatively simplistic solutions. And of course, one of the reasons is because we tend to think that with this challenge, the solution is computers or electronic devices or hardware or anything like that. It is more than that. Among other reasons, because education no longer happens only in that black box, which is the classroom. And of course, unless we recognize that, we are going to be coming with solutions that are kind of short-sighted, but not precisely responding to those specific needs. And last but not least, I think it is the issue that technology at the end of the day and these new innovations in technology are not the goal. Should be seen as the tools, and it's important to make those needed clarifications. Now, I'm a firm believer in the importance of incentives, and based on that, I truly believe that one of the ways in which we can more effectively address those dilemmas, first of all, is to take a look into the systemic approach rather than being seen that in a very sort of narrow way. Secondly, of course, putting in place the right incentives in order for people to respond to that. And that implies, of course, incentives in terms of, first of all, the understanding of the need and the value. Secondly, the teachers. Third, the students, and being seen the students as the driving force of this, not as a victims, if you want, or not as a subjects, if you want, on this thinking, but as the main actors, if you want, on this process. And then, of course, the last one that has to do with accountability. And in the absence of accountability, many decisions are being made, and most of the time, those decisions are the wrong decisions. And my last comment on the matter is about the need to see, as has been mentioned by my colleagues before, we need to see the larger context, because one domain has to do with the policies at the national level, at the regional level, local level, but also, of course, we need to see the smaller context, which is what happens organically, in the family, in the school, in the university. And that requires, for instance, for us as educators to see this in a much more articulated way. Most of my work today and in my life has been in higher education. But unless I see the higher education as a continuing from the previous levels of education, I will continue to be one of those who are going to be blaming, the early childhood education and secondary education as the sort of the ones who caused the problem of having today in my higher education system, if you want, students who have that type of gap that you were referring to. Anyways, it's just as a starting point.
Amazing points to be made, Francisco, because we all agree that this is something that needs to be addressed. Of course, 50% of solving a problem is to admit that there is a problem and we're going too slow. And we're not ashamed of it. But what the most important thing that is that we're taking steps towards closing the gaps and to find better ways on how to use education in the daily basis of educational purpose in every institutions around the world. And this brings me to the next questions about digital literacy versus digital access. Previously, everyone has mentioned something about digital gap needs to be and it's related to the infrastructure. That's why this is often seen as a hardware problem, because we know that some underserved regions, areas that force their young people especially to leave their communities, not by choice, but by necessity, just to have access to opportunity.
for education, for example. And this happens worldwide. But we also see, on the other hand, that there are actually a rising critical issue when it comes to digital literacy among both teachers and students, especially in the underserved regions. And how do we address the equally critical issue of these aspects? Perhaps we can start from Harry.
Thank you. You're right. Access is just the start. And we do usually talk about devices, getting devices into schools, getting students online. And you are absolutely right that access without the digital literacy, for lack of a better term, I would say it's like building roads without teaching people how to drive. So we can be very good at the infrastructure, but if we don't know how to use it, it won't be very, very useful. Or if some people aren't able to get on it, it won't help if it's not solving real problems. So the real impact, of course, will come when users, especially teachers, are integrating those tools into the instruction. And I want to give two examples going back to a dark time, the school closures due to COVID-19, and most of the research that I undertook documented learning losses, but there are some bright spots. And what were those? I would say one of them is online tutoring, and in Ukraine, because of school closures, because of the war, students were displaced and out of school. We ran a tutoring program and connected those students to tutors on a daily basis, and we found that it works. The focus was on capacity building. The tutors were trained, supported. The program was well managed and robustly evaluated. So learning can happen even in these difficult situations, even in conflict zones. But even in more stable contexts, digital tools can work if they're used appropriately. The other example I would give is distance learning. During the pandemic, when schools were closed in Uzbekistan, the government partnered with the national TV networks, recorded the country's best teachers giving the lessons, and broadcast those lessons across the country. So for the first time in the country, rural areas, underserved areas were receiving lessons from the country's best teachers. The result, there was no learning loss in Uzbekistan. And I would say the use of the technology, television in that case, was very effective. So there's an innovation which I think we can learn from. So if we want meaningful digital inclusion, we must see literacy as infrastructure. It's not an option, it's essential as broadband, and it needs to be built into the national education strategies, budgets, and the teacher training policies. And I agree with Francisco that the digital tools are precisely that. They're tools for achieving those goals that we've set for the country's education systems.
Thank you so much, Harry. Indeed, there's something that I really like from your statement, that if we think about only the digital access, it's like building roads without teaching the people how to drive, because education is a tool for a person to, make great impact, to make a better environment, and to be better for themselves. And moving on to Cecilia, what do you think about this, about digital literacy and digital access? How should we address this equally critical issue of digital literacy from your perspective?
No, I love the metaphor of the roads. So if I have to build upon that, I think when you think about the digital access and the built infrastructure that you need in order to close the gaps, I think it's still huge, right? I'm from Ecuador in Latin America, and many of our rural areas still don't even have access to internet. And there's very little access to technological devices where you could really kind of expand the facilities of having this type of platforms. And even though I think the opportunity that we have now of accessing knowledge is in a way unlimited, I think that what we need to think again is about like what are the kind of skills that children need in order to understand what is the kind of knowledge that they can access, and how can they filter and develop all these other critical skills that they need in order to filter so much information that we can access nowadays. But if we go back to this metaphor of the roads, right? Like I'm also trying to picture, this world where you actually have like highways and fast roads, and you have like slow traffic roads, and maybe you have people that can actually take like a private car or a rapid train, or people that actually still have to walk or bike or even maybe use other modes of transport. I think it's the same when it comes to accessing technology. So the digital gap, just to mention that I do think that we need to be aware that the digital gap across the world is huge. And I've heard many times say like, artificial intelligence and all the different new technologies that we're using nowadays is democratizing knowledge. I'm not sure I can stand for that statement, because it depends on how you see it. I'm not sure it's actually democratizing knowledge, or it's actually also like deepening this inequalities across the world. So I think we have to be very aware of what's happening and just be aware of the inequalities that are still standing across many different contexts and across many different parts of the world. But what I think when it comes to from a policy perspective, what I think it's very interesting and very feasible to do is to actually understand where can you identify these gaps, and what can you do in order to invest to close the gaps, right? So I think it's in our hands on like running policy and programs to really take action in order to try to close the gaps. So that to what has to do with the built infrastructure and the access to digital tools. When it comes to digital literacy, I think that again, if we go to the literacy of what the content that we have online, I do think that we have to be very aware that there's still many different gaps. And as I was referring before, especially when it comes to very like sensitive things such as culture, I think we still have like very limited information when it comes to really customizing education to the needs of the diversity, cultural backgrounds that we might have in every society. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, because I do think that there's an opportunity to use new technologies to actually create more content that really kind of like highlights the value of bringing cultural aspects back to the educational spectrum and field. But I think that and again, on my field of work on early childhood development, there's so much that children learn that goes beyond the technological context, and just being aware that children do need to have these positive experiences that happen outside of the digital world and in balance with what's happening with the digital world, it's very important. So really kind of emphasizing on the importance of considering the everyday connections that children and human beings need. And when I'm talking about connections and healthy connections, I'm really talking about these connections that happen in the immediate environment and context of children in order to create that cultural fabric that we need as societies in order to generate this like strong identity and strong ties to values, beliefs, and what we need in order to kind of like promote these thriving societies. So yes, those are my thoughts on both the digital gaps and access and knowledge.
Yes, Cecilia, thank you so much. Because if we are using the road as an analogy, the digital literacy and digital access is a toll road. So it's a long game for every human being, especially when it comes to early childhood development. It's a long game. So we need to be very careful. We need to pay attention to the signs, and we need to mindful to each other, because when it comes to the high roads, we need to be alert on every change, like the slightest change, even the slightest change. So moving on to Dr. Osama. So if Cecilia previously has discussed about her perspective about the digital literacy and digital access through the perspective of someone who works in the field of early childhood development, what about the teachers' view on this? Because the teachers is someone who's really the children are actually look up to, and everybody has a teacher. Everybody has been taught by a teacher, including us, all of us here. So what are your take on this matters, Dr. Osama?
Thank you, Farhanis. Again, I thank you. In your introduction, you mentioned that most of the students are ahead of their teachers when it comes to digital literacy and digital skills, which is true. And that's why now we want to bridge the gap not only between teachers or within the education systems, but also between students and teachers. And that this is an important angle that we need to consider. However, sometimes if there is not enough buy-in from the policymakers, the education policymakers, on what it means to bridge that gap, then things might change. And I think there is a debate globally in many of the countries whether students should have access to technology or not. And for example, recently I was reading that Canada will ban students from using mobile phones and the schools as of next year. And Harry, as Canadian, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. But now most of the technology is here. We can't definitely learn, and students can't learn without having access to that. And again, some researchers, some psychologists, some early childhood development may say the opposite. The debate will continue. However, if we want to bridge the gap, definitely, as I mentioned earlier, first of all, we need to build the capacities of teachers. But we need to identify the competencies and the competency framework, first of all. Then we need to institutionalize this. We need to integrate the digital skills within the curriculum. It has to be institutionalized. It's not something, it's not a luxury. That's something must be integrated. There has to be a buy-in. But all the decision has to be based on data. Unfortunately, most of the decisions that are taken by policymakers in different parts of the world are not based on enough data. They're looking at students, looking at their needs, looking at their demographics, looking at their geographical location, etc. So all these factors have to be considered in order to start and to reach a consensus on the need to bridge that digital skills. There is an agreement on the need for financial literacy, for example. And now we moved not only to talking. We are not talking about digital skills, but we're talking now about AI skills, AI literacy skills. And we recently, UNESCO has produced a framework, competency framework for teachers and for students for AI literacy. So we need to move forward. But again, it goes back to the pace, and we are still talking about whether teachers have to have the digital skills, whether students have to have access to mobile, while the world is moving fast. And I think we are left behind because of all this debate that has been created by some regulations and policies.
That is actually very interesting, Dr. Osama, because teachers are the foundation of education from all institutions, right? And when it comes to technology, especially you mentioned about AI, I've read that, for example, in Indonesia, the most used keywords for AI was about to find a healthy lifestyle. Something that people use. AI is something that people use to share and ask for views on certain matters. In short, they ask technology for opinions. And it's clearly show that we need to pay attention on how we are going to literate this digital zone, because people are actually out there. I don't know in other countries, but what I can speak is from Indonesia, my country, is that people actually ask for advices on their humanly matters to digital tools, which is the internet, which is the AI. So this is something that we need to pay attention to, because what we know is that technology is rapidly changing. They learn so fast from what we share, from what we input to them. So if we cannot keep up, and it's actually on our the losses are on our side. So yeah, I think this is very interesting to be discussed. And Francisco, what about you? What is your take on this matter?
Well, I will follow as my colleagues with a great analogy suggested by Harry. Sort of, we will continue talking about roads, and the way I see this is that roads are sort of in a way that, and we need to understand the difference, and that's very important. That's why it is important to understand the difference between digital access and digital literacy. What do we mean by that? Yeah, and Harry mentioned that the digital access is the road, and it's a foundation. It is a necessary condition in order to think about digital literacy. We cannot talk about digital literacy without digital access. It is a condition in order to. There is, of course, a big challenge that the road as such, you have mentioned the fact that the road may be a toll road. Well, one of the problems is that the road still is not a road for everybody. And that's where we start having some of the problems. Let's put that in terms of numbers. There are about 8 billion people in the world. It's a significant improvement, the fact that now there are 5.4 billion people having an iPhone or a phone, but there are 5 billion people having internet access, which is great. But that means that there are 3 billion people who don't. And the road maybe also be very even in some places. It might be a highway, as you were mentioning before, but in other cases the road might be with no pavement, and that, of course, that is a big challenge as well. There are parts of the world in which internet access, for instance, as a percentage of the total population, is relatively low. The Middle Africa, for instance, about only 27% of people have access to the internet. Central America, 74% of people. And of course, the United States, Canada, 99%. That's a big difference. So that's different type of highway. So I think it is important to put that in context. And then, of course, there is the issue of literacy, which, in my opinion, it is, again, provided that the foundation is there, even though the road might be even and might be not complete. It is, of course, the issue about the transformation. And that's where I see the value of the understanding of the digital literacy, and, of course, the need to develop efforts on the matter. And to me, the most important tool we have in our educational system is the curriculum. And in the curriculum, that's where we can be very conscious in efforts created in order to enable a definition of the levels of literacy that we want to have our students in our education systems. And that goes back to my call before about the need of articulation. Because, if we see that from a holistic standpoint, we can see the incremental approach in the literacy from the early ages of students up to the time in which they are going to get out of the universities. And unless we do that in that systemic and holistic way, in that articulated way, again, we in higher education will continue blaming the previous levels of education in how terrible they do in the issues related to digital literacy. And also we need to be not to be confused, because digital literacy is not about learning to code. This is important, but probably we might be teaching students to code, we can be teaching students today on Python, and 5 or 10 years from now, Python is going to be a joke. which for sure is going to be the case. So I think we shouldn't miss the point about the need to, when we talk about digital literacy, to think about things that go beyond the digital definition of things, critical thinking, capacity to adapt. Those are, in my opinion, much more important elements about just the issue of coding, if you want. Having the capacity and developing the capacity of our students to continue learning, the curiosity to continue learning for the rest of their life, that's what it will really prepare our students of today to become that productive citizens of the future. Last comment that I like to make, I promise to shut up, has to do with the context again. Because when we talk about digital literacy, we need to be mindful of the fact that context is extremely important. There are significant variations of the concept of digital literacy and what that means and how it is translated into something precise on issues related to culture, language, history of a place. It is a very different perspective what we see, for instance, in the Middle East, though what it was in Latin America, in Africa, or in North America. And we need to be very mindful of that, because otherwise we get into the discussions about the colonial and neo-colonial approaches in the educational systems.
Francisco, that's very interesting, because I'd like to quote you about the context that matters, which we are going to discuss on the next questions about global versus local solutions. Because from your answer, Cecilia, Dr. Osama, and Harry, we can see that there are repeated patterns across the globe where education systems, often prioritize the digital literacy, or view and see digital literacy as teaching the students how to utilize the internet, for example, AI, for example. But what we often dismiss is that education systems is actually needs to prioritize growth over grades. And something that could also show that the future belongs to those who can think critically, lead with empathy and asking questions, critical questions, and that's important for their growth in the future. And this comes to the questions about the standards, because when it comes to education, this is something that is going around for a while, where education systems often prioritize grades over growth and that sort of thing. Because let's face it, a one-size-fits-all approach is not working. If we see out there, the situations is different for every countries. We have countries that needs to have more access. Let's say rural areas, there are underserved regions, and there are situations that is currently really difficult for some countries, and they also need to be taken into account. So how can international organizations avoid a one-size-fits-all approach when implementing tech-based educational reforms, and instead support solutions that are contextually relevant to local realities, because realities is different. The road is different in every country. So what are your take on that, Harry?
Yeah, thank you. I think global solutions or examples can inspire, but they need to be adapted to the local needs. Seldom do these top-down, one-size-fits-all approaches work. Instead, some kind of co-creation with local actors becomes essential. Again, there could be guiding principles, there could be global best practice, for lack of a better term, standard digital platforms, but it's only after customizing it to the local curriculum, language, as Cecilia said, and to the students themselves, then we might see this work. So it goes to local ownership for success. What can international actors do? First, to avoid the mistake of thinking that you can simply transport the project from one location to another. You can transport the ideas and the knowledge, and then adapt it in the implementation. And again, context is everything in education, as we've heard. So the idea is to create effective solutions, making sure that they fit to the context, and this co-creation rather than transplanting will yield much better results. Going back to my Uzbekistan example, the television is the same in Uzbekistan, and the recording equipment is the same as everywhere else. It's that content and how it's used that makes sense for them at the time. They could have done online learning using the best platforms in the world, but they knew it wouldn't reach the remote rural areas that don't have full access, but they knew that televisions were everywhere. So that's the sort of local knowledge that needs to come in. So going back to international organizations, they may have the tools, the evidence, and technical support, but we need to leave it for communities to do the local adaptation. Education reform will only work and be sustainable and scale if it's built with communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Harry. Indeed, contextualizing things are important because when it comes to implementing reform, especially when it comes to a tech-based educational reform, we need to be mindful about the context in every country, in every culture, in every region. And I'm moving on to Cecilia, because Cecilia, you previously also talked a lot about how to pay attention to more cultural aspects and integrate it into the educational system. So what is your opinion on this matter?
Yeah, I would agree. I believe in the power of local communities on being more participative, on building their own appropriate content. Because again, for me, it's also about like, how can we take the advantage of using new technologies to scale and have more impact? But also, I think that there's the possibility of being super smart on really using the context to create new content and new and appropriate content, which for me it's very important in order to highlight the diversity of cultures, the diversity of opportunities that we have in every given context. I do want to build on something I think Francesca was saying, which is for me the key question is, how do we use curriculum or some of the design principles in the educational system in a way that we can also kind of like emphasize on the importance of having a more flexible educational system that really enables and allows to develop the new kind of skills that I believe children and human beings in general need. And in order to do this, I do think that we need to be very aware that we might need to control how we use technology, so we actually can use technology to support creativity, to support caregiving, to support critical and smart thinking, to support co-designing, rather than replace and have technology do all of these things. So for me, the most important thing is really thinking and enabling the ecosystem to one, have the right technology and platforms that can really support this kind of skills. Two, also work with the workforce and teachers and all the systems that really can help enable this. And when I'm talking about the whole system, yes, I believe in the power of teachers, but more and more, I think that the way that human beings are learning goes beyond the educational system, and it's what they're learning in their daily proximity of the innumerable interactions that are happening. So how can we make sure that those interactions are also foreseeing and supporting the kind of skills and values that the children and human beings seem to need now more than ever? So I And maybe one other thing that I think it was Osama mentioning on the importance of data and evidence. I also think that we need to be a lot more fast on responding on bringing this data and evidence into informing and inspiring innovative policy and programs, because I think that there's a lot of research that has been done on the field of education, but control trials and that kind of like long research, it takes time to give you the results of the outcomes. So I really kind of believe more on the kind of like rapid research that can really inspire and inform policy faster, just because of the pace of what the changes with technologies. Everything is happening so fast that I really think that we need to be faster on also kind of like using this new way of rapid research to inform and inspire new policies and programs.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. And Dr. Osama, what do you think about this approach on global versus local solutions? How do we bridge the gaps? How do we, integrate and nurture both aspects so that we can see the advancement, but also at the same time, we still maintain the local wisdom within our educational system?
Sure, thank you. I think Harry summarized well, and in fact, the key is to localize the solutions. Definitely, international organization can bring a lot of value to local communities. However, they have to acknowledge that there are so many local and homegrown solutions that need to be acknowledged by international organizations as well, and the community of donors. I mean, the key and the simple question is to engage the communities in the solution. Localize what works in Ecuador will not work in Jordan, or might not work in Jordan. Although there are convergence globally in terms of frameworks, in terms of policies, whether we're talking about the UN system organizations or other organizations. I mean, now we're talking about competency framework for teachers, competency framework for students, technology integration, and these are more of a global solution, but everything has to be localized and contextualized, and there has to be an engagement for the local community. That's why many of the solutions in the past have failed, and that again has contributed to the failure of many of the education reform initiatives in many countries of the world.
Thank you so much, Dr. Osama. And Francisco, what do you think about it? How we should do it, how we should contextualize things?
The big advantage of being the last one is that basically I can say I fully agree with what all my colleagues already have said, especially Harry, because Harry is my former boss, so I better sort of behave properly as we discuss these matters. But let me I agree that what it may work in one case might not be the best solution in other cases. In fact, it might be exactly the worst solution in other cases, and I'm sure that Harry and I can share many experiences of things that we have seen in many parts of the world in which the best solution in one place was the most terrible, proposal in another case. For that matter, of course, again, I go back to my comment about the context matters important. The copy-paste culture on this type of things don't work. Absolutely, it's also a terrible way to do it. And I agree that international, I will go back basically to your question and to question your question, if you want, by saying, international organizations, for sure, they have a role to play in as you were saying, in implementing, tech-based educational reforms. But there are significant risks associated with that. And some of them are precisely the one we were describing before. The fact that whatever solution in one place might not be the best one in the other ones, for which we need to make sure that we, basically enable organic solutions rather than impose solutions. What I was describing before, and Cecilia referred to about the fact that, there are sort of, frameworks of reference that are under which some of those solutions are being developed, which are very different in another context in which culture and language is different. And then, of course, there are other risks in terms of the potential mismatch. For instance, we tend to believe that some digital solutions for rural areas need to be designed in such a way that recognizing that connectivity to internet, for instance, is not working. It is very poor, very difficult to have in rural areas. Not always that is the case. There are significant sectors in urban areas which also have terrible problems in terms of connectivity, for instance, or solutions that are being put in place, sort of which instead of resolving the problem of equity, are prolonging the problem of equity, that are being designed in such a way that are going to be benefiting the ones who already have previous exposure to some levels of sort of literacy in the digital world, that of course are going to be the ones who will benefit more than the ones who were behind, if you want. I will mention that, for instance, the approach that we have followed in our ecosystem here in Qatar Foundation is a kind of the test bed ideas approach, in using our ecosystem as a way to test those ideas, to see what it works, what it doesn't work, to properly contextualize that, in fact, to foster much more kind of indigenous growth of ideas. We have the big advantage in Qatar Foundation that in our education city, in our ecosystem of 24 educational institutions, we have from kindergarten up to doctoral education. So we cannot complain, as I was mentioning before, in our higher education subsystem, that what the previous levels of education are is terrible, because the previous levels of education are part of our system. So if we say that, is because our system is not working. So anyways, this is the kind of approach that we follow here. Of course, listening to best practices globally, using whatever can be used from dev, but making sure that the growth of ideas, the inception of ideas is much more sort of indigenous rather than imposed.
If I can build on Francisco's point, I think what we're saying, or at least what I'm saying, is that you might not be able to transplant exactly a project, but there might be something that can work. To give another analogy, if we had a vaccine, the polio vaccine, it's going to work in every country. The difference will be how it's delivered, how it's managed in order to get the effective take-up in different locations, and that will vary. So before we dismiss, transplanting, we need to analyze whether it's the vaccine, whether it's the solution that's being transferred, or the mechanism or management system that needs to be adapted. I think that's the big difference. So it's a question of analyzing the situation and figuring out which part is the vaccine that's universal, and how do we vary the mechanisms for effective delivery and take up and get the results.
Well, thank you very much, Harry and Francisco, for your ideas. And, I think this has been a very interesting discussion. I would really love to continue because I have a lot of questions in my mind, but I think we have to wrap this discussion up. But one thing, if I can wrap this conversations, I'm going to use our previous analogy about the roads. If we think about education and technology as a road, of course, it's a long road. And just like any roads, whenever we drive on the roads, there are certain areas that we can speed up, but there are also certain areas that we need to a little bit, a tad bit slower than the previous area. And that also reflects to the condition that's happening currently globally. There are some areas that are really speeding on their part of the road, but we also have the areas that are currently a little bit slower on their roads. And how are we going to get through all those roads is to pay attention to the signs. And this is where digital literacy comes in. because when you're on the road, you need to pay attention on the signs, whether you need to go left or right, or you need to slow down and you need to pay attention to someone's in your rear window and something like that. If we're not paying attention to those signs, we are going to be lost. We are going to be ended up in the place that we are not meant to be, or we are not, aiming for. So, and also, when we are traveling in the roads, we have our vehicle, and that vehicle would be the digital access, because without it, we can't go anywhere. We need to pay attention to our vehicle, but we also need to pay attention to the signs, and also we need to pay attention to which area are we going to, approach. Which area are we going to arrive at? So, and also, it is our collective efforts to be able to go together hand in hand in order to make sure that the roads we are traveling is clear, and we all of us have the safe trip, and we are arrived at our destination safely. And so that's a wrap for today's session, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart to everyone that you make your time to be here, share ideas, and we are more than grateful to be able to pick a view on your vision and your take on certain things on these matters that we discussed today. So thank you so much, Harry Patrinos, Cecilia Thacker-Jones, Dr. Osama Obeidat, and Francisco Marmolejo for taking a part on Are We Going Too Fast? No Person Left Behind on today's EdHeroes Global Forum 2025 sessions. I'm Farhanisa Nasution, wrapping this session up, and we'll see you in the next year's Global Forum. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alina Bayman, the CEO of EdHeroes. And so I'll start with this. Picture that you are 16, you leave school you leave school by 16, by 21, you're out on the streets, you have no backup plan, no degree, everyone's betting against you, but fast forward in the future, you've IPO'd startups, you run a $10 million venture fund and invest in founders from Europe to India to Latin America. And today we're not just talking about what's wrong with school, we're talking about what actually works, like skills and mindset and chaos that real life teaches you better than any classroom ever could. And so today we're speaking with the son of an Algerian immigrant who grew up in the suburbs of Lille, France, dropped out of school at 16, and today he's helping build some of the most exciting companies all around the globe. Last year, we spoke with Noah and we focused on your life as an immigrant and cultural significance in your personal life. But this year, I want to focus more on the life skills that you've acquired through your personal experience. So we're talking about education, not the type that you get from a textbook, the type you get when you're thrown deep into the deep end and have to figure it out all on your own. Noah Kamala, we're so happy to have you here. Welcome.
Welcome, my friend. Thanks for having me.
Very excited. No, so tell us a little bit more. You left school at 16, and most people would call that kind of the end of your journey, the end of all the chances. But for you, it was just the very beginning. What happened after you left school?
Thanks for this. I like to see that as every day in life being a new beginning, right? I think every day that you're granted to be alive is a new beginning and a new chance to do something that really speaks to you. And I feel leaving school was a decision that matched who I was back in the days, right? I mean, like if you just skip school all the time, skip class all the time, get punished all the time, you don't absorb any of the knowledge. Of course, you're not only wasting your precious time, you're wasting others' time as well, because you're just here to distract people in the classroom. So this doesn't work. And it was a great decision. I can say that today at 42 years old. While I will not recommend it to anyone because it's not made for everybody, it offers a simple answer that 5 plus 5 makes 10, and so does 15 minus 5.
Makes sense. It's a really tough journey to lead, and it makes sense that it's not for everyone. There's
You went to school, you, Alina.
Yeah, I went to school, I went to university. That was a path that was laid out for me by my parents, by my family. It's what's, considered normal. You go to school, you go to university, you do your job. But I think there's so many life skills that you learn outside of that and that I did. And you've mentioned in some of your previous interviews that, being homeless on the street actually taught you how to navigate people better than any education, any school ever could. But what did you learn about yourself and about others during that time out of school?
Well, congratulations to you for mastering being able to sit in class and learn and absorb all this knowledge and make something of it. It's something I couldn't. In that sense, you guys are my heroes. Congrats. I've always admired people who were academic for being a non-academic myself, because you folks pull stuff that I can't. You guys look at the teacher and I look at the window. Look, I think there are different types of skill sets, right? And I feel the skill set of connecting with people, understanding social behaviors, and learn to rely on your gut. I think this is something I wish people could teach us in school, is to rely on our gut feelings and to build that self-inner confidence to act on our gut feeling. Not many do that. And unfortunately, some circumstances, they only leave you with this, your gut feeling. And that's the only thing you got. While you ask a penny to somebody, wondering if that one's going to give me $1, or if that one's going to spit on me, or while being in prison, incarcerated, and thinking, hey, is the guy sleeping in the bunk bed ahead of me is going to wake up in the middle of the night, try to rape me or knife me out? This triggers some very interesting survival skills that were not taught to me at school, such as build connections with people out of nothing. And this helped me in interviews later on in life. Yeah, I think you can really build fast connections with people, really fast, within like a minute or two, and by creating relatedness, right? If the guy in front of you is bald and you're also bald, oh my God, so I guess you don't use shampoo anymore. Ah, me too, and blah, blah. And you just go into that and you create a rapport together. This will make your conversation way easier down the line. And ultimately, sometimes it's that subtle nuance from a fast created connection, a relatedness, that helps you land the job, because equal resume, equal degree, equal skill set, equal salary requirement. What's left if you like the guy or not? So that's that kind of interpersonal skills that they don't teach you that at school.
Do you think it's a skill that you would have when you're born? Does everyone have that life skill?
Like you, how do you make friends today, Alina? Right? You learn.
That's a good question.
You run EdHeroes, right? How do you make friends today? Think about it.
I guess similar interests, similar. I think proximity is often it. It is the people that you have been close to, that you retain, or that I am in close proximity with now. They become my friends over time.
Have you ever like just bumped into somebody at an airport, in a taxi, or where if you eat alone in a restaurant, and just created a connection from scratch?
Yeah. Absolutely. With you, when we met, we spoke for all in all maybe a minute or two, and it was very easy.
That's true. That's true.
But you're special.
Oh, thanks. So the question is, do you feel we should teach people in school that, hey, you have an academic degree, but how about social skills and interpersonal skills? I think that should be itself a course on its own.
Yeah, social skills are definitely something that the school doesn't quite focus on enough, as well as maybe critical thinking, other things. And right now we start to rely a lot on everything else. So we're talking about, all of those innovation, 21st century skills, like let's learn more tech. But in reality, there's some clear things that are missing, and you're talking about them. What do you think that are three things that schools should be teaching us but are not currently?
But what you said, I think, interpersonal skills, right? They are very important. Create new connections with people. Be closer to people. Use technology to get closer to people as well. I mean, the tools that are very meant to unite us are dividing us now today, right? Social media, and so on. And I think school should be a heaven where we teach skill sets that will allow children to evolve in the world of tomorrow, not the world of yesterday, right? And for that, it requires the folks at the ministry to be fast, which they are not. That's one thing. And the second thing I think we should teach kids is interpersonal skills, socializations, without falling into wokeism, because that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Right, and those are my positions, and I stand by them. That's very dangerous. And third, we have to teach folks how to make money and independent thinking. Right? They don't teach you at school how to save money, where to invest your money, how to be economically free. No, they tell you get a degree, get a job, have a paycheck. And then 60 years later, you go retire with a peanut, and in the middle of that, you get 1 month vacation. And we are supposed to call it a life. So I think, yeah, financial literacy, it's something very important to teach to folks. I think so.
Yeah, it's very interesting how a lot of people are starting to stray away from that narrative of having a corporate job as prestigious, and if you work at, say, Amazon, it's not the biggest accomplishment. Can you say that you have really lived, that you have a happy life? Recently, when my friends leave a job, we throw congratulatory parties, just because people start to pursue what they really, really, really like. That's very, very interesting.
Yeah, they have balls, huh? Let's say. I mean, you are the result of your parents' sacrifice, right? I'm the result of my grandmother and my truck driving dad's sacrifices, right? So in that sense, we stand on their shoulders, so we can see further. And what do you put in place today so that your children, should you decide to have some, and anyone who has children today, can be properly equipped. And yeah, I think socialization, interpersonal skills, financial literacy, and that kind of stuff can really, 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 really help them make a difference down the line. Voilà.
Yeah.
There.
I mean, it sounds perfect. And, the schools are often still kind of the way that they're teaching as well. You're talking about interpersonal skills, but there's also this whole digital aspect. There's social media. There's so much of this world that is now part of our everyday world. Like, we're using Instagram, TikTok every single day. And do you think the schools are maybe stuck a little bit in the offline space? Are we not teaching enough, maybe, of how to navigate in the digital space?
Yeah, that's it. So you're saying about digitization at school? Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, or just getting kids familiar, because the kind of people that you come across, like the scams, the connections that you build, sometimes you have that chemistry with the people in real life, but it's often the people that you see are online, and I feel like that gut feeling doesn't always work in those situations. I don't know, maybe you've encountered something like that.
Well, I scammed folks in my youth, and I will say this was back 20 years ago. And had these folks trusted more their gut feeling, they wouldn't have been screwed. Right? That's one thing, and it comes from both sides of the barriers, because I've been both a thief and a cop. And it always goes down to that in both sides, is that folks should really, really trust their gut feeling. Seriously, that's one thing. Second thing is, we have something called AI today that can generate human beings as much as nature does, and create an entire persona, and you wouldn't even make the difference. And that's one of the greatest dangers that's coming ahead. And I think while children will have to learn how to use these tools, right, and enhance them, they are a bigger threat for them, I think, down the line, because which society are you building if tomorrow you just have to come home and have a working humanoid to whom you can make love with, right? And therefore not have the necessity to go interact with other human beings, fall, stand back up, create something again, heartbroken, experience again joy, and so on. So I think digitization, and especially in underdeveloped countries, it's something that will come faster now. And how do we integrate a hell of philosophy, regulatory safeguards, and a hell of socialization, so that we don't end up having human robots running the world? I think it's one of the biggest threats we'll face in the next 20 to 30 years. I have no doubt.
I think that's something that maybe we're seeing right now a little bit. It is people who believe that there's things that they need to do. And before, it wasn't necessarily digital robots, it was a regime, it was the belief of a country, it can be a belief of religion. If you follow something blindly, I guess, like you say, without trusting your gut, without thinking this is right for me, and a lot of the time it's difficult to listen to your gut. So you go and you follow a path that has been laid out for you, you make mistakes, maybe you figure out that this is not your path, maybe you don't, right? This is something that everyone struggles with. But I think in our society, it is often so normalized to not make mistakes. In the education system, you can't make mistakes. You can't get a bad grade. You have to be perfect. You have to go in a path that they're teaching you because this is the perfect way. But you have clearly learned how to, make mistakes and how to learn from them. Do you think that this is a normal process? Should we normalize making mistakes? Should people learn to do that?
Okay. On the mistake part, look, there are three subtopics there. One is wherever you grow up, whoever you are, you will have to deal with the expectation the outside world has of you. You will have to deal with the expectation your family has of you, society has of you, and friends also have of you, right? And this, by definition, prelays a path. If you want to break out of this, you're going to have to accept something called rejection, because folks don't like change. They don't. Folks don't appreciate difference. And also, just because something is tradition doesn't make it right. Okay? So, if you want to break out of the path that you feel you have on your shoulder and break the generational curses that are in there to just not be a copy paste but to be the whole you, you're going to have to face rejection. Rejection also is synonymous somehow, at least to me, of falling. But shall you decide to do this, you will give birth to a part of yourself you don't know right now. I think this, to me, was the biggest achievement through a lot of pain, which enabled me to discover true joy. You won't experience true joy if you didn't experience true pain. One caused the other.
Do you think people should seek out pain to experience joy?
Well, that's a good question. I don't think you need to seek it. It will come at some point, right? And then it connects to mistake. Like, we live in a world where and it goes back to expectation, materialistic realization, social realization, educational realization, financial realization, familial realization. Fuck, I'm just born and I'm supposed to get all this checkbox done. And how about I can do what the hell I want? And the normalization of mistake, I mean, look, scientifically speaking, for your brain, the best way to learn, Alina, is to make mistakes. You learn by error. Your brain learns by error. It doesn't learn with non-errors. It learns with error. If you do something right, your brain's not going to learn from it. If you do something wrong, it will compute. So why are we denying the very way our operating system works? Just to look good, just to build a society based on perfectionism. And that's wrong, Alina. That's very wrong. We have to accept human beings for what they are. Imperfect beasts. Fucked up beasts. And this is what makes them beautiful. Normalize mistakes. You know what? It's like the grade system at school. We put children in competition with each other right away. You end up at the end of the list. I mean, especially if you can't compute much. How is that even beneficial for kids? I don't get it. Did you do well at school, Alina? Tell me.
I did I did fairly well, but I think my parents never really looked over my shoulder to look at my grades. I was never punished for bad grades, and I found learning and competition fun. For me, it was interesting, and for me, I also wanted to be liked by teachers. I wanted to, do well in the subjects that I liked, and I had the opportunity to leave the subjects that I didn't like. I still like learning. I don't think it is the case for every subject. I don't think it is the case for every person, not with every teacher. And it is such a unique experience to really, I think that's what school should really be about, right? It's to learn how to like learning. It's not necessarily teaching you something, it's just, and that skill I think I have acquired, but not necessarily in school, but with my parents, with my grandmother actually. She made learning fun. She read with me. She taught me numbers. She taught me how to read, and all of those small things, she made them into games. And later when I grew up, I made learning into games with myself as well. So I think that was it for me.
You like to have fun.
Who doesn't?
Boring folks. Or folks who take themselves seriously. Hey, well done, your grandma. Good job, huh?
Grandma was incredible. You're also talking about all the rejection that you need to take, and I think we still have that shell or our ego, and sometimes when you take a lot of rejection, we start to kind of curl up and start giving up. But what would you say has been your motivation, or what can be a motivation to keep going and push through all of the rejection?
That you got to learn to endure, and that others people's opinion of you doesn't have to become your reality. It doesn't matter. Otherwise, you lock yourself in the prison of your own doing, right? So how you cope with rejection? Well, cope with rejection by not making it bigger than it is, right? And that's one thing. It's not the end of the world. If you're lucky, you still have food on the table. You still have a roof when you come home, a warm bed waiting for you, and then your basic needs are covered. Then it's about finding the next opportunity, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So don't make it bigger than what it is. Because if you do so, then you allow the non-problem to become a problem. Then you allow the folks who didn't see the best in you or didn't value you at your worth to invade your head and your happiness, which you got to protect.
We built it up in our own heads.
Yeah. I mean, how do you deal with rejection, Alina?
I think I try to brush it off sometimes. I'm very persistent. I think if I really need something from someone, I'll get it one way or another.
Including WhatsApp.
Yeah, just messaging. Thank you for replying to all the spams. Thank you, Noah.
Are you kidding me? It's amazing.
I'm also thinking that a lot of the people that will be that are listening right now to this, they're learning so much more from TikTok, social media than a lot of their classrooms. And you talked about self-learning, and a lot of the things you're saying are very liberating and true, and they're not the things that you learn in a classroom. Do you think that what is your approach to choosing your own adventure, leaving education? How do you know that it's not for everyone? Who knows?
It's not for everyone, because if you have the comfort of being loved, a good structure, family system, and you're not gonna seek to be in shit, right?
Psychologically healthy people are a mystery.
Yeah, correct. So I didn't have this whole thing, so to me it was not a hard bet. It was natural. It's the best thing that ever happened to me. Even if I admire you, academic folks. I'm gonna call you Academia. I will change your name and put it Academia on my WhatsApp now.
There's people way smarter with a lot more educational background. I'm somewhere in the middle.
But look, I think what we can say to folks and anybody listening here is, if you feel school is not for you, do not stay for the sake of your parents or for the sake of whatever expectations are there. Only you know what's good for you, period. Especially when you reach 17, 18, 19 years old, these very defining times, right? Nobody else knows what you have in your gut, what you have in your head, what you have in your heart. So pursue whatever is making your heart beat. Period. Do not compromise. And ultimately, you will gain more respect. Because not only you did something that was not perceived as conformist, but you did something that honors yourself, and you knew it was hard, and you did it hard, and you won hard. But most fundamentally, again, I repeat, it's really not for everybody.
Yeah,
Because
of
it's
course.
the underdog journey is as real and as tough as it gets. And resulting of that, you think differently, you see differently, you love differently, you lead different. Everything you do is different. That's what I wish you, Alina.
I think, it's very true. I think it's very difficult to be. I'm thinking about you talking about seeking pain and going through things and hardship, and I feel like you often think that you have to go through hardship, but I was really lucky, and when I went through hardship, there were people to support me and to love me, and this is why I was very lucky, and it never felt like true hardship. But it's not necessarily that I had to seek it out. It came and it went, and it was wonderful that what I have others might not have. What others might have is even more. It really, really depends from person to person. I think you also gave some very beautiful advice of your pursuing your destiny, I guess, of what you lay out for yourself. I think there's many people, many kids listening out there who don't necessarily want to go to school, who think I won't make it, who don't want to pursue the education, or parents, whose kids are not necessarily as good at school as we think they might be. And what would you say to those kids and to the parents who are sitting in the classroom or sitting out there thinking, hey, this is not for me? What would you say to them?
I'll tell them to believe in whatever your kids feel. Do not try to project into them what you feel maybe you should have done for yourself. Right? I think parents do what they think is best for their children. I guess most of the parents do. And they have to push on that. However, at some point, they also got to listen and land on their feet on whatever uncommon decision might be coming, is to say to their kid, hey, I fundamentally disagree with you. I really think it's wrong to do that, to leave school or to not work at school. However, if you want to pursue something else, then we will be with you. We'll support you and not reject you.
That's beautiful. I think that would touch a lot of people's hearts hearing something like that, unconditional love from their parents. It's
Yeah, I think
quite
so. It's important.
it's quite beautiful. Don't make me cry right now. This is not the time and the place.
It's like you, Alina, when you're a baby. I have a baby now, right? And a baby, it's the only thing on earth that will give you unconditional love.
Yeah.
Without asking anything in return. Just to be loved back.
Yeah.
I think then it's good to keep it that way.
It's beautiful. Thank you for your advice, for your experience, for sharing. I think it's when it comes from the heart and it comes from personal experience, it's always indispensable. So you're actually proof that there isn't really a line in LinkedIn just to put all of your life experience into that. Life is scrappy, it's chaotic, it's bold, and it's
Yeah,
very different.
it is. It is. And I think I will also say to people, in an era of fake news, over information, to learn to become intellectually free and independent, right? What's written at the head of CNN or God knows ain't necessarily what's really happening. And the same way what we say about somebody ain't necessarily the truth either. Make your own opinion about people. Make your own opinion about facts. Why are facts presented to me this way? Where this is coming from? How is it coming that way and why? Don't be intellectually lazy. At least for staff in companies or whoever I meet on my daily life, or when I get recommended to speak to somebody, I always stop short and say, hey, don't tell me much. I will make my own mind, my own opinion, my own experience. Do the same.
Trust your gut.
Yeah, it goes back to that.
Yeah.
Trust your gut. Don't fall into an era of overinformation and fake news, and be intellectually free. And it's a hard thing to do because it requires effort, Alina. It requires a lot of effort. In my history books at schools, I've never read that the Muslims came up with math, the algebra.
Yeah,
The
and
very
we're
thing
using Arabic numbers.
Yeah. The very thing we use today for algorithm. Without algorithm, we'll have computers. They never came up with any of that shit. Let alone the first university-centric system just in madrasas that we could find in Al-Hazara back in the days, or during the golden age of Islam, and everything these guys came up with that literally made humanity better. Nothing. The only thing I could hear in school in Europe was that everything started at the Renaissance. And that before that, it was Dark Ages. Period. Well, I didn't hear of the Incas. I didn't hear of the Aztec. I didn't hear of the Muslims. I didn't know nothing. I was very surprised. And that's why today, in an era of where everything is accessible from a click, ignorance is a choice. So I say to folks, don't be intellectually lazy. Don't scroll Instagram. Don't stay on TikTok, because this will turn you tok. Don't chase followers. Don't chase likes. Chase the impact you have on each single individual you come across in your life every day. I'm not a social media guy at all. I like to speak to folks when I see them.
I'm horrible at social media.
Are you?
Our social media team knows I've closed my account because I don't know how to do it. But we have incredible people, in the team who know how to do that stuff, who are much, much better. And we'll leave it to the professionals.
Oh, that's better. That's
Yeah.
better. Oh, voila. But thanks, huh?
Thank you. Noah, thank you so much for your insight. I think you just gave us a lot of tips that we wouldn't usually hear at school, that we wouldn't hear necessarily from our parents or from people close to us. And I think it's very valuable to have that. Thank you for being real. Thank you for reminding us that intelligence doesn't always come from a diploma, and there's so much to intelligence. And to all the people listening, if this conversation has really fired you up, you can go send it to your kid or someone who needs to hear it maybe. And if your school doesn't teach financial literacy, emotional regulation, how to build an empire from scratch, you can send them this. They'll get a little bit more inspired. And hopefully follow through with their dreams.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you, Noah.
I agree. Thanks to you for having me.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Secret Code Hunt. During some breaks between sessions, you'll see a quiz question on screen with a countdown timer. Answer the question. Write down the first letter of the correct answer. Collect all 9 letters, one from each question, and at the end of the forum, put them together to reveal a secret word. This is your key to unlocking our exclusive Discord space. Follow the link or scan the QR code to enter your secret code. Hint: it's just one word and it's 9 letters long. Good luck and happy hunting!
everyone, and welcome to this very special panel looking at technology, access, and opportunity, Latin America's youth at a crossroads. I'm Sarah Mitchell, and I'm very happy to be guiding today's conversation. So across the region, the push for technological inclusion is everywhere. Devices, connectivity, online learning. However, beneath the surface, we're looking at a deeper story, one where every opportunity is uneven, one where access is not only about Wi-Fi or laptops, but about power, language, geography, and agency. Today's session is about interrogating that narrative. We'll spotlight the structural inequalities that persist among these and ask what meaningful access really looks like and how we get there. We're joined by three panelists whose work spans grassroots innovation, global education, and systemic leadership. First of all, I'd like to welcome Gabriel, who is the Dean of the School of Business at the University of Palermo in Buenos Aires. He holds a bachelor's degree in marketing and an MBA with a focus on finance. As Dean, he oversees academic and business development across undergraduate, master's, and executive education programs, leading a faculty of over 300 professors and a student body where 35% are international. Under his leadership, the school has embraced innovative teaching methodologies and expanded its global reach through initiatives like the online MBA program in collaboration with Coursera. We're also joined by Beatriz Méndez Gandica. Beatriz is from San Cristóbal, Venezuela. She's an engineer working as a program manager at Microsoft. In 2018, she started a nonprofit organization, Nuevo Foundation, where she works to prepare underrepresented students to become tomorrow's leaders. Nuevo Foundation's mission is to inspire kids to be curious, confident, and courageous by discovering the world of STEM. To date, the nonprofit has taught more than 21,000 students in 33 countries about computer science and STEM education. And last but not least, we're also joined by Dr. Thilo Bock. Thilo is co-executive director of Amantani, a Peruvian NGO that supports young people from over 45 indigenous, Andean, and Amazonian communities to access higher education and dignified employment. With over 30 years of experience in Europe and Latin America, his work has consistently focused on youth justice, social equity, and narrowing structural gaps through grassroots engagements. He leads Amantani's transitions program in Cusco and Loreto, both in Peru, which support young people from school through to higher education and employment through youth development programs, scholarships, and long-term academic and career guidance. Welcome to you all, and thank you so much for joining us for this critical conversation. So in 2025, discussions around youth and digital opportunity in Latin America often spotlight innovation, access, and the premise of inclusion. However, important questions remain, some of which I hope we'll touch upon today. What kind of access are we really talking about, and who is being included and who is being left behind? To start unpacking these layers, let's begin with Beatriz. So I'd like to ask you, Beatriz, you work with youth who do have access to equipment and internet. How does having the right tools change the conversation around STEM inclusion, and what blind spots should we watch for in such contexts?
Sure. So we work with students across the world that have access to computer and internet. It doesn't have to be at home. It just has to be in an organization, in a school, in a public place where they have access to this. Now, having access doesn't mean that they can and necessarily will pursue it. Just having there is just half of the equation, because like it opens the door. But if you don't know that there's this thing called computer science, if you don't have the right models, if you don't have the right training, if you don't have someone that looks like you that can tell you that it is possible to work in tech, then I don't know how much having access to it makes a difference. So what we do at Nuevo is making sure that, first of all, we check on our workshops, the ones that we have. We get constant feedback from students across all the geos, across all the ages, because we teach pretty much second grader all the way to high school, and see how can we gauge the workshops that we have so that they are as most useful regardless of where you sit. and the level that you have. Another thing that we have is that we have multiple languages. When I say languages, it's not just computer science languages like Java, Python, JavaScript, C# and whatnot, but also like the languages like Spanish, like Chinese, like Russian, like Portuguese. So we offer that. That way they can learn in their own native language, even if we're teaching in English or even if we're teaching in Spanish. Now, the hiccup or part, at least in computer science, what happens is that even if you speak any other language, the reserved words are going to be in English. So every time we teach outside of the US or in an English-speaking country, we also have a little English class. So that way they can write their code. It gets a little bit challenging when we work with kids that have never had an English class before, but it's not impossible. It just takes longer. So any workshop that will take us an hour, when doing that, it takes about 2 hours, 2 hours and a half just to teach the same content. But the content is there. The kids still understand. They grab it. They're excited when they write the first hello world, even though we don't do hello world, but when they do the first shape or when they do the first beats or when they actually get the code to run and they see the successful at the bottom, their joy is just contagious because they're like, okay, I've never done this. I don't know that this is for me. And then 5 minutes, 10 minutes into like the first activity, they're like, I can code. And I think that that's the joy that we bring. And also making sure that whomever is teaching, the students feel represented. So if we're teaching a bunch of kids from Latin America, then at least myself or somebody from the team that's also Latino, it's there. If we're teaching kids that are African Americans, which we do a lot, especially in February during Black History Month, we make sure that we have someone from the community teaching. We also have taught in Colombia and Brazil. We have actually teams in there that teach. And so when it's a little bit different, what we do is like maybe the kids don't have access to that computer and to that internet access, but we can still teach on the Blackboard and similar concepts. Is it the same? Absolutely not. But is it possible? It is possible. And if the will's there, they'll find a way, because even though they might not have computer, a lot of them do have phones with internet access, and all our workshops can also be done on the phone. So I just wanted to share that just having access doesn't mean that you're guaranteed success, at least not in STEM. You have to be there. You have to believe it. Somebody has to plant that seed that, hey, it's possible, regardless of your economical circumstances right now. If you can get access to it, there's a lot of free content. Just Nuevo itself have over 40 workshops for free in any language that you want to look, and videos to guide you. That way we're not limited to someone from Nuevo teaching the content that we have.
Thank you, Beatriz. Tilo, that it's very interesting that Beatriz mentions the words access and representation, and about making sure that the deliveries are very much contextualized, right? And I know that you have a lot of experience, maybe coming at it from a slightly different angle. So in your case, you work in Santa Clotilde, which is an indigenous remote part of the Amazon in Peru. In Santa Clotilde, digital access is virtually non-existent. So what are we missing, in your opinion, when we talk about digital inclusion in places like Santa Clotilde, for example?
We're missing access, which, of course, Beatriz, you have highlighted it. Once you have access, you have so many opportunities. I just want you to give the context. Iquitos can only reach by plane and by boat. And then from Iquitos to Santa Clotilde, where I work in the Amazon, it is between 6 and 8 hours by boat to reach the biggest city, which is about 6,000 people. It's the center. But the whole district has about 20,000 population scattered around in small communities. So it is already hard when we have a team meeting with our team in Iquitos to get connected, because in Iquitos itself, the connection is very slow, very difficult. And when it rains a lot, and you can't have a video call, and it gets very hard to connect. So you can imagine when you are in Santa Clotilde, where there is not a fiber optic backbone, where 2 months ago, there wasn't a 3G nor 4G connection. The connection was Starlink, and those who could afford Starlink, just to give you a 10 gigabyte package, is roughly a day of minimum wage. But bearing in mind that it's an area of extreme poverty. When we were talking about fifth graders and fifth graders, just now I was there. I asked young people, who of you have a smartphone? It wasn't even 20%. Most young people don't have a connection. Most young people don't have access, and the school doesn't have access. And there comes the problem. That young people from native communities don't have access, and that's it. So we're talking a lot about resiliency. We are talking a lot about how great the young people are, and they are resilient, and they want to study. But I do think the gap is huge, and it's growing. And what means resiliency? Have access to tablets with no connection. And Beatrice, you were touching on something really important. If I don't have experience, how can I get into it? Yeah. So sometimes when young people come to EdHeroes and then get access to the internet, they don't have any experience. So it was very theoretical. But browsing the internet, communicating, dealing with social media is another kettle of fish when you suddenly come with the internet access. So I just give you an example. Some young people went to study to EdHeroes, and we prepared them, and they were very excited to come to EdHeroes, and they got a laptop, and the first thing was, wow, internet, Facebook. I suddenly have 1,000 friends, and I have to interact with these 1,000 friends. And what do I do with these 1,000 friends who want to talk to me all the day? What do I do when I search for information and I have no idea which one is the right information and which is the wrong information? So you guys, these challenges, we all pass through them, but suddenly you are 16, 17, it's the first time you come across with these challenges, and you didn't have the time to get prepared. And for me, another thing is, like, young people in this native community in Santa Clotilde come from native communities which are far away, some of them 2 days in boat, where they can't speak to their parents because the parents don't have a telephone line, don't have telephone access. So we are talking really of a digital divide, which is huge. And as an NGO, and we are working with the team at the school, and the teachers, they get. There's sometimes the Ministry of Education says you have to have capacitation,
training,
yes, yeah. Training skills, and they say we can't simply. It took me about 4 minutes in Santa Clotilde to get to send a photo. Yeah, so you can imagine what it is. No? So it is. People are resilient, are trying to gain access, are trying to be innovative. However, when you don't have access, it becomes very limited. So that is the challenges in the Amazon.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Thilo. And I think that it's interesting almost to jump from one spectrum to the other, where we're talking slightly, young people also getting to know different platforms for the first time and experiencing these things, as Beatrice was saying. And then we have the other extreme, which is young people maybe coming into contact with this whole new world that they have to get on board with, right? It's part of how they transition as well into modern society. Over to you, Gabrielle, in terms of as someone shaping future business leaders and looking at this from a slightly different perspective, what role should higher education and policy leadership play in addressing some of these structural inequalities?
Well, we're based out of Buenos Aires, which are in a much better position in terms of connectivity and technology and infrastructure, but we consider ourselves at least a Latin American university. So we currently have around 15,000 students. 30% of them are international students. So we are trying to use these changing times in higher education. I mean, all the higher education institutions are going through a lot of changes in terms of technology, of the use of AI, social and political and economic changes. So we are in a very good position in order to close the gap and work forward. So, in my opinion, my personal opinion is we need to think about two things. One is what we teach. The second one is how we teach. So, first one is how we form our students. We think about not only the technical aspects of educating a university student, but also the personal aspects, all the soft skills, skills related to ethics, sustainability, and the social skills, which are more important than ever. In this world of AI and IT, being a human is gonna be much more important than before. So we are making sure that what we are teaching is relevant for their future. And the second one is how you teach. And this is the word, I mean, I was listening to Beatriz and Tilo. So the word that resonates is flexible. So hybrid models, flexible models, using technology and the way the professors work with technology in order to help the students. So we are working very hard. I mean, most of the universities in the region are working and trying to catch up and trying to adapt and trying to come up with new models for teaching. So just an example, we partnered with Coursera 4 or 5 years ago. We launched many programs with them. We currently have over 400,000 students who enrolled in our programs at the Coursera platform. So in different topics, but mostly social skills like communication and leadership and negotiation and talent development, stuff like that. So I think that there's people can learn from many multiple ways, different technologies, different face-to-face, online, hybrid. So we are working on that. We've been working on that for many years now. So there's a big chance, a big opportunity to close the gap, I would say, in terms of helping students make an impact in the future, right?
Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. So I still think that one way or another, we've all focused on understanding the context that we're operating in, even though it's very different. Like you say, being flexible and adapting and making sure that what we teach somehow makes sense with how we're transmitting it, and also, making it very clear how we want this to then transition into real life. I'd like to bring all three of you into the conversation now, and to touch on the same questions or the same points. So the three different experiences, scenarios that you've all spoken about are different, but like I said, I think they are connected on a few issues. We're talking about grassroots programs. We're talking about high-level education policy, remote rural realities, all sorts of different platforms. I'd like us to maybe look at, in your opinion, I'll sort of throw these three questions out there, and you feel free to touch on them as however you wish. So I think, I'll start with you, Beatriz, if that's okay. What would it look like if policy initiatives or initiatives that you were involved with began with the most connected, not with the most connected, but with the most disconnected? And if so, can these initiatives with good intentions end up deepening divides, or actually bringing, making sure that the gap isn't as wide?
So I when it comes to like policies, I just think that I don't have the solution to solve Tilo's problem. And I was actually chatting with him on the side. I'm like, I cannot solve your problems. I don't know how. To me, that comes from government. It's unfortunate, but how do you speak in a third world country about access when the government is sometimes neglecting? Being from Venezuela, it's hard to not touch upon government. But then you have actual successful examples, like look at El Salvador, look at Uruguay, where now every single student, regardless of how remote they are, they have access to internet and a computer access. So now how do we do that in all of our countries? And even not going that far, talking here in the US, when it comes to native communities, the school curriculum and the access is completely different. So even in this country, still there's a gap when it comes to those underrepresentation. Now, what we can control or what we can help is how do we make sure that when we're teaching with underrepresented students, call it Title I in the US, or call it any public school in South America, is how can we bring something that's relatively like, how do I say that, local to you, that we can help you. And that's what we do, is work with locals that live in the city, that are from the country, to come with us and teach. And also another thing that we have found out, and sorry if I'm not answering your question, this is just the first thing that came into my mind, is how can we help you at least put that seed that there's this thing called computer science, because I never had and I went to like very good school, private schools at home. I never knew that there was such thing called computer science. We're consumers of tech, but not producers of tech. And I think part of the big reason of Nuevo is how do we make sure that anybody can be a producer, not just a consumer, and just to turn that, or to share a story, to share like that this is possible, without even having the computer yet, just that it is possible, that there's this thing that maybe you didn't think it was for you because the representation is just not there, that exists. I think even without the access, without the internet, without that, I think that's still important. But I just urge all the governments to like, how do we make sure that the gap doesn't keep widening it? And I think there's needs an investment, unfortunately, because as nonprofits, we can move the needle quick, but in order to be sustainable and scalable, there needs to be the other part of the investment as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tilo, what are your thoughts on this?
I can only agree. It's like you said it, Beatriz. And I want to put another layer onto it, because if you are working in communities which don't have access to electricity, so there's electricity in the mornings and then in the evenings, and there is a local generator which works on petrol, on diesel. So it is about investment. And I think it starts with that. It starts with government policy, which prioritize. Perhaps there comes a little bit of me here also, where I sometimes become a bit of an angry man, because I hear a lot about in the Amazon, we have to be there to save the Amazon, to save the environment. I think it's not only the local government, it's the international community which needs to think about this. I talk a lot to the local leaders, which are called APUs, and they tell me, yes, we are being told that we are the guardians of the wood, of the Amazon, but how can I be a guardian when I'm not connected, when I'm living in poverty, where my children don't have a future? So I think the international community needs to make a commitment to preservation, means investment into education, into access. And I think that for me is really, really important. And as Beatriz says, once this is in place, we can do a lot of work. We can scale. We can teach teachers. Teachers need to be formed into what are the new challenges. I think it is fundamental. And they need, and we need top teachers to go into these communities. That's the other. They need to be well paid, if we want to change the situation. So I think there needs to be a shift in priorities, and that's what I can say about that.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I definitely agree. And I think that as Beatriz was saying, and obviously, you being in Peru and Beatriz being from Venezuela, I think that on top of these challenges, there's the added, and I'm sure as well with Gabriel in Argentina, with the sort of up and down political situations, the just make the everyday transition into actual development way more complicated. And unless you're there and you experience it, it's hard to sometimes explain to people just how significant these challenges are for people. Gabriel, same sort of idea for you. I think what are your thoughts on what Beatriz and Thilo have shared, and do you think that sometimes these tech initiatives or maybe start from a place of good intentions, but actually in the end potentially widen the divide?
Well, yes, I agree. I fully agree with what they previously said. I will add another dimension, which is the company or the corporation dimension. I mean, talent is all over the world. So companies are chasing for talent, but opportunities are not all over the world, right? So you see people with huge talent in a lot of regions, but it's not opportunities are not publicly available to all of them. So we need to work. I mean, we need to incorporate companies. We need to incorporate the institutions and the public sector, and also the professors. As Thilo said, we need to co-design with the students and the professors and the organizations, because the way people learn is not a top-down approach. I mean, it's not say we will work to invest in this sector with this idea. If you don't listen and you talk to the real people, who are taking advantage of this, or who will work in the project, then it's not gonna work. I mean, we are using this part of the world for like ideas coming from somewhere else and say we will invest in this, but doesn't make any sense. So, and I'm not saying that the grassroots approach is better. I'm saying it's more flexible, it's faster, but perhaps the best idea is to work together and collaborate. So I think that the future will be better if we co-design the solution for this type of problems. But I think is more visible now. So we have more visibility. We have more ways to find out what's going on, despite the connections problem or IT that is not available or publicly available all over the world. We are starting to see more opportunities for the rest of the world. Right?
Yeah, so picking up on that, specifically looking towards the future, here's one last reflection, I guess, from all of you. What's one thing we should start doing and one thing we should stop doing? How about Thilo? Start with you.
So I think stop. I wrote it down. It's like stop presenting resilience as a success in this case, because as Gabriel says, resilience is fantastic, but in this sense, not having access is not having opportunities. And then I would say start treating connectivity as a right and as a public utility, which needs to be there for everybody, and especially in remote areas.
Thank you, Thilo. Beatriz, over to you.
The stop would be a one size fit all, a cookie cutter solution. Just making sure that that the cultural and the backgrounds of the students is taken into consideration when teaching tech or any other subject, and start working with more NGOs and nonprofits across those geos that really know the students or really know their situation. That has been great for us to understand in all the countries that we teach.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Gabriel, and for you?
Well, as I said, I mean, my idea is that we need to collaborate. The only way to make this work well is to work together. Nobody will thrive on their own. I mean, this is like I see education as a platform, even for institutions. We need to set up the platform. And I mean, we learn from IT. You know, most of the companies now are platforms. So we need to set up an educational platform where we merge all the ideas, all the institutions, and that would be a much better solution for all the students and for the professors as well. So we need to consider all the stakeholders in order to come up with a solution and collaborate in the long term. Otherwise, it's going to be like a single initiatives, well-intentioned, a lot of funding that goes, unnoticed. Nothing happens.
Yeah, no, I think something that's very clear from listening to the three of you is that, it's about listening to communities, talking with them, making sure that they're included in this process, looking at connectivity as a right. I really do think that's fundamental. It's, listening to them, not just wiring them. If we're looking at we're talking about the theme and being about technology. So we appreciate that technology alone doesn't level the playing field. I think that we recognize that, especially talking to the three of you from very different corners, different ways in which you approach access technology, working with young people. And I think that it is possible, change is possible. I sometimes find that it's we think, okay, how do we do it though? And I agree. I think grassroots action is key. I think encouraging leadership, very much bottom down approach, making sure that, as Beatriz was saying, we're including language, we're including context, we're making sure that people have access. Access equals opportunities. I think that that's something that we're taking away today. So I think let's, as we wrap up this short but very interesting conversation, I'd say let's maybe look at a kind of narrative that doesn't just talk about inclusion, that also demands equity. And I think that's something that's clearly very important for us, and I think that should be equally important to those involved in technology, in connectivity, especially moving this narrative forward for young people around the world. So I'd like to say thank you to the three of you. Thank you for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
It's been great to learn about what you're doing, and I very much hope that this isn't the last time that we all get to speak together. So thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, team. So, welcome to the conversation. So, we will begin with this conversation, and also it's a great memorable moment for all of us. This is regarding our technology access in the schools and colleges, and especially in the education system. So, what we are had experience, what is our thoughts, what the challenges we had faced in the education system and community and the youth perspective and also community perspective and also educational perspective. So we'll continue these conversations. So I would like to welcome the panelists and speakers. One of our Venkatesh Babu sir, principal
Thank
of
you.
Swami Vivekananda Rural First Grade College, Chandapura, Bangalore. And also I would like to invite Gautam Raj sir, head of the technology and re-benefit organization, Bangalore. And also I would like to one of our graduate and leader, Mr. Chinnapadas from Bangalore, Change the Narrative Organizations. And also one of our graduate, Miss Tulsi, pursuing her studies in Bangalore. So welcome to these conversations once again. So I would like to beginning with these questions about technology related, especially for the education system. I would like to ask Venkatesh sir. So what is your thoughts on ensuring that students in schools and colleges has access to technology? Do you agree about it so important in the education system, sir?
First of all, thank you, Mahendra, for inviting me for a panel discussion and the team also. You asked the right question at the right time. We know that the technology nowadays is playing a very crucial role, not only in the primary level, even the higher education also. Here, technology is not limited to just using of mobile devices. It is also essential for content delivery, content understanding, catering of diverse learning styles, access information, and sharing the knowledge and ideas. It also helps to the peer learning, helps to bridge the gap among the students. As we know that there are different diversified students where I come across in my institution also in the different environment, social, economic, the backgrounds are different. So to cater all the students, I think the technology is playing a very important role. And I would like to bring to your notice also, see, the integration of technology in education, it's not a new concept. It is not a new concept. It's begun in the with the use of radios and televisions in the classrooms in the mid 20th century itself. But later, over a period of time, the personal computer revolutions in the 1980s and the internet boom in the 1990s drastically changed how information was accessed and shared. In developing nations like India, however, the widespread adoption took longer due to infrastructure and economic challenges. See, and also I would like to bring your notice. If you look at the history of the technology in education, in the 1980s, as we know that we used to like a chalk and talk. But over a period of time, in the 1980s and 1990s, especially, we started using some computers with CD-ROMs and all those things. But in the 2000, especially when the internet and multimedia as the started, e-learning platforms emerged in that case. And especially in the 2010 onwards, it's really a revolution where we are seeing in the education, not only the education, all over the other fields also, though, where the mobile, the smartphones, where it came to the market or even the uh, countries. And especially if you look at the present 2020, again, after the COVID-19, it's a drastic changes where we are seeing and use of mobiles and internet and especially technology in the education, either in the lower level or higher level. it made tremendous changes. And again, it is very important also. Sometimes what we are talking about, the necessity is the mother of all inventions. The same way, especially in our Indian context, this COVID-19, it is one of the maybe the negative part is also there, but in my knowledge, especially for the technological development and even adoption of the technology in the education field, I think it was a very good opportunity where we have got, and our student has got to expose ourselves to the entire world, and even they started learning. And especially, even I want to bring to your notice that technology has transformed education by improving how content delivered and content understood, supporting the diverse learners, enhancing the collaborations, and enabling the lifelong learning. It's very important. Just learning is not just what we are getting the degrees of maybe 15 years or the 17 years. It's always should be the lifelong condition. I mean, the learning, and also always learning should not be a time fixed one. It's like should be a flexible. So in that context, I think the technology nowadays, the primary level or higher school level or even the higher education level, it's playing a very important role, and it's one of the transformation where we are seeing from the traditional to the modern modern education system. So, and even I want to bring to your notice that the one after 2020, our enrollment in the higher education also has been increased, because the way the students can access easily to the education and information, and it is not necessary that where they have to sit always in the class and maybe 9 to 4 or 9 to 3. See, that is where sometimes it's the limited, I mean, limits the students or even the people, the what's the creativity and all those things. So that's why the Mahendra, I am totally agree that especially the technology has made a lot of transformation, and it's very much is required for all the levels of the students. But maybe we have to look into which level, what kind of the technology we need to cater, and what kind of the information where we can give to the students. So in this, as you asked, yes, nowadays the technology in the education system is become a revolution where I can agree that it's also very important. Yes, Mahendra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your experiential and experienced thoughts process. And to note that, actually, I would like to hear from Tulsi, because she is pursuing her education. What kind of the challenge she has faced in through learning and studies? What is the lack of access to digital devices in technology? So I would like to invite to Tulsi from you, hear from your end here.
Yes, Sana. Good afternoon, everyone. As a young person, I honestly feel not having access to digital devices and technology that has made me really learning tough. There were so many times where I felt left behind, especially when everything moved online. During the pandemic of the COVID, it seems very difficult to manage with phone and technology, online test, online examination, presentation, project managing, and Zoom, online, etc. Explanations and not knowing actually what was the platform about Zoom or a source that was implemented to me, and the source of knowledge I developed slowly through online and digital process. The challenges of the biggest challenges that not being able to access online resources like videos, ebooks, or even a simple Google searches that could very really make me very difficult, and even to do simple homework was very difficult for me. I would go to my friends' home and could manage some and learn and manage with studies and like that. And my friends could watch turtles or find answers quickly, but I had no really review or choice to understand what is the discussion about. Or firstly, math to understand, it was very difficult, and moving it to online resource was very hard. And later, due to technology and software apps, lectures on class was very understandable, and I listened to online and note down the class lectures.
Thank you, Tulsi, for sharing. So to continue this conversation, I'm thinking about so much of social development and so much of NGOs and social development sector incorporate these facilities too in the education system. So in the context of that, I would like to invite Gautam Raj sir to share about what is the in 21st century why technology is so considered is important for the human development, and also does it support to the social development, sir?
Thanks, Mahendra. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here in this space, and thank you so much for Dream a Dream and EdHeroes for creating such a space. Mahendra, I think that's a very important question for all of us to reflect upon. At least for me, in the 21st century, technology is actually a very foundational skill. It's no longer optional because it shapes how we learn, how we work, even how we navigate from one place to other. These days, nobody remembers which route to take, right? They decide on what is the fastest route based on the technology, and they wanted to choose that. Imagine with the recent technology advancements, we can also solve very complex public problems as well, right? So in that context of social development, so technology is no longer just about having devices and having internet access. It's about building agency in young people, helping youth of India to actually understand what they want, express it, bringing in the 21st century skills of critical thinking, problem solving, entrepreneurial shape, etc. Right? A young person with the right set of tools these days can actually solve any civic problem. When I say civic problem, it is a problem that is happening in their locality or the neighborhood, like a pothole issue or a black spot. When I say black spot for international audience, garbage that is not being disposed properly, right? And they can also, using technology, they can collaborate and find common solutions that works for their locality. All of this can be happened with your handheld mobile device. That is itself is a great game-changing option that we have at this point when we leverage technology for the larger good. So in the context of our work at Reap Benefit, we have seen a lot of young people using very basic WhatsApp-powered chatbots to solve civic and climate issues. These are not fancy apps. These are very simple, low-code, low-friction, easy to adopt tools, and built with the idea of technology has to be in service of the user. We have to build it in a way that it has to start from where they are, not bringing them where the platform or the technology want them to be. So in short, technology supports social development when it becomes a bridge between aspiration and action, between the problem and the grassroots solutions.
Thank you, sir. To continue this conference, because one of our Chinnapadas also is so initiated in the community development and community initiatives in the Bangalore to teach the learning to the vulnerable background peoples. So I would like to invite Chinnapadas to answer this question. How do you feel about access to technology in education, and how do you think it is being left behind, and why, Chinnapadas, as per your experiences in taking the change the narrative initiatives in Bangalore?
Thank you, Mahendra. Thank you, everyone, for coming together to talk about this very important topic. Right, I'm very grateful for your kindness for inviting a young leader like me to hear my perspective for creating space in this room. My perspective is mostly about this speed that technology is today. It's growing, how it's impacting young people who don't have access. Because the question is, who do you think is being left behind and why? So to begin with, I once watched a lion on a Discovery Channel chasing a group of deers. The weak one was caught and killed. It shook me because this is exactly what's happening in our society today. those with power, access, privilege would survive, and the rest are left behind to fail. But technology is no more luxury. It's a basic need. It is a tool for survival in, say, education, jobs, and life itself, right? And today, education is digital. I agree with so many people sharing from homework, assignment, results, and even children prefer today to clear their doubts with AI applications like ChatGPT, Google Gemini. Right? It's wonderful over there. So also the applications, scholarship, coding, communication, all possible online today. But let's see the other side of the picture, a truth part. Lakhs of children's, say government school, slum areas, rural villages, still don't have access to a working smartphone, a stable internet connection, or anyone to teach them how to use digital tools, a mentor, right? According to various studies, hardly mothers in rural areas have access to internet. As father goes out to work a full day, children need to depend on their mother's devices to access anything. But the device is either a basic feature phone or probably low network location or a very limited data pack, which is not sufficient. So even in urban areas, access is a bit patchy among poverty, poor families. And the digital gap is even wider for girls, Dalit students, tribal communities. So a few of young communities that are left behind, in my perspective, especially it's about access to technology and education. Children from low-income families who can't afford smartphone, laptop, or even basic stable internet. And then second is rural and remote area children, poor infrastructure, weak signals, there are frequent power cuts. There are a lot of challenges. There is no digital learning centers around. The third one is children of migrant workers. The constant movement. There is no stable schooling. One of the community that we are working right now is a full group of migrants. No children over there go to school. We're trying something over there as well. I will be sharing again in a few minutes. And girls in strict and conservative households, they are denied phone access, burdened home chores, lack of family support. Also, children with disability, no accessible devices or inclusive learning platforms. So to ensure nobody's left behind, right? Children's in slum, it's overcrowded home, unsafe space, there is no privacy to learn. Also out of school children, who dropped out due to poverty, say family pressure, or lost hope due to inaccessibility, right? And even some schools who lack many things like upgrade to technology tools, smart classrooms, or even trained teachers to guide students. I've seen mothers cry in the community because their children are missing to not be able to make them study in a good school where their child could receive nurturing and training opportunity, but is getting missed due to their financial instability. Imagine those emotions, knowing your child is smart, capable, eager, completely cut off. So I'm not just talking about device alone. It's also about dignity. For an example, if student can't use Google Meet or Zoom, they get laughed at, they get ignored, and slowly they start believing that maybe I am not good enough. So today's education system, I feel, my personal perspective is it's kind of one size fits all, but the world is not. I want to repeat it. Today's education system is one size fits all, but the world is not. We expect every student to perform equally without giving them equal tools. So bringing it to a closure, let me go to the next part. We tell students to run the same race. Some are running with high-speed internet and laptops, while others are running barefoot, no device, no data, and no one to guide them. Talking about the accessibility. And when they fail behind, we don't ask why, we just blame them. This is not education. It's not fair game, right? It's biased, broken. Ending with an important note. The jungle may run around a concept called survival of the fittest, but the society shouldn't. In nature, the weak gets left behind. But in humanity, we are supposed to lift each other up. The future of India is digital. Then access must be universal, not privileged alone. We are not here to create winners, losers. Right? We are here to build a world where every child can stand, speak, and succeed. That is how we change the narrative. Thank you, Mahendra.
Thank you, Chitappa. Thank you so much. I really like that last word you said. To continue this last word, I would like to invite Venkatesh sir, because in the teachers also in the schools, in colleges, still not fully prepared to effectively using the technology in the classrooms. So, what is your opinion on this, sir? Actually.
First, I need to thank the Chinnappa because he spoke very well about the socio and economic condition where it is a hindering for the downtrodden people to get access to the technology. It's a rightly he said. And at the same time, the another phase also we have to look into. See, in the educational institutions, again, education, it's not like the 10 years or 20 years, the where it has started. It's a way back in the hundreds years back, education system has started, but in the different levels. See, and even if I already mentioned that 1980s, pre-1980s, where people, especially teachers, used to have like a chalk on talk, they're very comfortable. Because that used to from years or decades together where they spent on the same system. As and when the technology has came to the started replacing that chalk and talk, then it is quite difficult for even the teachers also get to adjust immediately because it takes a time. Because they what they learned and what they're sharing the information may not be the same method what they are right now. So that's why the even teachers also sometimes they are hesitating to adapt or they're reluctant to change, and the few reasons also there. Mahendra, the one of the reason is that they are they're not ready to come out of their comfort zone because they're very comfortable with the chalk and talk. See, the reason might be one is fear. Fear means what? Teacher also having a fear. See, if I am started using the technology, if what goes wrong, the people are looking at me. They're thinking about I am incapable. That's a back end. Maybe that is happening. There's a one reason. And second one is they always trusting the manual thing. They're very strong. The what's that positive the attitude towards the manual work, like whatever the chalk and talk. And I'm not denying that it's not necessary. Yes, it is very much important in the classroom. But if you are mixing the chalk and talk with the technology, I think that is more effective than just following the one method. See, another one is the why they also not ready to accept just like that because they need the skills, they need the knowledge about how to use the technology, and we have to motivate, we have to train the teachers and give enough time to get adjust to that. And we need to feel motivate the teachers in such a way that, hey, that's okay, no problem, just go ahead. That kind of confidence we have to build among the staff also. And another very important is the uh, why the teachers are they reluctant to change is here they may think that using the mobiles or a technology in the class that may be disrupting the student's mind. That may be the disturbing the student mind. They're disturbing the focus of the student towards the classes. Yeah, sometimes I agree that also. That means we being a teachers, instead of avoiding, we need to make them we need to educate the students how and where and when and how much we have to use the technology in the classroom context. And another one is even sometime the curriculum what the government or universities are they're framing, and even the evaluation system of the student evaluation system also, it takes a little bit the more training for the teachers. See, training is one of the major and the gap where we are seeing. And another one is the clear guidelines has to set by the authorities to the teachers. And I am telling Mahendra, nothing is impossible to anybody. Being a teachers, they can learn, they can do everything, they can make the transformation in the student's life, or even the technology or whatever it is. But we have to give the time, we have to give the what is that training, and we need to give the what is the facilities or infrastructure what it is required for the teachers. And even I want to quote that Chinnappa's the concern also, because here in our education system we're having a different the educational institutions are there. Take the example of government school, the aided school, or a private schools, or a central syllabus, state syllabus. So like that there are different the systems are there. But yes, everything is okay, but do we have that kind of the infrastructure the equal to all the educational institutions? No. Especially if you look at the remote areas, the government schools, or even the schools where they're having in the slum areas or such kind of or hill areas or tribal, then absolutely this is very difficult for them. But make sure that the authorities or wherever it is possible, we need to provide the infrastructure to them, and first to train the staff or teachers to accept them. If they're accepting, I think everything it's going to clear. If the teachers are accepting, right? So that's why the 2-3 areas where we have to look into the teachers, Mahendra. One is that, as I said, we have to give enough time for a transformation. Again, the second one is we have to give the skills to the teachers how to use, and again train them, and even the motivate them. It's not that without the motivation they're not going to be, because see, if the person is in the age of the retirement, maybe 30 years of his experience, if you're telling them, hey, use this, then what he is thinking that I have one more year, why I have to learn? See, that mindset we have to change with to the teachers, saying that it's okay for your life, it's going to help us. So like that, if you're motivating, I think definitely teachers are going to change, and through that change, we can see the change in the lives of the students. Mahendra, thank you.
Very valid point. Very valid point, sir. Really. Thank you so much. So I come to the Gautam Raj sir. Actually, sir, in the social development sector, so as a organizations, as a team, we are always working with community peoples and community initiatives. So through that works, what is the challenges you have faced to implement in this technology in the community projects as a organization, sir?
So yeah, thanks, Mahendra. I think what Chinnappa and Mr. Venkatesh Babu has shared actually covers a lot of nuances in terms of what the common challenges looks like. So just to actually give a short and brief answer to this, I think the biggest challenge is this. Technology is fast, tech grows fast, but the community generally takes a lot of time, right? When we say communities, it's not like even the teacher as a group can be a community, right? So that is one of the understanding with which we have to operate with when we are actually seeing or coming up with any form of technology interventions. Even in our context of the work, we faced many moments and incidents where we felt really excited about, yes, if we wanted to build this particular technology platform or we wanted to introduce this technology intervention, but it didn't land well, right? Not because it is not useful. It is useful, but it is not giving the user any value. It can be a teacher, it can be a community person. Why should I wanted to change something that I already use? That value proposition understanding is something needs to land well. Once they have that, once they start envisioning the value of the why, naturally, then there will be an intent to try out new things. When you have intent, then it's comparatively easier to bring that interest, and then there is a commitment, and then you will be able to do the training, and then this progress happens. So for this to happen, so the value and the relevance to the user and the community is going to be the extremely important factor. Now I'll also tell what's the challenge in doing this, right? At an intellectual understanding, yes, this is how things should be, right? Sometimes when we assume, when we think that there is access, right? Access doesn't mean that like having access to internet, right? Or just the smartphones. It also includes their bandwidth ability. It also includes their own understanding about what is digital literacy. I personally have seen a lot of people who just use WhatsApp, know how to make a call, take pictures. That's it. Nothing beyond that. So that limitation is also something we have to consider, because not many people are in a space where or have the privilege, like Chinnappa said, that they wanted to explore new things until and unless they actually see a value or a need coming across in front of them. And the other learning that we have in this process is that the language, culture, and mindset of the people plays a very important role and a critical role when it comes to adoption of technology interventions. Before now, I think Venkatesh Babu sir rightly pointed out, during COVID, this transition has been fantastic. Like a lot of parents and entire ecosystem is now wanting to make young people to use technology. Earlier, it's always seen as something that will spoil kids or spoil youth. It can give the 100 positive things, but always these one or two negative things that could have happened. It's just a natural psychology of human mind. What might go wrong will generally have an influence on, right? So these things are also very important factors to be considered on. So that's why the tools that is designed for an urban setup or an urban thing might not go in sync with somebody like or some intervention that needs to happen in a rural setup. So these are some of the factors that we definitely need to keep in mind. Finally, I think we having building technology is one, and showing them the value proposition is one. But where do sustainability comes, right? It's important to sustain the efforts that we all are putting together. So our learning is that when we are doing pilots, right? When our team is there, nothing falls apart. Everything is in place. The moment we come out, it falls apart. That's when we realize the need to actually start having every technology tool can be paired with a local mentor, local community, or a peer network. Something, even when you come out, there is a support mechanism or a support system that will ensure there is sustainability of these efforts. The biggest advantage of this kind of an approach to what we have realized is technology becomes an enabler, right? It's not a silver bullet where you need to need to have an understanding of technology to get started with something. No, it's not, because you have enough support systems in place. where you can be a fast learner or you can be somebody who needs more time. I think what Venkatesh Babu sir was also measuring. Imagine you create a support system for teachers like that, where some teachers will be running fast, being able to adopt. At the same time, there is an ecosystem of these teachers who are happy to step up and support the others who wants to actually learn more, right? Like at their own pace. So I think what is also important to consider is how do we see all these technology interventions with the support system? It can be a mentor, it can be a community, or it can be anything that the community probably needs.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful responses. So I would like to hear from Tulsi, because as a study pursuing our educations, so what is your thought, or what is your prospect government and the education system can creating the equal learning spaces for everyone? You can share in short answer, Tulsi. It will be great. Yeah.
Yes, and I'll share it. From my perspective, creating equal learning opportunities in education require education system, and it requires a mixture of policy changes, community involvement, and shift in the mindset. And one of the first and most important thing is that we have to make sure that every important step, whatever we are making decision, that should implement on schools, and no matter what, where is the location or what is the funding, and we have to raise the funding from a community side, and we have to access the same equal education and resources like updates, textbooks, technology, qualified teachers has to be implemented in all the schools, so that every students will get educated, and every students like whatever the primary or the college students will get more knowledge to it. There is a huge gap between what students is wealthier areas is worse those in unfunded communities. Another key factor is that supporting students with different learning needs. That means more investment to them with the special education programs like language support and investment support, economic support, social support, mental health support, and etc. When we treat every student in involved an equal way or individual way with a unique needs and which we provide for them, it will be very close to achieve in a closer to equality and community.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Tulsi. To last, I would like to hear from Chinnapadas. That is, so what is the education system can do this things to bridge the digital devices are problems in the educations and government, Chinappa. What is your thoughts for that, actually?
Okay.
What action can they take?
So question is like, what action should?
What action the education system means governments can take to fulfill these problems, challenges.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Awesome. So I'll keep my answer short. Fully agree with Venkatesh Babu, Sir, Gautam Raj. I fully emphasize and agree with you, Tulsi. We're highlighting so much of the shift from COVID onwards. The answer is mostly related to that. But let me start with what we do at Change the Narrative. Then I will also highlight a few things that I believe schools, colleges, governments, young people collaborating with leaders can do something to initiate change from where they are. So through Instagram, we were regularly posting on clarity for various streams in education, let's say arts, commerce, and science streams, because in day-to-day regular activities, we young people still today struggle in finding a good mentor who can guide us what next to take after our 10th standard, let's say after our second PUC, pre-university. What should be my next step? Which way should I go? Right? So using Instagram as a tool, we have been trying to bring in a lot of awareness among, and during peak COVID, when young people and the parents were struggling with without food materials and hygiene supplies, we again used social media tools like Facebook and Instagram to collect responses, hosted a ration kit relief drive. We were able to reach a big number of people in short amount of time. Again, I'm talking about the reach technology has today. Young people has been a few of young people are able to match the speed to adopt technology comparative to the previous generation, I would say. And again, during the challenging time, during and post-COVID, when young people were confused, concerned about what is going to happen next, we try to create safe space for them by inviting them on a Zoom, online, and conducted experiential learning activities to make it more interactive and prioritizing their, mental wellness sessions. And again, most importantly, I think we were trying to role model a set of young people through our social media pages on the importance of a reflection on young people voice and young people in leadership, especially during pandemic times where everybody had to play a major important role to save each other. And we hosted multiple young global change maker interviews and talks online to inspire our young people community to make them prioritize social responsibility and service to the community. And it was possible through networking, connecting with leaders around. So thank you to the technology again, right? And we were able to raise 36,000 rupees, being a local initiative with our friends and local young people again, all coming together. We were able to buy a few mobile devices for the children who are passionate to learn but couldn't afford during the poverty. Again, we tried to provide accessibility for the ones who we could with a very limited budget. And we are operating in urban slum, rural areas, tribal communities, especially in Karnataka. Recently, we were able to identify a slum community, which I was talking before. We were able to identify that on Instagram, where an NGO was already working, and we visited the space. We were shocked to hear those children's never been to school, as their parents are migrants and they can't afford to school fees. And we decided to teach them basic English from scratch and make them school ready. And still discussing with local schools to identify if there are admission opportunity for the children. And again, thanks to technology for making it possible to know there is a community. Right? So we use technology, social media, we use storytelling, we use live events, youth facilitation to lead change. And we're able to see great impacts and getting more people inspired to go with the same approach. And we believe and we're going with the same flow. Again, thank you to technology. We're able to do so many wonderful things, which I don't think would be possible without technology. Now, my recommendation or suggestion, I would say, in my perspective, the role of school, colleges, government, young people, leaders, the moment of collaboration, the urgent need. So I think we need to start with basic accessibility problem. We need to distribute at least refurbished laptops through CSR partnership. NGOs needs to come together, and then if we can provide them mobile data package for low-income zones, like how we provide ration card, but this is for internet, right? And then setting up e-library in urban and rural locations lets children access to computer, laptop, internet, and other learning tools. But trust me, they are able to grasp it much more better, and they will definitely need a mentor in that space. And I think third point could be, if we could set up a community-based digital hub, let's say free Wi-Fi, a few desktop, laptop, right? Mentor again. And then if we could train teachers digitally, I see Venkatesh Babu sir also highlighted many teachers still fear or avoid technology. If you could launch free digital training for government teachers and teachers who are in need of learning, and prioritize innovation in classroom, not just syllabus completion, is my stand. And if you could promote peer-to-peer learning, right? Young people teaching other young people, it is powerful, relatable, effective, right? If there could be a program called Each One Teach One, I was talking about with my friends in schools and colleges. If a 17-year-old can teach a 14-year-old how to email, it builds more than knowledge. It builds confidence. And last 2 points, if I could sum it up, and then if we could make equity as the goal, not just equality. If everyone gives the same solution, it would be fair. Some students need extra time, more support, and alternate tools. If you could build policies based on that, by seeing the child, not just the flow, how it has been, not just the rule book. Today, only the fast, the rich, and English-speaking get ahead. The rest are trying to survive, not thrive. This is not the world we want. We want a world where the intelligent, the struggling, the curious, and the confused all to grow together. That's my opinion and perspective. Thank you, Mahendra.
Thank you, Chinapadas, and thank you, team. So it's such a wonderful conversation with you all, and thank you for sharing your thoughts and experiences. It's a great insights for us, and also it's a great moment for all of us. We will continue in the future. And thank you so much to participate this conversations team.
Thank you, Mahendra.
Venkatesh sir and Chinapadas. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinappa. Thank you, Gautam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here is the thing. Over 1.3 million teachers in Indonesia are non-permanent. Many of them, especially in remote areas, earn below minimum wage and are expected to teach multiple subjects without proper support. As young generations, what can we do? We can start by changing how we see educations. Not just about grades or textbooks, but about connections, care, and consistency. That's what we do in Berbagi Kehangatan, sharing times, tools, and simple learning spaces for children and teachers in undeserved communities. Because sometimes just showing up to play, to teach, to listen is already a powerful act of change. One voice can lead to real impact. So tell me, what is your one change?
Hello, it's a true privilege to be here with all of you at the EdHeroes Global Forum. My name is Gayatri and I'm the CEO of Educate Girls. But I'm not just here as CEO of Educate Girls, but as someone who has spent the last decade and more walking alongside grassroots organizations and communities in some of India's most rural, most remote and tribal regions. So that's why I say my journey with Educate Girls didn't begin when I became CEO. It began a long time ago when I witnessed girls walk miles and miles not to go to school, but to fetch water. And when I asked them what they wanted to become, they looked shocked because no one had ever asked them about their dreams. And if they did have dreams, they were usually told to squash them. So my journey with Educate Girls began in rural households, in village courtyards, with families and communities whose anxieties and uncertainties eventually turn into conviction in the power of education. And I've seen the extraordinary change when just one girl is given a chance to reclaim her right to education. And that's what brings me to this moment. At Educate Girls, we've seen transformational impact of education. Today, as CEO, I want to explore how we can multiply that impact through digital inclusion that's equitable, gender intentional, and deeply rooted in the lived realities of girls in underserved communities. Since inception, by leveraging community and government resources, we've helped bring over 2 million girls back to school and improving the learning outcomes of over 2.4 million girls across 30,000 villages in India. But what is the ground reality of girls in India today? Millions of girls in rural and tribal India are denied education due to poverty, patriarchy, and systemic barriers. And when I say millions, I mean actually nearly 100 million. These are societal barriers that hold girls back, pushing them to drop out and marry early. Barriers include, traditional roles and mindsets that value a girl less than a boy. In fact, a mindset that actually sees a goat as an asset and a girl as a liability. And it is a mindset that chips away at their confidence that even a minor academic setback leads them to drop out of school or marry early. Other life shocks like the death of a parent or migration also contribute to this because girls are the first to be pulled out of classrooms and often the last to return. These are further compounded by systemic barriers. No secondary schools nearby. For every 100 primary schools, there are only 26 secondary schools. So there are also no alternative pathways to return to education once they're over a certain age or ineligible for formal education. And then you add to that the digital divide. While many schools pivoted to online learning during COVID-19, for girls in rural India, education simply stopped. No internet, no devices, no learning. Because digital exclusion is not just a matter of access to hardware or connectivity, it's deeply gendered. It's about control, agency, and skill. In many communities, a girl owning a mobile phone is considered a threat. She could be talking to boys, she could be accessing things she shouldn't be seeing. So her access is controlled, it's monitored, or entirely denied. Her education is also filtered through a lens of fear and patriarchy. Let me throw some stats at you. In India, women are 40% less likely than men to own a mobile phone or use a mobile internet. While we see some improvement here with more women adopting mobile phones in the last few years, we're still a long way to go. The National Family Health Survey data shows that men are nearly twice as likely as women to use the internet. So against this backdrop of compounded barriers, the question we must ask is, can technology truly be a leveler for these girls? And how are we imagining digital inclusion and technology for every girl at Educate Girls? Is technology the missing link in bridging education gap for girls, or does it actually widen the divide? Look, today we know that AI and technology are no longer options, they're a given. You have to have it. Technology is a hugely powerful tool, but it's not a standalone solution for bridging education gaps for girls. Some people might say, let's distribute phones or let's give everyone a tablet. However, such an approach overlooks the underlying normative gender constraints and limited digital skills that impede girls and women's use of technology, often resulting in digital exclusion. For us at Educate Girls, technology and digital inclusion are at the core of reimagining education for every girl. We believe a hybrid approach is key. Leveraging technology where it has the most impact, in our case, to using AI to identify out-of-school girls. Two, technology must complement human-centered efforts, not replace them. So create an sustainable and inclusive solutions. And tech, therefore, is not a replacement, but an amplifier. And three, to be cognizant of how patriarchy and social norms perpetuate inequity is very important. Understanding and addressing the digital divide and intentionally designing programs are essential. For instance, at Educate Girls, technology gave us speed, the speed that we needed to reach the last vulnerable girl. In our first phase, our community volunteers were knocking on every door. And while it was really thorough, it was just not fast enough. We needed to reach every girl and help us get to school. So this urgency led us to work with data scientists who use advanced predictive analysis and more specifically machine learning, pioneering a way to predict hotspots of out-of-school girls. The results were outstanding. We found that 5% of villages in India had 40% of out-of-school girls. Now we know exactly which villages to take our evidence-based program to. This enabled us to deploy our resources with highly targeted approach. And by doing so, we've reduced the time it's taken us to find 1.6 million girls from 45 years to just 5 years. That's a 9 times increase in speed, translating to exponential cost effectiveness and impact at scale. For funders, this means higher return on investment and faster progress towards learning equity. It is proof that innovation, when anchored in community, delivers outsized value. So while technology helped us identify where the gaps are, we also needed a robust system to track how effectively we were bridging this gap. So we built a tech-enabled performance improvement system which supports data-driven decision-making for field teams, our program staff, and leadership by capturing key impact indicators via an Android offline app. So if you go into any of the Educate Girls villages, you'll see our field coordinators entering data on which girls are out of school, what's that barrier that's preventing them from going to school, what kind of documentation do they have that will enable, etc. So this data is collected, it's synced to a web module that then aggregates, monitors, and reports activities for all stakeholders in real time. How are we leveraging AI and tech today? Well, at Educate Girls, our goal is not just to use tech to find girls, but equip them to use tech themselves. That's why, as part of our Second Chance program that we call Pragati, we're intentionally building digital literacy into our village-based learning camps. So these camps serve adolescent girls and young women who have dropped out of school. For many, even basic digital tasks like using a calculator, typing text, or browsing content are entirely new, things that we completely take for granted. In our digital literacy modules, girls learn how to safely navigate digital spaces, access learning content, and build skills that support their studies and future employability. They're learning how to use YouTube, how to use Google Pay, voice search, etc. I remember going into a Pragati learning camp and saw posters of ChatGPT there. And now in our Pragati model, we're piloting Pragati Didi, an AI-powered assistant, a learning companion, designed to support girls in remote areas with personalized, low-bandwidth learning support on mobile phones. The Pragati Didi chatbot is live on WhatsApp. It supports Pragati learners preparing for their 10th grade open school exams, and learners receive chapter-wise summaries, visual mind maps, vocabulary banks, motivational nudges, and key exam-related updates to prepare them completely for their exams. Since its rollout, the Pragati Didi chatbot, which is free, Hindi language and WhatsApp-based, has supported over 17,000 young women in the states of Bihar and Rajasthan preparing for their 10th grade open school exams. To date, it has facilitated over 450,000 learning interactions, offering simplified content, exam guidance, and motivational support. By combining smart and predictive technology, offline learning tools with digital inclusion, and strong community support, we are designing a model to improve how education and the education system work at a larger level. By leveraging government resources and infrastructure, we focus on girls, local communities, and innovation. This is more than a project or intervention. It's a way to change the entire ecosystem. Our model is uniquely poised for long-term systems change. What have we seen when girls are given even the smallest window into the digital world? I'll give you a few examples. Maki is one of the young learners in our village camp. Until recently, she'd never even held a smartphone. Then she discovered YouTube, and with it, a whole world of beauty influencers. Now she wants to become one herself, not just to create content, but to build confidence and community for girls like her. And then there's Kusum. She was fascinated by something that many of us take for granted, several of us who probably used just this morning to get to where we are, Google Maps. Watching that blue dot move across the screen for her felt like magic. It made her curious about directions, about geography, about a whole world beyond her village. Today, she explores and learns something new every day just by using her phone. These are simple stories of access and agency, of girls filled with aspiration who are now imagining new possibilities for themselves. So what next for Educate Girls, and what does the road look like ahead for us? We cannot design a future for girls without designing it with them. And that starts with education that meets them where they are. We don't need girls to catch up with the system. We need the system to catch up with the girls. To make this meaningful shift, we must embed digital literacy as a core capability, not as an add-on or a nice to have. It means preparing girls not only for exams, but for a world where access to jobs, services, and even rights will increasingly depend on their ability to engage with technology. To achieve this, we need tech-enabled, flexible modules such as mobile classrooms, village camps, online tools that meet girls where they are. We also need multiple entry points into the education system. We are working closely with government bodies to co-create scalable solutions for open schools that are tech-enabled and inclusive by design. With this approach, Educate Girls is strengthening the open school system to reach adolescent girls and young women who are not in education, employment, or training by integrating technology to ensure accessibility, inclusivity, learning support, and strong linkages to future opportunities across 12 states that we are working in. As a key step, our partnership with the Rajasthan State Open School led to the co-development of a mobile application to improve processes and ensure better access to services for learners, especially those in remote areas. This is rooted in our belief that open schooling must grow into a reliable, affordable option for those who dropped out of school or missed their first chance. To make this vision a reality, Educate Girls has made a hugely bold commitment to reach 10 million learners in the next 10 years. By bridging infrastructure gaps and working alongside governments, communities, philanthropists, and technology, we are making that future possible. This is a moonshot. It is our ambition built on a model that's already working, but to reach the most marginalized learners at scale, we need catalytical investment. We're inviting visionary funders to be part of this big bet to co-create a future where no girl, no matter her geography, can access learning and opportunity. So what does this mean for all of us? To the donors, support models that are locally led, not parachuted in, that are long-term and flexible, because education and mindset change is a slow churn. Investing in pilots, funding digital innovation, or investing in digital tools tailored to last-mile learners can help us move faster, smarter, and farther together. To the tech community, build with intention, involve girls from day one, because when you build with that last vulnerable girl at the center of it, you build for everyone. And to my fellow practitioners, share what works. More importantly, share what fails, because the future depends on how we will collaborate. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this special session organized by OMEP, the World Organization for Early Childhood Education, and EdHeroes as part of the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025. The partnerships between EdHeroes and OMEP brings together two organizations working to improve education by making it more inclusive, innovative, and centered on children's rights and well-being. This collaboration aims to connect local ideas and community experiences with global education policies, ensuring that real-life contexts influence international frameworks and decisions. The joint work has already led to shared events and advocacy initiatives, particularly focused on developing sustainable education policies that support teachers, assist families, and protect children. This session is titled Shaping Policies for Sustainable Digital Education. Today, we bring together leading voices in early childhood education to explore how digital policies can protect children's rights, promote equity, and support educators and families in an increasingly digital world. Guided by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and General Comment number 25, we will reflect on key issues including access, digital literacy, multilingual equity, and teacher support. The session will feature 4 presentations from global experts who will share insights from research, policy, and practice. Let's begin. Our first speaker is Mercedes Machol-Lasache, World President of OMEP. In addition to her role at OMEP, Mercedes serves on the board of the Global Campaign for Education and UNESCO's NGO Coordination Group for Education 2030. She's a professor at the University of Buenos Aires and a leading advocate for inclusive, sustainable, and right-based early childhood education from birth. Mercedes will present a human rights and public policy perspective to frame the digital education agenda for early childhood. Welcome, Mercedes.
Thank you, Camila, and thank you for this opportunity to address to the colleagues all over the world. You know that in early childhood education debates, technology often provokes mixed reactions. On one hand, there is a growing number of warnings about its risks, especially at young ages, and on the other hand, its presence is already an unavoidable reality in homes, communities, and increasingly in education settings. The question is no longer whether technology should be part of young children's life, but rather which technologies, for what purposes, when, and how they are used, all in relation to child's development, social context, and children's rights. The rapid expansion of the digital environment have reshaped social structures and dynamics, including all the ways in which young children live, learn, and relate to the world. While digitalization promises educational opportunities, it also raises significant challenges for the holistic development of young children and the full realization of their rights. Building a digital agenda for early childhood education therefore requires a critical perspective grounded in human rights frameworks and public policies that prioritizes the best interest of the child and the active role of states as guarantors. This presentation aims to address such an agenda from a comprehensive perspective, drawing from the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the General Comment 25 that was mentioned by Camila, the Tashkent Declaration of 2022, and the Gen Report on Technology of 2023. Also, the particular experience that we had during the COVID pandemic some years ago. The Global Education Monitoring, the GEM report, it is an independent annual publication coordinated by UNESCO that monitors country progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. In the 2023 edition, the GEM report focused on technology in education, raising a provocative question, a tool on whose terms? This question invites us to critically examine the role of digital technologies in educational systems and their implication for equity, pedagogy, and governance, especially when it comes to young children. It is particularly relevant in early childhood, a vital stage in which interpersonal relationships, plays, and physical exploration of the environment form the foundation of cognitive, emotional, and social development. In many contexts, technology has been introduced without a critical analysis of its effects during the developmental phase. This regarding both pedagogical designs and the principles of child's development. Even more concerning is the adoption of technological solutions promoted by large corporations, often lacking independent evidence of impact and implemented without consultation with children, educators, and families. General Comment 25 of the of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, it was launched on 2021, affirms that all rights must be upheld in the digital environment. The states are obligated to ensure digital inclusion, prevent harm, this is very important, and regulate digital services based on the best interest of the child, non-discrimination, participation, and the right to development. Particularly significant is the guidance regarding early childhood. In General Comment 25 emphasizes that the use of digital devices must not replace essential human interactions between children, families, and caregivers. It warns that precautionary measures are required during early childhood due to the unique characteristics of neurological and the whole development in this stage. For its part, the Tashkent Declaration on Transforming Early Childhood Education, adopted in 2022, presents a global milestone that sets shared commitments to guarantee that every child has the right to quality education and care. One of its most relevant guiding principles for this discussion is the call to make access to digital technology equitable, inclusive, non-intrusive, safe, and ethical, and to ensure the protection of children's rights in the digital environment. This commitment recognizes that technology holds the potential to innovate and transform early childhood education and care, especially in contexts where access to in-person services is limited. It can act as a bridge to inclusion, reaching marginalized children or those in remote areas. However, the declaration also clearly stresses that unequal access to digital technology can deepen existing inequalities. As demonstrated during the COVID pandemic, millions of children were included. Furthermore, overexposure to screen in early childhood can affect neurological, emotional, and social development, interfering with essential processes such as play, language acquisition, and self-regulation. Added to this are new threats linked to the digital environment, cyberbullying, exposure to harmful and violent content, commercialization of personal data, and violation of privacy rights. The Tashkent Declaration insists that ethical issues related to the use and governance of technology must be central. Therefore, transforming early childhood education and care through technology requires more than technical innovation. It demands ethical governance, democratic participation, and the critical perspective on the social and pedagogical impacts of digitalization on early childhood. The debate on technology in education, especially in the early years, became particularly intense onset on the COVID-19 pandemic. What once seems like a gradual process of digital integration suddenly became a global emergency. The pandemic accelerated educational digitalization abruptly and often improvised, laying bare in stark terms the inequalities, structural gaps, and latent risk in educational system. There are some exceptions, and because of that, Javier will expand this idea and this experience. During the health crisis, technology emerged as an emergency solution to ensure learning. However, it also exposed profound disparities, and according to the GEM report, while some households were able to maintain educational engagement through digital platforms, at least 500 million children, it says the 31% globally, were completely excluded. Not only connected with the digital environment, but all the distance learning and possibilities that we have in the world. In early childhood, these gaps were particularly acute. In many countries, there were no digital strategies specifically designed for this age of group, reflected a systemic invisibility of early childhood education and care in public policies. There were attempts to transfer in-person activities to virtual settings without pedagogical adaptation or consideration for the child development principle. So the pandemic forced us to confront these tensions within the dominant educational model. A reliance on standardized solutions, lack of participatory planning, and weak institutional preparedness to respond equitable to a crisis of this magnitude. Now that the critical emergency phase has passed, the challenge is to turn that experience into learning in order to avoid repeating mistakes and to build digital policies that are fairer, more sustainable, and grounded in children's rights. So, the digital agenda for early childhood must be rooted in the human rights paradigm, recognizing the children as right holders and citizens from birth. And it is not enough to provide technological access. It is essential to ensure that technology is developmentally appropriated, respectful for early learning processes, and framed within the humanizing pedagogy. As we stated in Montevideo, together with Javier and other colleagues that were there in the presentation of the GEM report in 2023, technology is not neutral. Devices, platforms, algorithms embody ideologies, interests, and logics that serve concrete actors. Very often, technological developments are driven by commercial, not educational interest. It is essential to ask ourselves who defines technological solutions, based on what evidence, from what vision of the child, and what vision of education. So, going back to the General Comment 25, it says that the states have the responsibility to regulate, coordinate, and to evaluate digital policies that affect children's rights. And the role of state cannot be replaced by public-private partnership unless they are governed by the principles of equity, ethics, and transparency. Digital governance must incorporate fiscal justice, data transparency, and impact assessment on children's rights. So, what is the role of the educators and the communities in this? Because we have co-responsibilities. So any digital agenda for early childhood education and care must recognize the strategic role of educators as the central agents of necessary transformation. This is not about placing the burden on teachers for systemic shortcomings, but rather about designing public policies that support them, respect their professional practices, strengthen their capacities, and guarantee decent working and pedagogical conditions. The meaningful integration of technologies on ECC cannot be reduced to the distribution of devices. It requires comprehensive training with situated pedagogical approaches. So training programs should include disciplinary and didactic knowledge, spaces for dialogue, contextual analysis, and this will help to understand and to address the structural inequalities that affect educators at school and communities, and connect it with all the needs that we need to reflect and to know about the new technologies. As it is emphasized in the General Comment 25, the right to education in digital environments implies that state must measure continuous training for educational personnel so they can play an active, reflective, and protective is very important role in the digital lives of young children. Moreover, the exercise of full digital citizenship for the early years requires that children participate actively in the digital world with critical thinking from the very beginning, creativity, responsibility. To support this, educators need conceptual and pedagogical tools that allow them to guide these experiences with sensitivity, ethics, and commitments. Mariana Torres, a specialist, says the goal is not to fall into technophobia or technophilia, but to build computational literacy with a critical, inclusive, and transformative perspective. So, what conditions and proposal for the transformative digital agenda we have been thinking? The commitment adopted in the Tashkent Declaration outline a clear roadmap. Access to technology must be equitable, inclusive, safe, and ethical. digital transformation in early childhood education should not be reduced to technical fixes or superficial content adjustment. Rather, it calls for a profound rethinking of the educational paradigm grounded in a humanistic, ecological, and culturally responsive principles. So, we need science, we need to monitor, we need to evaluate. And from this perspective, we propose some key conditions: reframe access as a right, not as a commodity, prioritize teacher training and systemic support, design digital tools and content aligned with the best interest of the child, embracing linguistic, cultural, and territorial diversity. Inclusion must be community-driven and right-basis. Establish a robust regulation of private sector actors and foster critical thinking on creativity from the early childhood. Digitalization in education is an irreversible process, but its direction and purpose remains open to collective choice. We now face a vital opportunity to shape a digital agenda for early childhood that is truly transformative, rooted in human rights, guided by public interest, and grounded in pedagogies of respect, equity, and social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you for the clear, important, and inspiring words and insights that you shared. Our next speaker is Dr. Dina Castro, OMEP representative at the United Nations and director of the Institute for Early Childhood Wellbeing at Boston University. Dina will speak about promoting digital literacy to ensure equitable access to early education in multilingual contexts. Her work articulates research, policy, and practice with a strong focus on language inclusion and social justice for young children. Let's hear Dina.
Hello, everyone. And I'm so honored to be sharing this panel with my esteemed colleagues from different countries, and especially from, OMEP, a big part of OMEP. We hope that the discussion here will provide some insights for those of you who are listening to watching this presentation from around the world on this very important topic. Today, my presentation will focus on how diverse we are, especially linguistically and culturally in the world. Here are our beautiful babies. It's particularly, I wanted to mention that forced migration, as we all know, is a global phenomenon right now. Humans are moving, and in particular, what is happening, unfortunately, they are forced to move because of political or domestic violence, wars, climate change, natural disasters, and just the need to survive and find a better place for them and to raise their kids. So, and the influx is increased influx of migrants and refugees, and especially those in the South, Latin America, Africa, from also Asia, and of course the Middle East, to the global North, to North America and Europe. And I'm in the United States, and this is the country that receives about 20% of the world's total international migrants. So there's a very diverse country. So the consequence of this migration is an increased linguistic and cultural diversity around the world, especially in the children that are served in early childhood programs. Those in the U.S. alone, a third of the child population of ages 0 to 8 are speakers of languages other than English. Why they talked about language and culture, and what's this are those important? We know that language is more than a communication tool, or it really carries the culture of the family, the culture of the community, of a community where these children are coming from. So therefore, language is integral part of these children's developing their cultural identities and the sense of self. So is very, very important. It carries the traditions, the wisdom of the generations, a way of seeing the world. We call it in Espanol, the cosmovisions, the way of seeing the world of communities. So as I said, it's more than a tool to communicate ideas. It communicates a way of living. Unfortunately, there are communities that are being minoritized and marginalized when they migrate, and within their countries. We talked about linguistically diverse populations within countries, for example, indigenous populations as well, that whose languages and cultures are marginalized or discriminated in the societies where they live. So language has become, or has been for the history of humans, a tool for discrimination. So this is unfortunate. How is that reflected? That when I refer to language discrimination or linguistic racism, we're talking about policies that are assimilationist policies that do not deny the opportunity for these communities to preserve their languages and cultures. Well, here we always have to go back to remind ourselves of the children that we served and for whom we are doing this work. This is just wanted to share these photos from an early childhood program in a Quechua community in the Andes of Peru. I'm originally from Peru, and very connected in the work also in early childhood in my country of origin. So these photos are from a visit. So these are children from a Quechua community in Peru. We have intercultural bilingual education programs. So we are hoping that with the goal of preserving the indigenous languages and cultures. So talking about bilingual development, just some science, a few comments about or facts from science related to bilingual development. First of all, the experiences of bilingual children occur across different sociocultural contexts. So sociocultural context is important, and those experiences are unique. Bilingualism affects all domains of development, sometimes especially when we are thinking about children in immigrant communities, for example, or children from indigenous communities that move from rural to urban settings. The concern of the educational systems or the early childhood programs is to teach them the dominant language as soon as possible. And what happens with the consequence of that is that they end up eliminating these children's family or community languages, original or first language. So, and the concern is that if they preserve their first language, they will be behind in their development. Well, bilingual neuroscience and bilingual research in particular is demonstrating that never happens. To the contrary, bilingualism is a positive experience that can stimulate cognitive development and different areas also of social development and, of course, language development. So bilingualism is not a threat to development. It's not a negative characteristic. Although I have to say that sometimes we think about that we have a double, I would call it double standard when we talked about bilingualism, because for those speaking dominant languages that want to add another majority of dominant language, I'm talking about languages like English, French, or European languages. For those communities, being bilingual or multilingual is an asset, and nobody questions that. When we talked about indigenous communities or migrant communities coming from low income, backgrounds, for them is a problem. Bilingualism is a problem, and we try to eliminate their first languages. So there's things that happen beyond science that doesn't have to do with what science have demonstrated, and is more ideological, definitely. Well, Mercedes was, of course, making reference to those in the international policies that are in place that support digital literacy. I'm getting to the digital part. And I just wanted to mention a few of references in these policies that talked about the importance or protecting or promoting the preservation of mother tongues in languages and cultures. And just to remind everyone that we are now in the International Decade of Indigenous Languages until 2032. So we hope that there will be some global initiatives happening and state initiatives happening to support indigenous languages. So what does all of this information, means for early care and education in a digital world? So definitely how we define high quality early care and education is important, and it needs to take into account the unique linguistic and cultural experiences of children. I think that's one important point. So there is no one size fits all in early care and education. We need to incorporate the individual experiences and the community experiences of the children, including their languages and cultures. The early education for bilingual children is not only about teaching them a second language, I just mentioned that, or translating the curriculum content, because the content of the curriculum, and I think this is, I want to be emphatic about this. Unfortunately, we still have in many places, especially in communities who are multilingual and multicultural, we still have curriculums in early care and education that are Eurocentric and monolingual. So have been developed thinking about with monolingual people. And so there is a risk of the world becoming a monolingual, monocultural environment. And I think if we think about the digital world, that's even a larger threat. Again, to bring us back when we're thinking about the digital world, this is a group of our Hogan 1P early educators in the Amazonia of Peru who were participating in a professional development workshop. Yes, this is for us to remember that these are the teachers we have to think about when we're talking about access to the digital literacy. So digital literacy, definitely a foundational skill in the 21st century. So we cannot deny that. But the goal should be to use these tools to promote critical thinking, creativity, right, and definitely need to be used with responsible engagement. For early learners, it needs to be age appropriate, content appropriate, and culturally to support. It's an opportunity to support multilingualism and cultural responsive teaching. As I said, there is a risk, though, that reproducing the content of the digital literacy materials and supports that are available will be, again, coming from the global north and developed and transferred without any attention to context in environments where, they will be promoting definitely just this. And again, the standardization, let's say, or a world that is homogeneous. And so that's the something that I want to call attention to, because that's a risk. Let's talk about the intersection of digital literacy and for equitable access. So there are digital tools can really be help break barriers and provide tailored learning experiences in multilingual context. For example, here I'm giving some examples in terms of access to resources, perhaps online libraries, providing diverse educational apps, talking about diverse linguistic and cultural, reflecting the different cultures, interactive ebooks. I'm going to share a couple of an example of working with interactive ebooks in intercultural context. Then personalized learning, adapting platforms that cater to individual language. Now with digital tools, we can identify content for the different levels of language proficiencies of people, and of course adapting to their learning styles. It can help address language differences in multilingual environments we have, and nowadays it's not really rare to find early childhood classrooms that in which children are coming from different language backgrounds, so they have their I'm in Boston, for example, in Massachusetts, and we have classrooms that have children they speak 15 or 20 different languages, and there is one language of instruction. So we work with teachers and prepare them to provide an environment in which the children's individual first languages, mother tongues, are supported, as well as all of them, are learning a second language. So the digital tools can be helpful for that. Of course, the priority should be to provide teachers with the support that they need. So multilingual professional development also. We have teachers who are themselves bilingual or multilingual. So, and they also need materials and supports for them to work with multilingual children, but also to give them access to content, share lesson plans and communication tools. Some strategies here, I was mentioning interactive ebooks and apps, voice recordings and dictation tools are helpful, also are available. Digital storytelling that could allow a way to allow children to create narratives in their preferred language, or not in one or perhaps more. We're talking about translanguaging here, which is something common among bilinguals. So not to refrain children from using their mother tongue in an early childhood environment, or mix it with their second language as well. So teachers need to be skilled to be able to work with children in these type of programs, or provide those type of experiences. Create online communication platforms that can facilitate, in particular, communication with multilingual families. Educational games that promote bilingualism, and biliteracy through play in various languages, and virtual field trips. Now we have, the virtual realities in our hands. So that's another way we could use it to expand, horizons beyond physical limitations, also including multilingual narrations options, for example. These are just some examples. I wanted also to mention, didn't want to forget to mention families in this context and the support that they need to be able to use these digital technologies with their children. Yes, so they're here to support empower parents and communities. So they will need some support. So how to engage in the use of digital literacy is important. Provide the translator resources I was mentioning that will increase homeschool communication with apps, Community digital hubs, for example, can be helpful and made available in multiple languages, and of course celebrating families' languages. Encouraging them to use digital tools to create to support a multilingual and a multicultural environment. And this is very important because especially when we have families that come from minoritized, marginalized communities, what they tend to do, unfortunately, is they made the decision to not continue, not to teach their kids, not to speak to their kids in their mother tongue, in their family language. And they decide that for their children to be successful in the new community, they need to speak the dominant language in that community only. And so they sacrifice, I would say, the opportunity of communicating their cultural heritage to their kids in their home language, in their family language, right? And with the consequences that later in life will have for their children as adults, even in mental health. And this will be the topic for another conversation, but there is definitely research that documents that the impact of losing your first language and your social emotional well-being. Challenges, the implementation to ensure I was talking about teacher training, equitable access to devices and internet connectivity. This is crucial if we want to promote equity in access to digital tools. And definitely what I've been mentioning is the content, the quality of the content and the cultural relevance of the content is going to be very important. And sustainability, we need policies that will support, but also we will need to secure funding for the long-term support for digital initiatives. So we have policies in place, but we need to put, as we say, and the people say in the US, we need to put the money where the words are, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But point is that it's not enough to have the policy, the written policy. We need to make sure that the funding is available, is put there. A couple of experiences I wanted to share that I'm participating in. In the United States, we are working with a group. Collaborating with a team of colleagues that are designing digital games to support language-rich interactions in multilingual adult and child diets. And this is targeting parents and grandparents and multilingual families. So how do they can both support the first language, to communicate the first language, as well as the learning of the second language in young children. And the second experience is collaboration in Saudi Arabia with experience with digital picture books that are focusing in particular how we can support children in learning their knowledge and changing their attitudes, or generating a positive attitudes towards children with autism in inclusive classrooms. So that experience has been amazing in using digital picture books. So I think we have talked about this already. The policy support, professional development, research and evaluation is very important to have in mind. All initiatives should have a research and evaluation component so that there is a continuous assessment of the effectiveness of the digital intervention. Especially being so new, we need to generate data that will tell us, give us some direction. So if what is working, what is not, and how do we improve. And of course, collaborations and participation of the community in any initiative. That's very important. The voices of the communities, the community leaders, as well as technical developers. But we need to have the feedback and make sure that digital initiatives are culturally grounded. In a way of concluding some thoughts, it's just definitely digital literacy is a powerful tool to ensure all children, regardless of linguistic and cultural backgrounds, have the opportunity to thrive in early childhood and beyond. And I would say, as we have been discussing, we need to, this will give them enhanced access to education, of quality education, personalized learning, and empower families. So those should be our goals. Definitely, I would call for embracing technology, but in a responsible way, and to promote inclusive and socially just learning environments for all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting, Dina. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, for bringing up this perspective. Thank you very much. We will now have a short break and we will continue in a few minutes. Hello, everyone, again. Now we welcome Gilles Petrov, President of OMEP France and OMEP representative to UNESCO. Gilles has an extensive background in public education in France having worked as a teacher, inspector, and curriculum developer. In his presentation, he will address pedagogy and professionalism in the digital era, emphasizing the importance of supporting educators for ethical and inclusive early childhood education practices. Welcome, Gilles.
Thank you. Thank you, Camilla. Thank you to everyone to be there, to EdHeroes for offering OMEP this opportunity, and to Mercedes Mayol, OMEP's president, for inviting me to take part in this forum. The strong and quick evolution of digital technology in our societies has a direct impact on the education of young children. After seeking to identify these changes, the aim will be to define possible consequences for formal education practice, educator-teacher training, and public policy. What are the new changes in early childhood education? Two major developments can have a direct impact on the education of young children. On the one hand, the device's miniaturization, with smartphone widespread use becoming an individual and nomadic object, easily accessible to very young children at any time and in any place. Secondly, the arrival of artificial intelligence challenging our relationships with the world and with knowledge, having possible consequences on the education of young children, especially for educational products. The omnipresence of individual digital technologies is now everywhere. The use of digital technologies by adults is now obvious everywhere. Public transport, supermarkets, with absurd parents finding it harder to play their role as intermediaries between their children and the surrounding reality, not helping them sufficiently to decipher the world and at the same time to exist as individuals. Supposedly reassuring content for children, education leads to claims of use. It's for children, they say. And it can conduct to the well-known phenomenon of the object becoming the guardian, to a de facto delegation reducing interaction. Children direct contact with everyday technological novelties from an early age and with no other control by parents than launching a program has already been denounced for television. But then, these were a priori collective uses with no mobility of the object and easy enough to control. A break with the experience of authentic human interaction could isolate the child, entailing a risk of confinement in an absence of relationship to reality in a world without contradiction. It also limits language interaction with direct consequences for the development of language skills. Today, digitalization is a public health issue and a topic for political debate. It's widely accepted that protecting children nowadays also involves regulating their access to screens. A very recently published study conducted by the French Ministry of Education on a panel of 35,000 kindergarten children aged 3 to 4 confirms the urgent need to think about screen access. 75% of kindergarten pupils watch or play on screens. 45% have at least one dedicated digital access point, and 15% on their own tablet. One child in two has a regular access to screen to watch, or one intend to play. Among the children of unskilled workers, 21% own a tablet, compared with 7% of the children of managers or company directors. With equivalent socio-demographic characteristics, mother's diploma, migrant background, family structures and size, children are regularly playing on screen on school days, have language score of 22 standard deviation points lower, 40 points lower in maths, and 12 points lower in cross-curricular skills. However, the scores of pupils who regularly play on screen outside school days are higher than those of pupils who never, or almost never play. As we were both a well-known neuroscientist writes, controlled and supervised use of screen would be associated with more developed perceptual, attentional, and cognitive abilities, as well as better academic skills in school-aged children. So, not so bad. The second topic is the illusions of A. The recent and dazzling development of artificial intelligence raises fundamental questions about the individual relationships to reality, particularly because of two of its core characteristics. First, the affirmation of a false I, distorts response as if it were a person. Hidden behind a self-relating instant of speech, I, AI is nonetheless a protean fiction, a patchwork that is sometimes incoherent, always inconsistent. It's essential to resist the temptation of personification, the idea of attributing human qualities to snippets of information and thoughts gathered without human thickness, to a patchwork that can only be an illusion of humanity, that can demonstrate any intentionality or maintain relationships with others or feel any kind of sentiment or being responsible for anything. It's also a reality without experience. The answers provided by AI are built by collecting statistically processing and coordinating information by algorithm without any relationship with reality even being considered. Fake news is treated in the same way as genuine information. The more or less coherent composite fictions produced by AI expose us to the danger of giving in to the plausible. The statements have already been made. It's a possible discourse, but there is nothing to say that it can apply to the situation and really answer the question. Disappointment with the answers is widespread and all in all reassuring. Minimum precaution must be taken, going back to sources if possible, and above all, critical thinking is more necessary than ever. This digital world, cut off from reality, necessarily ignores the relevance of its answers, proposing possibilities that aren't real at all. For the individual, the subject in the world, in French, le réel, c'est quand on se cogne. The real is when you bump into it, as Lacan puts it out. Outside any link with the reality, there is no longer any obstacle to the impossible. Today, dialogue with an AI is as primarily a matter of adults, but it can also already be present in fiction without being aware, in possible dialogues, like those used in language teaching, fictitious, AI-generated dialogue. These are then stories without dilemmas or without any mystery than a variant of already existing scenarios with conventional characters and no human depth. Educators must be vigilant in considering the social practices affecting the children's care and adapting their own professional practices. What practices should be favored at school or education center? Digital education for young children is all about protecting children from harmful uses of digital technology and, above all, preparing them to thrive in increasingly digitalized societies. Some of the fundamental principles of early childhood education are well recognized. The essential role of individual experience in learning, and the need to confront children with concrete situations that appeal to their sensitivity and personal commitment. Children's rights are a highly relevant guide for creating meaning and designing activity. Just some example. We need to recognize each child as an individual. The right of innate identity. It could be offered an official recognition in the classroom, name displays, personal objects, personal dialogues with adults, and so on. Celebration, valorization with the group as audience, ensuring that everyone is one in turn. The right to know one's parents, giving parents a recognized place in the school, develop collective digital communication practices with parents, for example, digital life notebooks, the right to expression, organize times to solicit speech collectively or individually, recognize the validity of the child's perception and expression, promote interaction to comment on to help interpret the word, express reality, make a co-reading of the word. We need to foster the ability to recognize the existence of others, knowing sometimes the egocentric periods of the child, focus on peer relationships in free and organized play, establish rules for groups exchanges through dialogue, give an essential place to fiction, to the notion of story, of character, and all that goes with characteristic history. We have to open child's eye to his or her environment diversity. School or education environment is the first experience of the peer group outside the family, where other realities exchange are at work. The right to play, for waste, but also for learning, constructing and living fiction, free play, symbolic play, much symbolic play, with or without any digital device, fight against discrimination, adopting appropriate attitudes with children, especially in the classroom, present fiction with positive heroes of all colors, genders, religions, social situations. Use fiction to evoke situations that are formed from cliched, yes, commonplace for children, being raised by others, siblings with disabilities, separation. The right to health and safety, ensuring safety while conducting a pedagogical reflection on risk-taking in the school environment. And most of us, most of all, encourage critical thinking. Practice exchanging views in the child on the realities of the environment. Critical reading of album, of picture books. We have a wonderful article by Lynette Mu-Tsi Cheng, recently published in International Journal of Early Childhood, how to learn and to interpret images, to compare them with the text. It's a very interesting word. Or promoting philosophical debate. We could say the word of Edris Chirute, who also a UNESCO chair. Young children are able to reflect on existential questions, friendship, death, justice, through stories and structural exchanges. Her work aims to develop critical thinking, listening and reasoning skill from an early age. And we need at least raising awareness of the limits of digital technology. Always propose situations led by the educator to avoid any risk of non-regulation of emotions or exposure to inappropriate content. Experience and comment on situations with children and then distinguish digital uses, maintaining a real dialogue with people known from a distance, watching cartoon or film action, getting information, documentaries, and so on. Make parents aware of the importance of direct relationships with their children and the dangers of isolation linked to the children's natural fascination with digital technology. Prohibit all use before the age of 3, allowed. Promote direct joint activities, communication with family and friends, or commented activity, digital books, and exclude all unsupervised individual use up to the age of 8 or 9. How can we train educators and teachers? Fundamentals must remain the same, developmental psychology and so on. However, digital technology must be seen as a possible tool without replacing or even limiting direct personal relationships, which are the foundation or the goal of all education. Unorganized training has to inform educators about the nature of the risk incurred by children in the event of uncontrolled digital access, to learn working with digital technology, taking digital technology into account in relation with parents to keep them informed and help build a community. Use of a media application, create and manage limited access networks, information construction and risk analysis before distribution, avoid social networks as information is distributed without any possible control, learn to use digital resources in the classroom, collective presentation, equipment, video projector of interactive whiteboards, dedicated applications such as Bookily, or scans of picture books that children can find in the classroom, use of tablets for presentation sessions in small groups, also using some general application to create your own resources, photos, presentation, video recordings, editing, training in digital administrative management and standards application depending on each education system. When we have to learn to use AI, checking sources, cross-referencing with a search engine, questioning results in relation to reality, the plausibility and the truth, being aware of cultural biases in response, stereotypes, gender, race, and viable objects, make privacy, don't share personal data, don't entrust AI with queries, rights of intellectual property, reproduction and distribution of context, book, press, images, or music. And we have to learn to move from fascination to some distrust, to some evaluation of what the tool can actually do. What public policy for digital technology in the early childhood sector? An appropriate use for early childhood has to be supported by public policy. Do we need regulation by law? The actions are very complex and time-consuming from a legal point of view, difficult to calibrate in relation to technical developments, and difficult to implement with powerful and sometimes uncooperative players in the sector. However, regulation is needed to alert the public and encourage moderation of use by children. Prohibition or limitation actions in educational environments have to be carried out for teenagers in middle school. But we have to define the place of digital technology in early childhood. Take into account the political contribution of digital technology in education settings to prepare children for individual use later by recognizing children's capacity for appreciation, fostering attitudes to develop critical thinking skills, using collectively adapted digital media or in small groups with adult supervision, participating in the creation of an educational community by sharing information with parents in both directions. Policies have also to introduce plans to develop access to digital education for the youngest children in order to reduce the digital divide. Equip classrooms with collective equipment, equip teachers, educators for their preparation, pedagogical work and communication with families, offer digitalization of additional content, children's album, still images of very short sequences for retelling commentary, and don't forget training. In conclusion, we have to say that digital technology is having a deep influence on our societies, and we need to try and understand it to better prepare our children to become free and enlightened citizens in their community in the world. The recent history of new technology in education let us think that teachers take the best when they can use in their professional in practice. But this is a new page, a huge undertaking, and we must be active and vigilant. Thank you.
Thank you, Shields. Thank you for your enriching presentation, and we learned a lot. And now our final speaker is Javier Alaume Molfino, board member of OMEP Uruguay and coordinator of the Early Childhood Education area at the National Directorate of Education in Uruguay Ministry of Education and Culture. Javier will share the Uruguayan experience of Plan Ceibal, a national initiative that integrates technology into early childhood education with a strong pedagogical and right-based approach. He will explore how public policy can shape ethical and sustainable digital inclusion for young children. Over to you, Javier.
My name is Javier Aliaume. I'm from OMEP, Uruguay, as Camila told. Today I want to share some aspects of a national experience that seeks to answer a critical question. How can we ensure that technology integration in early childhood education strengthens learning rather than displacing it? I will do so throughout the lens of Plan Ceibal, Uruguayan's national strategy for digital equity, and particularly its extensions into early childhood education with the initiative Un Ceibal en cada jardín, one Ceibal in each early childhood center education. Ceibal is the name of the national flower, the national tree, launched in 2011. Well, first of all, Uruguay is a little country in South America, a very little country with a population of 3.3 millions. We have around 47,000 children born in the last decade, but since the last 10 years, we have a decrease in the borns. Nowadays we have only 32,000 borns per year. Kindergarten is compulsory from the age of 4 years, and the access at the age of 3 has been expanded significantly over the last decade. The integration of a child from 2 years age, it's pretty universalized. Sorry. In 2007, Uruguay became the first country in the world to launch a nationwide one-to-one laptop policy, Plan Ceibal, based on the OLPC model. But Plan Ceibal involved for beyond device distribution. It became comprehensive public policy aimed to democratization knowledge, promoting digital citizenship, and transforming teaching and learning in public education. Initially implemented in primary education, it later expanded to secondary and in 2011 reached early childhood settings, starting from 4 and 5 years old. Well, the challenge in early childhood was not technological, it was pedagogical. How do we introduce digital tools in a stage of life where play, movement, and interaction are central? The policy Un Ceibal en el Jardín, one Ceibal in each center, was the result of collaboration between the National Inspectorate for Early Childhood and Plan Ceibal. This initiative didn't aim to deliver individual devices to young children. Instead, it proposed reusing laptops from the primary schools and later incorporating tablets to create digital learning environments, learning corners, workshops, and collective projects. Teachers played a leading role in adapting these tools to their pedagogical practices, responding to the realities of each school and community. By 2014, the initiative had reached over 200 kindergartens across the country. Well, from the outset, this initiative rejected instrumental or isolated usage of technology. Instead, it promoted guided, meaningful, and socially embedded interactions. Children explored photography, storytelling, drawing on digital images, building models of their neighborhoods and representing everyday experiences, often involving families and communities, as you can see in some pictures. Teachers were not more facilitators. They were designers of learning environments, integrating digital tools are part of a broader repertoire that included books, natural materials, and physical exploration. Technology was a means, not an end. A mean, not an end. It supported imagination, collaboration, and expression, and perhaps more importantly, children and teachers learning together. What's inside can these experiences offer to global effort toward sustainable digital education? First, access alone does not guarantee equity. Equitable digital inclusion in early childhood requires contextual, relational, and developmentally appropriate practices. Second, professional development is essential. Teachers need time, tools, and trust to appropriate technologies and integrate them meaningfully. Third, territorial adaptation matters. The initiative was built from the ground up throughout local projects, not top-down programs. And finally, children are rights holders in digital spaces. This is fully aligned with General Commitment number 25 on children's rights in digital environment, which calls for technology use that supports protection, participation, and development. Digital policy must be rooted in ethics, pedagogy, and justice. Technology in early childhood education should never be neutral. It must be shaped by care, pedagogy, and rights. The Uruguayan case shows that even in the earliest stage of life, it's possible to build inclusive, context-sensitive, and sustainable digital education policies. Uh, when those policies center on educators, children, and communities. Let us move forward with a shared commitment to build digital futures for young children based not only on control on consumption, but on imagination, empathy, and equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. Thank you for this final presentation. Thank you for the closing message. And thank you to all of our speakers for your thoughtful and inspiring words and thoughts, for sharing your knowledge and perspectives. Today, we heard diverse and powerful reflections on the urgent need to shape digital education policies that are sustainable, inclusive, and deeply human. We were reminded that children's rights must always guide our decisions, and that educators play a central role in making digital learning meaningful, ethical, and empowering. Technology should be used to enhance, not replace, human connection. Early childhood policies must ensure both access and protection, as you said, especially in these formative years. But access alone is not enough. Policies must guarantee that technology use is developmentally appropriate, culturally responsive, and always aligned with the best interest of every child. We also reaffirm that teachers are key agents of transformation. Public policy must support them through continuous training, proper resources, and the time and space to build ethical, creative, and critical digital practices. Finally, we must place equity at the core of the digital agenda. Connectivity, infrastructure, and content must be accessible to all, regardless of geography, language, or socioeconomic background, so we do not reproduce or deepen existing inequalities. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep working together across sectors, community, and borders to build education policies rooted in care, justice, and equity for all children from the very start. Thank you very much.
The subject of my today's talk and the point that I want to make is that technologies, while they seem very powerful and often are considered to be groundbreaking and game-changing, are not necessarily going to be of any use as a technology tool when it comes to education. And there's a good reason for that. And to understand that reason, I suggest we look at how technologies helped education for as long as we remember ourselves as human beings, and as long as we have a record of how we lived and how we taught people, children, and adults. So even among animals, there is a special role often dedicated for particular members of the pack, among wolves, for instance, or wild dogs, and among dolphins, that are teachers who help others learn. So teaching is not unique to human beings. And learning happens when two things happen. First, there is a directed effort inside the brain of a student. And second, when there is a person next to that student whose work is to direct that effort and assess the result and give a feedback. So we need two necessary components for any learning to happen. First, an effort by a student, and second, a support and feedback. So I think it's simple. It's very basic. I don't say anything outrageous here. But let's look at what should be there besides these two actors and this particular effort that helps education. So for many centuries, there are a few areas where technologies could have assisted learning. First is technology providing source of information. Like originally, we had only oral presentation or visual communication with some subjects that were, or objects that were used as learning tools. Then we had writing. That was an advancement that has hugely changed how learning happens, because then we had learning from sources that were long gone. Then we had writing on steroids, which was books that extended this technology for a wider audience and made it much more accessible. And now we have even more steroids added to it. And we have books on steroids, which are electronic media, internet, and ultimately AI. Now, the second technology that is helpful is providing sources of thinking and behavior and action models. So we have such sources as just people around us. We had oral tradition. And then again, we had writing and books that has provided us with ways of thinking, with how we should behave and how we should act. The next technology that was used in education is the effort of discovery and creation, which includes experiment. Originally, we had non-systematical, non-methodological experiments. Then we had scientific experiments, which had some particular methodology behind them. And finally, and most importantly, we have a technology of exercise. And for exercises, we use different tools, and these tools are made so that exercises are efficient. And humanity, with all of its history, never came up with something else that could have been sufficiently important for learning. And the reason is, again, going back to what I said, learning happens inside the brains. And the problem and the challenge of any tool that comes to help is that if we want to assist that effort, it is not necessarily helping learning. Because when we assist someone in doing something that is required to be learned, we kind of handicap that person. We make it easier, but then we remove the handicap. And then the person can't do that anymore. So, for instance, if we use 3D glasses to provide models of geometrical objects to assist understanding of how 3D geometry works, how theorems are well represented in 3D models, etc., etc. That all looks perfect. But unfortunately, for the rest of the experience that the student may have in the future, the student will encounter 2D models painted or printed somehow on paper or on a screen. And immediately, the technology that help at some point to understand things becomes a hindrance. So any technology has a potential of hindering learning when it is replacing human effort. And at the scale of human developed technologies, we had many skills that has been lost in time by applying technology at large, not only for learning, but in our everyday life. And this is crucial. For instance, people back then in 15th or 16th century had no opportunity to choose if they are going to be strong or not. They had to be strong physically because there was no way to survive without having a good and strong body and muscles. Nowadays, we have a choice, and many would choose not to be strong because then nothing prevents them to be like that. Problem with learning is that the more we intercept, we go inside the learning process and add more tools such as AI, such as visualizations, such as particular changed and modified text that accounts for instance, the modern era of social networks, when we have this clipping and only short information, pieces of information are easily digestible by humans. If we consider that as a prerequisite and then adapt all of our learning strategies to that, we ultimately create less powerful humans. And the problem is no one can promise that in the future, these particular skills of full-blown thinking capacity will not be required. And most importantly, the AI coming to replace our necessity of thinking may ultimately replace us. So we should be very careful judging about how we use AI in learning. So the bottom line that I want to make is that this difference is very nuanced. Yes, indeed, if a student needs a particular support, if a student is finding it hard to learn something new, it is important to provide with particular and very focused assistance for that particular case so that the students can make the steps necessary and move forward. But in the long run, we should be focusing and empowering our students to be able to learn with their own effort, with minimal assistance of any technology. So that we digress from using the large set of tools that we are now providing in learning environments towards very simple tools such as paper, pen, and probably a printed book. Why? Because much of our history, we were able to have great achievements without all those nice and fancy tools. And the reason for that was that the dull environment with minimal attractiveness do support creativity. That when a student is bored and there is little distraction, then comes focus and ability to do something new, something important, and something that can be of any value. Instead, when we distract the attention of our students by using different tools, different technologies, we may ultimately run into the situation when learning may become equal to consumption. And we are, unfortunately, in many areas, we are on the pathway to that approach. Reason being that instead of focusing on growing learning capacity of our students, we focus on learning outcomes, exams, subject knowledge, etc., which is, of course, better achievable through the usage of different tools and techniques. But then ultimately, that is not the most of the value of learning. Any learning has a priority of improving the thinking skills, improving capacity of thinking, which only comes with an effort. And the less effort we put there, the less efficiency is connected with learning. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025. And today we have the honor to see the discussions, a very interesting one from the Global University sessions. And the title of today's sessions would be The Future is Here. Who gets to decide what's next? Ooh, that's a spicy topic and spicy title. But before we dig down to what is actually the meaning of the title, let me introduce myself first. My name is Farhanisa Nasution. I'm the expansion director of EdHeroes, and it is an honor for me to be the moderator for today's discussions. And today's sessions would be about technology extends far beyond computers and codes. That's exactly the situation that we face today. And it also includes transformative teaching methods and social innovations that reshape society. Because we know 10 years ago, we don't know this technology called online meetings, online classes, but right now we live with that. Like it's a part of our daily life now. And approaches like gamifications or flipped classrooms hold equal significance to digital solutions because modern educations, for example, like project based learning, personalized instructions, and community initiatives like folk schools or perhaps local co-working spaces demonstrate how progress require interdisciplinary collaborations. Now, the true challenge lies in applying technology thoughtfully because we need to understand how to combat educational inequality while also expanding access to knowledge, right? And ultimately, the future is shaped not only by tech developers, but equally by teachers, sociologists, and community organizers. Everybody has a part, in order to make the education ecosystem better. And authentic technology serves human needs above all. Now, I'm going to introduce our experts for today's. The first one is Leah Kiwan Daniel. She's a professor of digital marketing and digital transformations, also the founder of Lemmy and Partners. Hello, Leah. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Great. So good to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to
be
present.
The honor is ours. And then moving on to Karim El Laithi, PhD. He's a research associate at Leipzig University, healthcare industry consultant. Hello, Karim. How are you?
Hi everyone. Very excited to be with you.
Thank you. The feeling is mutual. We are so excited to discuss and to get to meet you. And last but not least, we have Philip Sin. He's the co-founder and CEO of PHCL PTE Ltd. Hello, Philip. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Thank you for inviting me.
Good. So good to have you here. And now let's just start the conversation because we have a very, very interesting title, because it's about who gets to decide what's next. This is something that is currently an ongoing debate in every country, in every area, in every perspective, and every walks of life. Because this session title asks who gets to decide what's next, especially when it comes to education technology. From your perspective, who currently has the most influence over these decisions and who needs to be better represented in shaping this kind of future? Perhaps we can start from Leah.
Yeah. So currently, from my point of view, actually, and from what I see in academia, I think the big decision makers nowadays are the big tech companies, the startups in tech, so the private sectors in a way. And unfortunately, the educators and academia in general, I don't see a lot of us represented in these kind of, if you want, workshops maybe, or this to have appropriate decisions in this field. I don't feel like really educators are present enough. Maybe they are in some way, but I feel it's not enough. So basically, mainly, these are the private sector actors, startups, investors, big tech companies. This is what I see from my side, at least.
Yeah, this is very interesting because we're talking about education and its relation to technology. And you mentioned that tech company is the bigger player when it comes to shaping the narrative of education. What about you, Karim? Do you agree with this? And probably you can see from your perspective, your expertise.
Yeah, definitely. I think I would definitely agree with Leah here that major tech companies, leading educational institutions, the big players, we call it in the industry. Yeah? The big players are setting the trends usually on what's important, what's not. And we are not digging into intentions why they're doing this here. But at the end, everybody's looking at the mutual benefit or how they see the outcome in their eyes or through their lenses. Yeah. And not to jump into the answer from my perspective now, but definitely, like Leah, I think rightfully said, we are missing the educators, the end users, if we can say, the science part. Again, we are talking about technology and innovation. Where is it technology providers' contribution? The new ones, not the existing established ones, but the new ones in this game. So I would definitely agree with Leah here. I think we are perfectly aligned on this.
That's interesting. And what about you, Philip? As a strategic parenting advisor, of course, you have a pretty interesting take on this one.
Yeah, I think if you speak about it from the Singapore perspective, the Ministry of Education here plays a big part, I think, in how things are done across the nation. And they actually have an organization here in Singapore called GovTech, which is part of the government, and they're responsible for also introducing technology into the educational system. We do also have, as Leah and Kareem said, companies in the private sector who are introducing technology as well. But I guess in Singapore, it's pretty well divided into the local school system, and then there's the international school system. And, happy to talk more about it. But from my perspective, so the education ministry is really the one driving a lot of the stuff done today. And we do need to see a lot more private sector involvement, I think.
Thank you so much, Philip. It's very interesting to see from this discussion. The first questions is highlighted who gets to decide what in the next coming futures. And obviously, we can see that it requires collaborative efforts, not only from the educators, from the institution, but also from the government side as the public policymakers. And we can see that oftentimes, not every time, but oftentimes, educators are often as the end users of the new technologies, not the designer or not the shaper, should we say. How can we more meaningfully include teachers and learners as well, because they are also using the technology. They're the one who receives all the benefits, hopefully, right, in the creations and evaluations of educational tools. Perhaps we can start from Philip.
Sure. I think, it's interesting. Educators, in my opinion, are great at what they do, which is educating. And I think it takes a lot more, incentives for teachers to get involved, and also the ministries to get involved in terms of coming up with new solutions and so forth. So I do think that we do have to get other, especially the users involved. So when we designed a app for Chinese vocabulary, for instance, the school is still using a very traditional way of learning. And what we tried to do was think about it from the user's perspective. More specifically, in Singapore, it's the English-speaking kids who are trying to memorize Chinese characters and vocabulary. And so we definitely have to get more input from the actual users, because they're the ones that really understand the challenges. And I'll stop it there. Yeah.
I totally agree with Philip. So the end user, eventually he's the end user, right? Like the educators are the end users. And currently they are not, like, as we all mentioned, they are not involved enough. Maybe in Singapore, maybe a bit more. But what I see from the field here in the UAE or in Paris or in Europe in general, so I feel, they are not included in these, in these, if you want, in these processes to come up with the appropriate tech, even though they are the end users. So just to give you an example, while I was working with a pharmaceutical company in Paris, so I was coming up with a tech platform to the end users were the marketeers, the sales rep, and so on. So basically, we did workshops with these end users, even though we were developing these platforms to include them and to have their opinion of what they need, what features they need, and so on. So this is missing. maybe the governments are responsible for this, to include more, or to, if you want to put them in line with each other. From one side, the private companies, and also the universities, the schools. I think it's more the government responsibility to do that. Philip, you mentioned in Singapore they are doing that, so I'm not sure in other countries how they are doing. But from what I see from where I am working currently, sorry, and where I worked before, this is still missing, and so much work to be done. And this is maybe an opportunity actually to take it and to go ahead, especially nowadays, because we're in the middle of it, in the middle of the tech evolution with AI, with what's happening. From our side, also as educator, we're facing a lot of challenges. How we're going to adapt to the use of AI. Maybe we're going to talk later on this about this. Sorry. But all of this, how to overcome these challenges, but let us be involved with all of these reflection. Not now when we have the problem, we're trying to see what's the solution. Let us be involved from the beginning, and then we can try to find the solution together. So yeah, this is my perspective. I don't know, maybe Karim, do you have another point of view on that?
Again, I fully agree, but let me claw back to the missing part of science when it comes to decision. What I really mean with it, that when it comes to education, I will not go now into the difference between learning and education. This needs a session per se. But when it comes to cognitive science, the advances in cognitive science today, and now you can, with very basic platforms, you can really measure if the students are learning or not from a different technology. So you can deploy an app today or a learning platform, and you can really measure and assess how much knowledge you are transferring to the brains of these students, even on a pilot examples. And now this is completely missing. So this is only in universities today. This is still an advances in cognitive science. But where is this? Where is this when it comes to develop new technology or deploying new technology or giving feedback for a new technology? So the contribution of the science element is missing in the design part, in the deployment part, or in the assessment part. Yeah. So now, again, to the very first comment, it's driven by the tech, vendors or educational institutions. They think that this is a nice technology or an innovation tool that brings more to the education outcome. Is there any feedback, actual assessed quantitative feedback on this? This is completely missing. Just back to deciding whether we want to deploy this or not. And I will rest my case here, not to consume more time. Yeah.
It's actually very interesting because we can see from each country has different experiences, different methods, but all we can also see that there are barriers, and then there are some things missing. For example, Karim mentions about the science element, and Leah also mentions about how it's not still seamlessly integrated into the educational system. And but we can also see that real educational transformations, as we are now entering the very, very first phase of it with the coming of AI, everything in the education realm. And we can see that the real transformation comes oftentimes from collaborations across sectors, because we cannot do it alone. We have to, stand together as one, the tech industry, policymakers, education institutional, and of course, community. In your experiences, what are the common barriers, and what makes such collaborations from multi-sectors could actually work?
No, I think my experience in working with different parties is that everybody has got their view of the world. And it's so hard for them to sort of get out of that, what I call funnel, if you will. So when I go talk to universities and I say to them, hey, listen, guys, I got another way of thinking about this. They're like, well, no, we do it traditionally this way. And so if you can't do it this way, it doesn't really work for us, right? And recently, I actually had an interesting session with a bunch of therapists. We were talking about, how do we apply sort of new ideas about education into or a way to think about things differently. And they said, well, we love the way you're thinking about it, but that's not how clinicians think about it. And so for me, it's always from that funnel that we take a perspective from, and it's hard to cross over. And so, I encourage participants to think about getting people who are able to sort of go on both sides. And the other thing I've been thinking a lot about, whether it's valid or not, I'm not really sure, but they're the left brains and the right brain people. And one are really great at feeling and being able to sort of like feel for what the students are going through in terms of challenges. And then you've got the other brain people who are just about the technology and the logic and everything else, the process. And so I think we need to be able to sort of close the two and kind of, overlap them at some stage to come up with very reasonable collaboration. I mean, that's my opinion anyways.
I agree with Philip also. So you mentioned the resistance to change, right? So we're facing that a lot in all sectors, not only in education, but since we're talking about education now. And also I worked with a friend of mine, he's a psychologist, and we're working together on how to deal with this resistance to change in companies or in the education sector also. So how can we do it? What are the processes to do that? What are the techniques to be able to make them want to adopt these new technologies, wants to, and be also, if you want, sure that this technology will help them and not only an accessory, but really would help them. And it's a tool for them to be more efficient and more effective, right? So we face a lot of changes and resistance nowadays. I'll just give you an example. Also, I worked at some point in the medical sector. Actually, it was my PhD thesis. I was dealing with doctors, and doctors are the first resistant to change. This is just to give you an example. And to be honest, in education, I don't find it that far from that. And a lot of, if you want, it depends on the generation also. This is 100% of the educators from one side, like who wants to adopt these new technologies, and the mentality, and also the culture. Because culturally, every culture and every society has different ways of dealing with technology. Maybe the educators are ready, but maybe the students are not. We have this. Maybe they are not they don't have the tools, the means, or even, if you want, the background to adopt easily this technology. We're facing this also from the students' perspective. So it's important from like the academic perspective to help them adopt the students, and the educators. So it's like the entirety. So if we're talking about universities or schools, to help from one side the educators and from the other side also the students to be able to do that, how to use these technology. Because some also, if you can see, students are afraid to say that, okay, I don't know how to use it, or because they will feel that, okay, maybe no, I should know how to use it, So we're facing a lot of these, if you want, issues nowadays and barriers to this adoption. So I think, it's one of the barriers.
So it's difficult to top these two answers now. So I will try to get it from maybe a new angle and I will borrow the vocabulary of Philip and Leah here, that if you have this bunch of the right and the good people, and you want to introduce collaboration and face the resistance, which is natural by human, to make this collaborative spirit from a business perspective, because I think we face this more, day to day in business. I think Philip and Leah will echo this, that you need either to have a well-defined and agreed problem statement or a unified outcome that we all are aspiring to. And when it comes to this interdisciplinary teams, usually you have part of this and part of this, but not both. So there is no well-defined problem statement. We are not all trying to solve the same or to solve.
I think you hit it right on the head, Kareem. I mean, when you don't have the expertise, like myself, I'm looking for somebody on the technology side to work with me, because we're talking about AI, and then how that's going to affect jobs, for instance, for kids in the future. Now, I'm very comfortable talking about the latter part, but the first part, I'm just not. And then so trying to find somebody who's willing to work with you and say, let me step over a bit, but respect that you'll focus on that part, and vice versa. It's such a hard exercise to get done, actually.
Yeah, also I agree with Kareem and Philip regarding that, because same thing for me. Like I give you the example of the psychologist, my friend who's a psychologist, who I'm working with him to know how can we face this resistance to change, and how can we also work on the change management part. So yeah, it's like the interdisciplinary concept that we need to really focus on that even more in education and in academia, I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we can see that a lot of resistance happening across sectors, and we need to find the root cause of this. Because apparently, not from the industry, like for example, the the big tech companies, for example, but also from the institutions. Then, and the most interesting thing, the resistance is also found within the students and also the educators. This is also interesting because educators and students, they might have hesitations. I can speak from the experience I have also in Indonesia, because we are the archipelago. So there are different infrastructure within each island, and we can see that we can actually see this case coming to surface when it comes to COVID-19 2 or 3 years ago, because it highlighted all the gaps that we have. And I still remember one of the students got interviewed on TV, and they need to climb a tree just to get a signal to submit their homeworks. And well, on the other part, we can also see that a lot of students have it in a relatively easier manner than those kids who lives remotely on the remote island, for example. And this also brings us to another barriers or another challenges on how to balance the innovation and inclusion. Because as we push for innovation in education, like for example, we push every students to learn more and familiarize themselves with AI, for example. But on the other hand, we also have students that lives in the underdeserved communities, for example. How can we ensure that progress doesn't unintentionally widen the existing inequalities, especially for those who lived in the underdeserved communities, and that access goes beyond just connectivity and devices to include cultural relevance? Because Leah also mentions about cultural hesitations, right, and resistance, and how to make it contextually fit and meaningful learning outcomes.
Sure. I mean, it's interesting. I was just dropping my daughter off today for one of her tutorial sessions, and we talked about this. And I said, listen, I'm doing this session, and we're talking about adopting technology to learning. And I said, what are your thoughts if I were to say to you, we have this app that's going to be very helpful? And she said to me, well, Dad, I got to find it interesting. And so from my perspective, coming from a country like Singapore, we got all the access. The problem is getting them interested. And then I said, well, yeah, what if we gamify it? Can we make it into a game? And she goes, well, but then I've got other games I like to play more. And so for me, I think, we go back to what Kareem earlier said about cognitive science, right? We got to understand how the brain works and what makes kids interested to learn. And the other thing I'm working a lot on right now is the understanding of different levels of aptitude and also people's interests in a certain area of study. Because if you don't have those two things to start with, it's kind of hard to get kids started on doing anything, especially when you're delivering it via digital and there's nobody there to sort of push the kids. So that's just my initial thoughts about this.
From my perspective, also, we definitely need to take into account the co-creation, because co-creating, this is what will help diminish the inequalities. So co-creating and identifying the needs for every culture, for every society, for every, let's say, university, every school. So this would help us minimize this, because if we have one, let's say, one technology or one system that is like used or presented to everyone in the same way, maybe, like you mentioned, there will be differences. There will be like some cultures, some society that will adopt it, others no, because maybe they don't have the mean, they don't have the training, they don't have the access also. So co-creating and personalization, this what will minimize all of these gaps from my point of view.
That's interesting because the gaps is actually there, and it's quite wide, but we have to pay attention on how to closer the gap and to eventually erase it, make it go away. And yeah, this is something that needs to be discussed more. And Karim, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I think like the team has already mentioned, you have the problem of the axis and what we also in neuroscience call the cognitive axis. So it's not just the availability of the tool, but how you perceive the tool. Yeah, and we have seen this a lot in healthcare in well-established products, that you have different regions or communities, they all have the product, but the outcome that you get from this medical or imaging product is completely diversified, sometimes change from 0 to 100. And this is not just about, training is definitely one part, educating on how to use the tools is something, but how they are culturally and as a community perceived. And I think this takes us back to the very first comment on who decides. Do we have cultural leadership part of the deployment of these tools into, even in the design part, into the design and the deployment of these tools into these communities? Do we have, I'll give you a very simple example that we have seen a lot when it comes to user interface and software. For communities in Africa, they perceive red, green, and yellow completely different from the people in Germany, for example. Red means dangerous in Germany, it means something else in Africa. For nothing, but just it's a cultural perception, and so on and so on. So such minor details, I believe they are minor, but the impact of such details on how you are including people, the inclusion, and you are really enabling the access to the outcome is completely different. And if this is missing from the design part, the impact on the outcome is sometimes 10 times amplified.
Yeah, Karim, this is also very interesting aspect to be highlighted, because most of the time people will react negatively or will refuse to understand more about something new because they don't see it as a fit. They don't see it as familiar as the way they used to do their life or do things before. And this relates heavily within the cultural aspect, the cultural perceptions of it, which leads us to think that usually when it comes to implementing something, especially tools in education and technology, those things are usually designed to connect with people globally without the comprehensive aspect or understanding about the realities that happen locally within each countries. That is, really different. What works in Indonesia, for example, could be different in Singapore, like Karim mentioned, would be different in Germany and Africa and UAE, for example. How do we make sure global innovation respects and adapts to local educational needs and values? Because this is very, very, very wide world. We have our own reality, like we can get to meet people face to face, but we cannot deny that the digital life is also a part of our daily life now. We see people in social medias, in applications, that sort of thing. So what do you think about this, Karim?
Okay, so I think there are multi answers for this. It's very critical, and I think it's also very challenging. So, without echoing and repeating what we have already all discussed about the culture leadership, culture surveys, and sometimes you need something like, they call it neurocultural calibration. So it's not just you calibrate culture, but also, as we said, the cognitive axis and neural part. But I think when it comes to policymakers and government, and I think this would echo Philip as strategy leader as well, that you are missing the standardization here. So because aiming at a global, something that we call global, but it needs to be, I wouldn't say localized, but copied to different communities and culture, there should be a minimum accepted standard. We see this in every industry. We see this in healthcare, we see this in manufacturing, you see this everywhere. when it comes to the education in general and education technology, you are missing a minimum standard that can be accepted everywhere, or at least aimed and aspired everywhere. So I think the neuroculture part, the standardization part, might be a starting point into addressing this global versus local barrier.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Karim. And Philip, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a very specific example that we had when we were looking at the Chinese app, the language vocabulary app. We looked around the world, and there were tons of apps out there for Chinese language, no shortage, right? Then we asked ourselves, how is Singapore different, right? And we realized that Singapore, it's one of the very few countries that require a Chinese kid or Chinese, ethnic kid here in Singapore to actually take mother tongue, which is Mandarin, as part of the curriculum. Now, most other places, if they require you to do a language like that, it might be more voluntary. So kids generally are more driven to do those kind of courses. Whereas in Singapore, you're not asked, you're required to do it. So we had to approach it differently and kind of say, well, these apps actually don't work because it might work with general vocabulary. It might help with, sort of cognitively understanding what a word means. But in Singapore context, you've got to actually read and write and pass an exam. So we took whatever they had to do globally and kind of said, we got to adjust it, first of all, for the Singapore MOE curriculum. And then we had to sit down and say, well, now it's a requirement, not option. And you got to pass an exam. So I would say that there's a lot of localization to what's required. And so that's how I think about these things. You take what's global applicably, and then you kind of like drive it down to what's needed in your local community.
Very interesting. Go ahead, Leah.
Yeah, to like add on that also, I'll give an example about the CRM and ERP systems. So when we want to adopt a new CRM system or a new ERP system, the first thing that we look at is the systems that are present and see how we can adopt it to our own companies, our own needs. So basically, it's the same thing. When we have a new technology or new platform that we want to adopt or to our university or school. So basically, we're gonna see what's out there and see how we can adopt it. So basically, it's a standardized process at the beginning, but how to personalize it and shape it for this specific community. So in the case of the CRM and ERP systems, so that's why nowadays we have a modular systems, or platform modulars. So basically you choose what you want, right? Based on what you need. So you choose first, you have the right to choose. It's all out there for everyone, but you choose based on your needs and the features, the modules that you want, and so on. So basically, I think having these kind of technologies that are adaptable from one side, like one size fits all, but in the same time, you can take what you need and personalize it for your own needs. So I think both, and this way we can really have the needs of all of the communities out there, and they have the right to choose what they need from another side. So yeah.
And that's the beauty of IT, or in this case, technology, to be able to leverage it out and customize very quickly and hopefully relatively cheaply.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because we see making a tailored approach or tailored, let's say, policy or features when it comes to technology is not as hard as if we do it like 10 or 15 years ago, where everything we sort of do that manually. But with technology, we get actually a lot of help in terms of efficiency, in terms of how to do it in a more detailed manner, because we can see every little aspects because we have the data, right? The data is actually something that is very valuable when it comes to integrations of education and technology. And speaking about data, whether it's data use, we have also AI, the use of AI that's currently almost, I'm not saying it's on the peak yet, but it keeps on rising. The amount of students, the teachers that's using AI on their day-to-day teaching classrooms and everything, and also automations in classrooms that's happening globally. Ethical concerns are also growing with this part. We saw a lot of false informations, for example, and that leads to false knowledge. And yeah, then it's not a small amounts, it's actually everywhere. How do we move from abstract ethical principles that's, sometimes we tend to understand the situation when we see something, a post about, let's say, people who beat up their pets, but also we can see it from another post that this is not the right thing to do. We need to pay attention more to, for example, how do local governments regulate their policy when it comes to this aspect. But it's some sort of abstract. We have double standards because of these things. How do we move from those abstract principles to concrete safeguards in education and technology design, and also the implementation of it?
I think, coming from a private sector, I'm a believer that incentives drive behavior. So if you don't put the right incentive in place, you're going to have all kinds of problems, right? When you have a private sector entity, coming in with a new program and their objective is to maximize profit, their view of the world is going to be very different. It's going to be incentivized by, well, can I sell my data off? Can I, use it in other forms to generate more revenue for the company? It's a complicated one, but I think, as policymakers, we have to be very careful about incentivizing correctly whatever technology we want to use.
Yeah. Leah, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I want to add regarding the data and specifically. So if you think about it, so all the regulations that now exist, the GDPR and others that are really specific for each country, these regulations don't date from a long time ago. So let's talk specifically about the GDPR. So it's the European Regulation for Data Protection. It was introduced in 2018, which is not that long time ago. So why am I mentioning this? Because if you think about it, 2018, so again, it's not a long time ago, and now it's evolving. So basically, we start protecting data a couple of years back, and now more and more we're pushing for these data protection. How many scandals we're hearing about data protection nowadays? Every week we hear something new. And because technology and AI is evolving on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, actually, these also data protection regulations are evolving. From the academic perspective, we also have critical data, right? So, and governments have the role of protecting these data and keep up with the change. Where are we going? I guess no one knows because every day is different. From our perspective, educators' perspective, we really need to make sure that we're introducing the ethical perspective to our students also. So just to give you an example regarding that, of course, we know that students nowadays are using a lot AI, specifically ChatGPT, for example, right? So they are using it for exams, for their assignments, and all of this. From our perspective, it's a huge topic on how to deal with this issue. Like all the universities, all schools are facing the same issue. How can we deal with this? How can we make sure that the students are using it in the right way, right? But are they doing that? Are they listening to us? But if you think about it, I tell my students, okay, you know that ChatGPT is based on an open source. So basically, some of the data can be wrong. Some of the references even can be wrong, right? So we see that references are, if we check it sometimes, some references, if we really verify, these are wrong references that doesn't even exist. So we're trying to push students to, if you're going to use it, let's say, tell us that you used it. Why did you use it? From what perspective did you use it, right? And from our side, educators' side and academic side, we're trying as much as possible to be, if you want to make our assignment, exams, and all of these tests to be as reflective as possible, to make them even have their own input in what they are doing, right? So I think it's a really interesting question. And we're trying to dig in deeper into that. So the academic, if you want, bodies all over like the world are trying to see, okay, what can we do? Governments are trying to do that, but also as educators, we can start from our side in our classrooms to have step-by-step, if you want, process to make sure we're creating this awareness.
Yeah, it might be seen as a little step, but it is actually something very valuable because we are practicing ethics when it comes to regulate the right and the wrong when in the sea of tons of informations that's available online, for example. And yeah, Karim, what do you think? What are you saying on this?
No, I mean, definitely, I agree with both here. And I think what Leah mentioned, which is they call it the bias when it comes to results of certain technologies like LLM models, but actually there's a deeper concern when it comes to AI tools, which is the cognitive bias in the training. Yeah, because this is completely not audited. Yeah, so, and I'm not talking about specific tool today, but in general, any AI model just generated on a bunch of data, not the results part, but the generation of the model. There is no audit whatsoever on which data has been used to generate this model extra. Yeah, so I think we need to go 2 steps back, that ethics and sociology, and let me highlight sociology here. It needs to be an integral, not complementary, integral and mandatory part when it comes to the design of any educational tools. We are talking about our kids and the future generations. We need to be at least sure that these are neutral, there is no cognitive bias in this. So this first part. The second part, which Leah and Philip already mentioned, the results part. Yeah, if there is a bias in the results part, who is auditing this? Yeah, there is no standard, there is no measurement. And what we all learned in business, if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. End of story. Yeah, so if there is no audit or real clear safeguards and policies, yeah, that within the education we need to stay within these limits and delimiters, you will always have this ethics question as an open one without even a minimum accepted level of ethics introduced in this. Yeah, and this it's not just one cycle from design to product or from design to deployment. This needs to be a very continuous process, like we are doing today in healthcare and other industries. Yeah, I mean, there is always an audit on who is delivering what to whom. Why this is not part of the education technology specifically. So if these 3 arms, I think, so the early intervention of ethics and sociology, avoiding the cognitive bias when it comes to the generation of the technology, and the continuous audit and assessment.
This is actually very interesting points, Karim, because we're still in the early stage of integrating these whole systems. So it's not too late to, just to approach new everything in the new ways. And I've been told that we only have several minutes left. So to wrap this discussion, which is a very interesting one, the title is The Future is Here, Who Gets to Decide What's Next? It's the big questions that, that sums the discussions. But by the end of the sessions, I think we can agree that we still have the chance to, gets to decide what's next. Because by treating the integrations of technology and education as how we learn to live to do our everything in our own life before. For example, we can learn how to socialize from scratch. We can learn how to think within the digital realm when it comes to education. And it includes how to shape the mindsets of the students, the teachers, the educators, the policymakers. We can learn also how to walk the talk when it comes to integrating these 2 sectors. And one of the most important thing as well is we can learn how to absorb information that's available, online. And together we can do it, across sectors. We can do it together, the educators, students, communities, policymakers, to break down the barriers that's happening, that's raising. And it's a long work, but it's not impossible. So yeah, I think your expertise, Philip, Karim, Leah, opens our eyes on how to, be more mindful when it comes to treating these educations and technologies intersections everywhere. And hopefully your expertise, your experiences could also help all of our audiences here. And it's very, very interesting discussions, of fruitful ones, I must say. So thank you so much once again, Philip, Leah, and Karim for your time and your insights. And it's an honor for us to have you at the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025. I'm Farhaniza, and see you in the next year's Global Forum, everyone. Bye.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. My name is William Cuskin, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the EdHeroes 2025 panel, AI Literacy, the place for human learning in the world of artificial intelligence. I'm joined today by Teresa Nugent, who is Associate Teaching Professor at the University of Colorado Boulder, where she teaches Shakespeare, literary analysis, science fiction, and writing composition. Professor Nugent is currently teaching a new course called Writing in the Age of AI, which she'll be talking about today. I'm also joined by Professor David Glimp, full professor at the University of Colorado Boulder. Professor Glimp is the author of Increase and Multiply, Governing Cultural Reproduction in Early Modern England. He's the editor of After Critique, as well as The Arts of Calculation, Quantifying Thought in Early Modern Europe. And he has a new book, Security Dilemmas, Fiscal Policy and the Limits of Sovereignty in Renaissance English Literature. It's forthcoming from Cambridge University Press, and congratulations on that, David. Lastly, and related to what he's going to talk about today, Professor Glimp has an additional specialization in computational humanities, and he's co-PI on several major grants focused on incorporating humanities with data science education. So in this panel, Professor Nugent and Professor Glimp will present case studies from classes taught at the University of Colorado Boulder. We'll hear from both of them, and then we'll have some time for some open discussion afterwards. So to start us out, Professor Nugent, would you take the floor?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. As Professor Cuskin just mentioned, I recently began teaching a new course called Writing in the Age of AI. I began thinking about this class in the spring of 23, shortly after I read an article in the Chronicle of Higher Ed by a Columbia University freshman named Owen Kachizo Terry, who described how students were really using ChatGPT to write essays. And I'm a student, and you have no idea how much we're using ChatGPT. Terry explains how he prompted AI at each step in the writing process. And he shows, mainly, he wants to point out that AI detectors are not going to be able to identify this kind of usage of AI. But he also wants to send the message that generative AI has rendered the take-home essay useless as a tool for evaluating student learning. And he complains, we're not being forced to think anymore. He urges professors to develop new approaches to education in the AI world. I was dumbfounded by this call for educators to take away the writing as a tool for assessing student learning. This was our go-to assessment method, right? And I was also intrigued by his description of co-creating an essay with AI. Now, this is a writing skill our students will need to know. But Terry's piece also speaks to another desire, one that recent AI innovations have exposed anew, but it's an ancient quest that can be traced back through human history, the search for meaning. Why are we here? What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to think? What does it mean to be? These kinds of questions are at the heart of Terry's plea to be challenged to think. The phenomenon of generative AI amplifies many of these questions by juxtaposing human thinking with large learning models processing. How do AI bots think in some sense of this word? How is that similar or different from how humans think? What is sentience? These are precisely the kinds of questions the humanities help us to address. So I developed Writing in the Age of AI to help students hone practical skills while also exploring philosophical questions about technology and society. We test AI tools and identify what's gained and what's missing when we use them at specific stages of research, analysis, composition, and presentation. We discuss how AI works, its impact in diverse fields, and the ethical concerns it raises. We also read and watch a selection of fictional depictions of AI and its imagined ramifications. This mix of hands-on practice, real-world debate, and hypothetical projections provide significant food for critical thought as we explore the possibilities, risks, and questions that AI raises. Each student also conducts a research project on a specific topic under debate, often related to how AI is affecting their major field of study or their anticipated career path. And they write a position paper using evidence to support their stance, and they use AI tools to help them write this paper. As the students share their findings on specific topics, questions emerge about how to define human as distinct from machine. Where should lines be drawn or guardrails set? How and for what purposes? What might be the unintended consequences of specific actions or inactions? We also review the history of technological developments, starting with Socrates' warning about writing itself as a dangerous technology that would undermine how people understand themselves, how they communicate, how they define knowledge and wisdom. He was right. Writing had these effects. By looking at how previous technological innovations have altered societies, we begin to see ways that AI tools can change how we currently research, write, and think. And we debate which changes we find acceptable and which ones we don't. And we don't always agree. Many academics are grappling with the fact that AI can replicate human knowledge production exponentially faster than humans can. In a recent New Yorker article, D. Graham Burnett, a history professor at Princeton, describes his growing awareness that the world has shifted. He explains, staggering transformations are in full swing. And yet, on campus, we're in a bizarre interlude. Everyone seems intent on pretending that the most significant revolution in the world of thought in the past century isn't happening. He just wrote this last month. He suggests that soon academics will no longer spend years researching and writing monographs. Wow. Burnett emphasizes that despite the uncanny ability of AI chatbots to mimic human thinking, they are not sentient. It is our unique human qualities that we need to embrace as we work with AI generators. This is the purview of the humanities, he reminds us. One of his students perceptively compared the mind-boggling implications of AI to Kant's description of the sublime, specifically how it comes in two parts. First, you're dwarfed by something vast and incomprehensible. And then you realize your mind can grasp that vastness. AI is huge, a tsunami, but it's not me. It doesn't know what it is to be human, to be me. This insight leads Burnett to speculate that the great transformation that AI promises is not the singularity of machine consciousness. Rather, it's the return to the humanities, to the study of being human, not merely knowing information. It's Hamlet's famous question, to be or not to be, and also asking how to be and why. The underlying thread that I see connecting Terry, Burnett, and Socrates, along with many others, is that humans determine the value of whatever AI produces. I think this point is often overlooked, but it's worth serious consideration. If an AI bot draws upon centuries of human texts to present ideas in new ways, that realization only occurs through the eyes and the mind of a human viewer who can recognize and appreciate the implications of the new configuration. I'm suggesting a version of reader response theory for thinking about where meaning in AI-generated text comes from. It comes from the reader. Our task is to train the next generation of attentive readers to privilege the human capacity to create meaning and assign value to texts and images over AI's ability to identify patterns and reconfigure language and images at the speed of light. Shannon Valor, a technology ethicist and philosophy professor at the University of Edinburgh, describes generative AI as a Narcissian mirror that reflects our image back at us. The dangers, she warns, are that we anthropomorphize this image and mistake fragments from the past as portents of the future. I think one way to avoid becoming entrapped in AI's illusion of sentience is to be clear that only humans bestow meaning on what AI generates, not the other way around. Numerous fields, medicine, law, psychology, banking, defense, are currently grappling with how to incorporate AI systems responsibly so that reliance on AI does not become harmful over-reliance and blind acceptance. Human values need to guide the design of AI and the type of data that we feed into it. AI literacy is an essential skill, which both educators and students need. But in response to AI, we also need to reevaluate what it means to be human, why that matters, and how human relations form the vital tissue that constitutes a life worth living. Students of the humanities learn how to imagine other people's diverse needs, desires, and viewpoints. They cultivate empathy and compassion, which inform how we shape the human values that will ground and guide us on the AI journey ahead. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. That was wonderful. The notion that we reevaluate Hamlet's question, to be or not to be at this moment, Teresa, incredibly powerful. I want to put those thoughts on hold because I want to hear what David Glimp has to say, and then we'll come back and we'll bring everything back together. So thank you, Teresa. That was great. David, let me turn to you and give you the floor.
Well, thank you, William, and thank you for that introduction earlier, and thank you, Teresa, for that talk. I wholly endorse the account of the humanities that Teresa's offering, and in fact, I want to take Teresa's some points that Teresa made as both an inspiration and a point of departure for what follows. And what the presentation I want to give is really a sort of participating in this defense of the humanities, from a slightly different institutional perspective. And specifically, I wanted to build on Teresa's student-centered focus on educating students about how best to use AI in this moment of dramatic technological transformation. So a student-centered focus shifts the emphasis from policing academic integrity, and again here this is just sort of building on Teresa's emphasis. We shift from policing and preservation of our old proxies and how we've always done what we've done, to the question of how we might best prepare students for uncertain and unstable futures that are being dramatically re-engineered in real time. My thesis here is that competencies and ways of knowing the world central to humanities disciplines are powerful resources for equipping students for these futures. That is, although AI seems to be begging the question, will the humanities survive artificial intelligence, to reference again, as did Teresa, Graham Burnett's fine piece in The New Yorker, I think another equally urgent way of thinking about our contemporary moment is to approach it as an opportunity to reimagine the role of liberal arts education in the contemporary university. The humanities cultivate skills and perspectives values, and ways of knowing that are vital for preparing students for the world-transforming effects of artificial intelligence. So my perspective on the question of humanities and AI literacy, which I will address in a moment, draws heavily on my experience teaching 2 experimental courses over the last few years, both of which have provided a platform for helping students engage with generative AI, both conceptually and practically. The first class is entitled here, this is the CU Boulder nomenclature, but AHUM 1825, Interdisciplinary Data Science for All, which is a no prerequisite introduction to data science, incorporating perspectives and competencies central to the humanities and arts. The course was designed by an interdisciplinary team with members from faculty across the university, so folks from the humanities disciplines, English, history, the program for writing and rhetoric, but also STEM disciplines, applied math, ecology and evolutionary biology, geology, in addition, its development initial iterations were supported by funding from the NSF. The other class of relevance to the ideas I'm advancing here is, again, in CU Boulder's categorization, English 4106, Literary Study with Data Science. This course introduces students to computational approaches to text analysis, drawing on natural language processing, network analysis, and several basic machine learning techniques, such as word vector models and topic modeling, among other computational approaches. And the class puts these methods in dialogue with more traditional modes of literary analysis, like close reading or genre studies, literary history, and such. Both courses are highly interdisciplinary, and given their status as more or less experimental classes, they have therefore provided venues for exploring ways to incorporate AI into the classroom, ranging, for example, from engaging some of the significant scholarship on the social and economic and environmental impacts on AI, reading literary representations of artificial intelligence, reflecting on the epistemological and performative aspects of statistical modeling as a practice, from those kinds of topics to testing generative AI tools in a hands-on way, examining their affordances and their limitations, their abilities to reduce barriers to learning to code, and their capacities to help students define and design focused research projects. Teaching these courses, both of which put the humanities in dialogue with STEM disciplines and approaches and methods and ways of knowing, has brought into greater relief my own, and hopefully my students', understanding of the competencies and perspectives that define and distinguish humanist inquiry. So, in very general terms, students majoring in the humanities learn to think about language and the performative shaping power of representation. They learn to understand how narratives work and how they help make the world intelligible, or how they can be used to distort our understanding of the world, and sometimes both at the same time. Students learn how to make sense of ambiguous and complex realities without reducing that complexity and ambiguity, absolutely. They learn to craft and evaluate clear and persuasive arguments. They learn to grasp the importance of complexity of history and cultural difference and their impact, ongoing impact on our world. They learn to reflect critically about evidence, what counts as evidence, and how the tools we have for accessing reality ground our knowledge about the world. They learn to appreciate the perspectival and provisional nature of knowledge claims. And finally, there's many more, I'm sure, but just for our purposes here, finally, they learn to recognize the simultaneous power and fragility of the imagination as a resource for world making. So the key point I'm advancing here is that these core humanities competencies intersect powerfully with recent definitions of AI literacy. This alignment underscores the value of the humanities in a moment in which institutions of higher education are striving frantically to adapt to the disruptive and transformative impact of generative AI technologies. So a quick caveat here is that AI literacy is an open concept with multiple definitions, the focus of active research agendas across several academic disciplines, a subject of interest to a range of education-centered nonprofits and foundations, non-governmental organizations, and industry groups. AI literacy is also an ongoing topic of a significant number of bloggers, journalists, and experts from a variety of fields designing frameworks to guide how we should teach AI in primary and secondary schools, in colleges and universities, and in adult and professional educational environments. So a survey of a broad swath of recent literature on the subject indicates the rich variety of frameworks being developed in this movement, each with their own aims and emphases. This variety and divergence notwithstanding, I found that across the literature survey that there was something of an emerging consensus definition, or at least a set of key components that emerge frequently across several of these studies and review articles. And according to this consensus, most clearly articulated by DTK Ng and his research group, and I'll just give the title here. The title of that article is Conceptualizing AI Literacy and Exploratory Review, which appeared in Computers in Education, Artificial Intelligence in 2021, but has been influential in a sort of number of studies. This is only one of the articles that I studied. The UNESCO AI competency framework for students is sort of widely considered as well. There's a number of different studies. The Digital Education Council has a statement. Anyway, a number of a large number of essays. I'm picking these out just for sort of culling these out, but there's the literature review is relatively extensive. In any case, the consensus that's emerging is that AI education should address the following four emphases. The first emphasis, understanding AI, what it is, how it's made, how it's being deployed. Second emphasis, using and assessing AI, learning how to prompt AI, which tools to use, when, evaluating their efficacy and impact, in what contexts. Third emphasis, creating with AI in responsible and appropriate ways, learning how to make things with AI across many different disciplines in ways attuned not only to their efficiency and effectiveness, but also to their impact. And finally, ethical reflection on AI tools and uses, understanding it, applying it, creating with it, and ethically reflecting about it. So again, each of the literacy frameworks that you'll come across will provide different emphases across these, but this is a kind of an emerging consensus. And one scholar, Al-Matrafi and others et al., sort of found that 91% of the AI frameworks in he surveyed a significant number for his review essay, sort of said that included some kind of ethical AI component. So this seems to be recognized as a sort of highly significant aspect of AI literacy. So the humanities, competencies, and skills outlined above intersect with these core aspects of AI literacy in several ways. And here we'll just spell out just a few. The first objective, understanding AI, might seem more technical and beyond the purview of humanist disciplines. And to be sure, that is largely true. But especially in the context of works like Kate Crawford's brilliant Atlas of AI, understanding what AI is, how it is made, and what it can and cannot do requires a deeply interdisciplinary awareness of history, culture, representation, economics, and many other perspectives, humanist and not. Speaking from a literary perspective, large language models operate on many assumptions about language, about representation, and about how meaning is made. And humanists know a lot about language and about representation and about how meaning is made. The humanities' attention to language and representation highlights the complexities of meaning and textual creativity across many historical and cultural contexts frequently erased or elided or marginalized during the process of training large language models. As such, what we teach our students in humanities can help augment their understanding of the distinctiveness and limits of tools built on statistical regularity. The second objective, teaching students to use and assess AI, likewise seems primarily technical in nature, but effective prompting requires the ability to think clearly about complex realities, to communicate effectively and clearly, to read rigorously and assess the quality of the writing generated by AI chatbots. Gauging the usefulness of AI tools and learning to use them effectively requires an ability to assess the prose they generate, testing the quality and veracity of the claims they make, the perspectives they privilege and those they elide, and critically distinguishing what is useful and what is not. These skills, which again are central to humanistic pedagogy, are crucial elements for transforming these exotic mind-like entities, to quote the philosopher Murray Shanahan, into a resource capable of elevating and expanding students' capacities for thought and action. The humanities and arts are ripe for opportunities for creating with AI, the emphasis of the third component of AI literacy noted here. But the emphasis on creating with AI requires not only technical skills, but also capacities for logical analysis, as well as cognitive resources for historical reflection and cultural awareness. Designing and implementing AI requires a considerable amount of technical know-how, to be sure, at least for the moment. But doing so responsibly requires a deep awareness of the complex realities of both the organization or institution with which the AI tools will operate and the world outside these organizations. Students will need to be equipped with a historical and cultural awareness to anticipate and address, as part of the creative process, the potential impacts of AI in the world. Humanists cultivate precisely such forms of historical and cultural awareness, vital for the kinds of engaged skepticism responsible AI requires. Which leads to my fourth point. The contributions that humanists can provide, the fourth listed objective, that is ethical reflection, might be most readily apparent. Ethical reflection pervades humanist inquiry and pedagogy. Here it bears remarking that ethical reflection takes many forms, and humanists are prepared to help students understand the variety of ways people across the world and throughout history have deliberated about who we should be, how we should act, about our obligations to others, about the aims and ends of individual and collective action in the world. Ethics is not a checklist. Helping these students navigate multiple ethical traditions, emphasizing individual virtues or utility or various forms of communal obligation, to name only a tiny few of a tiny number of the schools of ethical thought that have existed and are out there now, can provide robust resources for students as they prepare to encounter, use, and in some cases design AI tools both in and beyond the academy. In more general terms, and by way of conclusion, I would say that implicit in the effort to define and cultivate AI literacy is a desire to expand and direct human agency, to ground it in a clear normative and practical framework to help students and faculty navigate this volatile and uncertain moment of technological transformation. And that is an aim central to the humanities as well. Despite the widespread defunding and marginalization of the humanities at most campuses, at least in the United States, the humanities can play a key role in the work of equipping all students for the volatile and uncertain ahead of them. Thank you.
Wow, David, that was excellent. Really, really powerful. Your 4 points, understanding, using, creating, and reflecting, that you've drawn from the literature. Thank you for that. Tremendously useful. But really, I want to thank you for your phrase that the humanities recognize the simultaneous power and fragility of the imagination of world building. That's really wonderful. I think that connects so powerfully with what Teresa gave us about our situation as we are each Hamlet now, thinking about being in this new moment. So I want to start us off with a really direct and I think kind of bald question. You're both teachers of writing on a very fundamental level. Doesn't AI fundamentally undermine the project of teaching writing and critical thinking? And when you allow it in your classrooms, doesn't it simply cut the project of the humanities at its knees? I'd like to hear you both on this, because I think this is a essential question that teachers are wrestling with. And it goes to both of your papers, in that if you assign an essay and say, sure, work with AI, aren't we getting into a world where the student is just a pass-through for the AI generating a paper that either you're going to read, or after a while, maybe in 10 years, not read and submit to another AI, and that we'll be in a kind of circle of AIs talking to AIs about the idea of critical thinking. So I don't know who would like to address this first, but I would really love to hear you think about how if you believe that we are still teaching critical thinking in the world of AI.
Do you want to take a shot at that, Teresa?
Sure, I'll give this a start. I think it's a yes and no answer. I think there are times when we need to compel, if not persuade, students to do some writing that's just their own thinking, and the activity of getting their ideas worked through, that it's a process that's separate from the product that they're trying to create. And I think there are ways to inspire students to want to do that kind of writing when you give them the opportunity to really express their own opinions and thoughts and their experiences. So the questions that we're asking can help motivate the students to engage in that level of critical thinking that comes through writing. But at the same time, these very compelling and alluring tools are at their fingertips. And if we try to ignore that they are there, I remember, a few decades ago, people trying to say, oh, just ignore that internet thing and do your research in the library. That didn't work out very well. And so I think right now it's the shiny object that the students want to play with. So we actually can really take advantage of that curiosity and that the sort of illicit allure of AI by giving them the opportunity to play with these tools and guiding them through the process of critically reflecting on what they offer as part of that process. And I think like one of the things that I read recently discussed how in the near future, probably more and more of just day-to-day practical writing will be done through AI, and that the type of writing that we in the humanities and liberal arts want to help our students develop as a learning tool is going to be a very specific kind of writing. And maybe that will become more develop a higher status amongst people because it's more their own thing that they are creating.
Excellent. Yeah, I think Teresa is absolutely right. And I think, I would have the dystopian, vision that you present, William, is not at all improbable. I think it's a risk. And personally, if I had been involved in the conversation, I would have suggested if you're going to build these AI tools, they should be gated off, like in a CDC, facility or something, until we sort of fully understand the risks and the benefits. But that's not the world we're inhabiting now, and students have access to these. And so, if we just try to prohibit, we're not going to be able to. And so, I think we actually, in a way that Teresa is modeling with her, writing in the Age of AI class, it's like we have to lean into it. I would just sort of say, I think, building on one of Teresa's point, I think we have to appeal to students' self-interest. That is, really engage them in things that their interest and perspective that they're interested in, and also, I I've taken to pointing out to the students who are fully aware of the risks of brain rot. I think that's kind of a very polemical way to put it, but I think the research is sort of coming out that sort of demonstrates that if you just offload your thinking to AI, you're not going to think. You're not thinking. And nor are you going to learn how to think critically. So I think, that is, somebody's paying a lot of money. People are going into a lot of debt to get a college education, and that's actually against your self-interest to offload the work and the friction and the challenge that goes into sort of actually getting something out of your education, but also, appealing to self-interest in terms of preparing them for the workforce, for the life, civic involvement, in the future, this world in which these tools are, for better or worse, whether we like it or not, going to reshape that future. I think it takes a lot of scaffolding of the kind that Teresa's talk, and I also talked about, and I also think about that just very quickly, like, I think we have a moment here to actually enlist students in the project of evaluating these tools. Unless you're over in, computer science or info science or, sort of a place like that where you're actually designing and building these things, and, even the most advanced, computer scientist or, AI expert doesn't really understand, what the neuron in the transformer architecture, what one neuron is actually doing, so like these systems are largely opaque, but we are at a moment where kind of all learning, we're all sort of dealing with the unfolding impact again in real time. And so, one thing I did with my my literary study with data science classes, I actually just said at the beginning of the semester, I'm not going to make anybody do anything they don't want to do, but I would like to actually turn this class into a laboratory. And what we're going to do is we're going to explore what these tools, we're going to sort of use them for everything we can and feasibly, and we're going to explore what they can do and what they're good at. So I brought into class one day a reading. I built this class around a number of science fiction texts and then large science fiction corpora. And, I had the AI do a reading for the text of the day. And the students actually really dove into like, well, okay, this is wild, but it missed this and it missed this and it assumed that. And it was like kind of hyping up and it was telling you what you wanted to hear. Like that was actually it was probably one of the deeper sort of engagements with the literary text by virtue of bringing AI into the classroom. We sort of looked at the affordances, things like character recognition or named entity recognition are actually very difficult computational processes. They are imperfect, especially in literary text. And AI actually had some strengths. So we were able to use it to incorporate it into our workflows. AI can actually help out with building dictionaries for sort of dictionary-based analysis, which is like, if you think about sentiment analysis as a common machine learning task or computational task. And finally, using tools like Elicit or Perplexity for beginning the process of research. So anyway, I just think that was actually, that class was actually really, I think, elevated by virtue of turning it into a laboratory, and helping us sort of really enlisting the students in the project of thinking critically about what these tools are good at, what their limits are, what we can do with them, what we should be wary of.
Excellent, excellent. So I'm hearing from both of you this notion, we're at this moment of transition. There's no question that it intersects with literally how we define writing and how writing will emerge in the future. And you're both students of the English Renaissance, the great impact of printing and the development of an English canon. So no doubt that's thinking that we are influencing your thinking that we're at a moment of change. You both also are talking about how students are actively evaluating AI. And I wonder, we only have about 5 more minutes left to our talk, but I wonder if you would each give a really concrete example, maybe the best AI mode of teaching that you've done that someone watching our talk might utilize and begin to experiment in their own classroom. Teresa, if you would go first, I'll just
Sure. First, I think I'd like to mention that the student response to testing and playing with these AI tools is quite varied. And there are some students who finish the semester and decide, I don't want to use these tools. And they have a lot of different reasons behind those decisions. But then there are other examples that I've experienced with teaching. I teach in class, in-person classes, and I teach a lot of asynchronous online courses. And one of the benefits of providing AI chat scenarios for students is that they can take the conversation that was the collective conversation of the course, and they can take it in whatever direction they're interested in. So for an example, when I was teaching Shakespeare, and it was early in the AI phenomenon of generative AI, my students were all writing reflections about Othello. And they were, some of them they had to have a conversation with the chatbot, and they were asking about things like domestic violence and racism and social reputation was one of the conversations. And these conversations went in different directions depending on the students' interests, which I loved because they were being prompted to keep thinking more deeply about the topics that they were selecting to continue those conversations. One of the students had a long conversation about reputation, and Iago's two different versions of reputation that he describes in that play. To one character, he says, oh, it's everything. You can't let anything hurt your reputation. And to another character, he says, oh, reputation is nonsense, and don't get bogged down in that. And he's manipulating people through the whole play. And so she connected that to a Taylor Swift song about reputation, and a whole album on reputation and social media, and the way that the current world and current students feel so enmeshed and manipulated in this terrain. And it was brilliant. And it was not something that I would have brought up in a conversation in class. It wasn't a connection I would have made. But she was able to develop this further. It turned into her creative project for the semester. It was that's an example of the way that these AI conversations allow students to really customize the learning, and then we come back together and they share their discoveries with each other, and it enriches everyone's experience. So it's the human element and the AI conversation in tandem that I think is the most fruitful.
Absolutely great. The notion of assigning an AI conversation. David, we're almost out of time. Do you want to give a quick thought about an assignment?
Yeah, I actually my last answer sort of went over a number of them, and I actually, I've used versions of what Teresa is describing to good effect as well. But I'll just very quickly give a plug for our colleague Casey Fiesler, who's in the Department of Information Science at CU Boulder, and is like a TikTok influencer as well. So really leaning into social media and using social media to reach out to students. But this isn't necessarily an AI assignment, but we've used it as such in our AHUM 1825 class, and that is, she's developed what's known as the Black Mirror Writers Room. And basically, you invite students to imagine that they are writers for Black Mirror. We watch a Black Mirror episode, just make sure everybody understands that it's kind of this, sometimes dystopian, sometimes utopian takes on technology and its impact on our lives. But they actually design a science fiction story. They use science fiction as a speculative design exercise to think about the kinds of futures that might unfold through algorithmic technologies or through AI. And the students, have responded very well. They really dive into it, and it's short, it's manageable. You can sort of Google at it, so you can find it very easily. But I think it's been a very powerful and thoughtful exercise that leans into fiction and the powers of storytelling to help us think about our present moment.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, that's all time we have, but I want to thank you, Teresa and David. Excellent papers, really fascinating work you're doing. And I want to thank EdHeroes overall for bringing us together and for creating this venue for a discussion of how technology is working in teaching at this critical moment. Thank you. Thank you both again.
Here is the thing. Over 1.3 million teachers in Indonesia are non-permanent. Many of them, especially in remote areas, earn below minimum wage and are expected to teach multiple subjects without proper support. As young generations, what can we do? We can start by changing how we see educations. Not just about grades or textbooks, but about connections, care, and consistency. That's what we do in Berbagi Kehangatan, sharing times, tools, and simple learning spaces for children and teachers in undeserved communities. Because sometimes just showing up, to play, to teach, to listen is already a powerful act of change. One voice can lead to real impact. So tell me, what is your one change?
Hello everyone, welcome to the session titled Reimagining Education at the Crossroad of Technology, Ethics and Culture. We are welcoming you in our session. In this session, we will try to explore that how educational systems can be ethically reimagined by integrating emerging technologies in a culturally grounded, inclusive and responsible manner. We have different experts from various fields ranging from law, psychology, education, media technology, who will share their visions and insights on how digital platforms and creative tools can be deployed to support equity, well-being, innovation in different kind of learning environments. Our first speaker will be Dr. Maria Khan. Dr. Maria Khan is a distinguished academician, policy expert, educational leader. She earned her PhD from Beijing Normal University, China, and previously contributed to the global initiative with different international organizations such as UNESCO. She was honored with Excellent International Student Award, and now she leads curriculum innovation teacher training at her university, University of Miyawali. Her research and editorial work focus on ethical educational reforms, educational technology, finances for educational technologies, and she has over 20 publications in reputable scientific journals. Our second speaker is Madam Maruf Mumtaz. Maruf Mumtaz is a practicing clinical psychologist and academic whose work focuses on student mental health, emotional resilience, and digital well-being. She leads the Department of Professional Psychology at the University of Rashid Latif Khan in Pakistan. She also leads the Student Counseling and Wellness Center, where she develops psychoeducational strategies tailored to the digital learning environments. Her advocacies highlights the psychological risk of EdTech and calls for a value-based approach to technology use in education. I am also speaking in this session as a speaker. I am a lawyer and I practice law in 4 different jurisdictions. I am also a pioneer of a number of initiatives, including a law firm, IMO Lawyers, a consultancy, IMO Innovation Consultant, and a research center, Central Asia Tech Law. My work is mainly related to AI ethics and governance. I am looking into cross-cultural dimensions of artificial intelligence and their societal impact broadly. So I would like to call upon our first speaker, Dr. Maria Khan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Amar, for introducing me. And it's an honor and privilege to join such a distinguished gathering of educators, change makers, and thought leaders today as a part of the EdHeroes initiative. I am here to share insights on a topic that is both timely and transformative, the ethical and responsible use of artificial intelligence in education. I would like to say the EdHeroes platform gives us a powerful space not only to explore new solutions, but to reaffirm our role as custodians of ethical and inclusive learning. So I look forward to engaging with you all on how we can co-create a future where AI empowers educators and learners without compromising the values that define us. As we embrace innovation in education, so it's critical that we do so with conscious ensuring that equity, transparency, and human dignity remain at the very heart of all technological progress. So we are actually entering the age of fusion between the physical and digital worlds, but with this integration comes huge responsibility to ensure that ethics, equity, human connection remain central in this hybrid future. So in this presentation, the flow of my discussion would be covering some background regarding the computers to metaverse world we are entering in, and then AI use globally in higher education institutions. Then I would be discussing core values and challenges which we are facing. And then I would be coming towards the international policy landscape that how their implications are having on the higher education institutions during collaborations. And in the end, in the conclusion, there would be some recommendations regarding the topic. So the primary objective of this presentation or is this talk is to explore how technologies actually basically artificial intelligence is ethically and equitably reconceptualizing the education systems around us, ensuring inclusive and impactful responsible learning environments. When we talk about the very beginning, so in 1950, mathematician Alan Turing, in his landmark paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, in his landmark paper, Turing has actually posed a profound question: can machines think? And it not only founded the modern artificial intelligence, but also it established a benchmark from machine intelligence towards the more high-tech environment which we are now breathing in. So from 1950 up till now, we see that this vision is actually materializing. And this vision was not only just a vision, but it was also having a philosophy that he gave a thought food towards today's thinkers and policy makers, due to which we are now having the impact which is huge in our educational arena. As we move into the fusion of physical and digital realities, the metaverse market is projected to reach up to 13 trillion by the year 2023. So with US 54 billion already US dollars already being spent annually on the virtual goods as we look at it. So this reflects not just a technological evolution, but transformation in how we learn, interact, and construct meaning in both real and digital spaces. So when we look at the historical view to understand the ethical and transformative role of AI and the metaverse in education, we must first acknowledge the visionary minds who laid the foundation of computing itself. So as we witness this powerful merging, so it is important to pause and reflect, how did we get here? So to navigate the future responsibly, we must understand the path we have taken. And I have actually created all their works and their relevancy or alignment with the current time. That how their works actually align with the future in which we are right now. That when we see that Charles Babbage, who was the father of the computer, a visionary design thinking he established, and now it actually encourages us to design education systems for future. And Ada Lovelace, who was one of the first computer programmer, and she was a pioneer of ethical imagination, which connects us with the inclusive and ethical use of AI in education. So Alan Turing, who conceptualized algorithms, artificial intelligence, is the foundation for machine intelligence, rather. So the relevance of the algorithms and transparency in education, we can take the guidelines that how the black box can be avoided in creating a transparency in education. So Grace Hopper, who developed early programming, especially COBOL, and she also coined the word debugging. So who promoted computing for real world problem solving. So mirrors, we can get the guidelines how these tech should support authentic educational outcomes. So Steve Wozniak, who was the co-founder of Apple, he engineered the Apple first and second generation. So he among the first mass market and personal computers that democratized the precursor to today's edtech and virtual learning tools. So from his work, we can actually more democratized approach towards the educational arena, which can help us. So these pioneers didn't only actually just build machines, actually they imagined futures as well. So it's our responsibility to shape the next one ethically, especially as we step into the immersive AI-driven learning environments. So when we look at the current landscape, where the global AI in education market, which actually reached to $25.7 billion US dollars in 2023, which going to swell. So which signals just not the growth, but the transformation in how education systems operate. And if you look at the compound annual growth rate, which is rising, and if we see that that bar in 2029, it's going to rise to 30.28 billion. So it means that this shift is being powered by emerging technologies and large language models, adaptive learning systems, predictive analytics, and automated assessments, some which each reshaping how we teach, learn, and assess in real time. So I have actually combined some of the view that how we are now looking at it and what is happening around us in the current state, in globally rather. I have created themes in which AI in assessment and personalization, learning analytics, student services, immersive learning, and secure assessment. These themes, under these themes, actually these some of the cases which I have mentioned here, case studies, these universities are currently not only using the AI tools and AI systems, but they are getting more I must say, advantages out of it. Like Open University United Kingdom, actually the most focused area is automated essay feedback, which actually helping students receive timely personalized responses. And AI personalization, actually the MOOC tutoring in US San Diego University, actually it's tailoring the content to individual learner space and performance. So these actually all the examples show how AI is not only future concept, but it is already reshaping education in tangible, diverse, and impactful ways. So here are some of the challenges which are we are facing currently. So these actually challenges that block box complexity and the lack of transparency, which is actually currently operate in different ways, and this is not easy for even those experts who understand the language of the artificial intelligence. So those are really expert in that field. So this is not even easy for them to understand it. So the nature of black box must be makes it, difficult to explain or justify AI-generated decisions in education. So another challenge which we are facing is low technical literacy among stakeholders, where educators, students, even administrators often lack the digital skills which are really needed to use critique AI tools effectively. So this creates dependency and increases the risk of misuse. So digital divide and equity gap is another big challenge which we are facing, and is access to AI enhanced learning is unequal. We all, I think, know about this, that many institutions and students in underdeveloped areas or the less resourced areas risk being left behind. and deepening the educational inequalities. So there is another, the ethical and privacy concerns, which is, I think, currently is the huge concern for all the education, along with the other industries as well, that AI systems rely heavily on personal data. Without strong safeguards, students' privacy can be compromised, raising serious ethical and legal questions along with that. So another big challenge which we teachers, and whether they are higher education institution teachers or they are schools teachers, they are still facing the pedagogical misalignment. Especially in higher education, this misalignment is one of the issue which AI tools are deployed without aligning actually them with sound teaching practices, which can undermine the learning rather enhance it. So this is a big challenge for teachers. And another challenge which is associated with the previous challenge is that teacher preparedness and resistance, that which AI tools or which education technology or immersive technologies can be suitable for which kind of learning environments and what kind of topics which they are bringing to the students. And these teachers feel actually threatened or overwhelmed by AI, especially without proper training or inclusion in the decision-making processes. So resistance often stems from fear or replacement. So there is another, the policy and governance lag, which actually saturating all above mentioned challenges, because these regulations often lag behind technological innovation, and over dependence on global tech giants is also associated with it, that relying on foreign AI platforms raises concerns about data sovereignty, cultural reliance, relevance, and institutional autonomy. Now, I would say that these challenges actually call for reconceptualization of education, and that can be possible by using the human-centered approach, and which must be contextually rooted, ethically governed, and globally aware. This is very important for our institutions, higher education institutions specifically. And now coming towards the international policy landscape, that how this policy landscape is actually making implications for higher education institutions all around the world. So in response to the growing integration of AI in systems worldwide, UNESCO has taken a leading role in developing ethical and policy frameworks to guide member states, and their recommendations actually are rooted in the principles outlined in recommendation on the ethics of intelligence, artificial intelligence, and further elaborated in global roundtable discussions and reports. UNESCO actually emphasizes that the ethical deployment of AI in education must be human-centered. It must have the respect for the human rights, dignity, and fairness, and the promotion of the sustainability and the inclusiveness, which is really essential for to reduce not only existing inequalities, but also it stresses the importance of ensuring access for marginalized communities, because no one should be left behind. So addressing the digital divide and widening the logarithm bias. So here are some of the implications that how these recommendations can make some of the implications on the higher education institutions. So academic institutions are encouraged to embed these AI ethics in curriculum, research, and institutional policies, which encourages North and South collaboration, which are really needed in higher education, and capacity building as well, which supports the idea of inclusivity and emphasizing the access and representation from underrepresented, like South Asia and Africa specifically. So European Union actually Act 2023, which is the first act all over the world, which is risk-based regulatory framework. And this the EU Artificial Intelligence Act is actually based on the risk-based approach, which is categorizing AI systems into 4 risk levels, which is first risk level is unacceptable, and which risk actually ban, which especially for example, which social scoring by governments, and then The second category is the high risk, and then limited, and come towards the minimal risk. So this act actually is a comprehensive legal framework for AI. So it takes a risk-based and strictly regulating high risk AI systems like those used in education for grading admissions and student surveillance, even emphasizing it basically transparency and data protection, human oversight, and fundamental rights. The core focus of this EU Act is actually on ethics, rights, and fundamental rights and regulation. That the strong emphasis basically on the data governance and the human oversight, because this has implications on the different higher education institutions on their research as well. So because of which it's the EU approach is more actually applying towards avoiding the risk of actually getting into the more surveillance. So protection of the rights and the protection of the data is the more, I think, the approach of the EU, this AI Act. So the universities and research institutes actually working with the EU must comply with these risk frameworks. This is a must for the universities, and there is a collaborative research projects involving high-risk AI applications as well. We're encouraging the transparency and data protection for human and for human oversight and fundamental rights. And now coming towards the United States innovation-driven initiative, which they have taken in 2020, and they actually privatize the research, innovation, and AI leadership. It focuses on federal funding for research and development, and also they actually building talent pipelines and more focus on innovation and voluntary ethical standards through agencies like NIST. So education is addressed through AI literacy training and curriculum development. So the goals of this act is establishing a national AI research resource. They are supporting more AI literacy and workforce development, and they enhance actually more of the policy and public-private partnerships, which is very important for their actually growth. So they encourage the international collaboration in AI and research development. The implication of this act on the higher education arena they actually want to receive the more or saving more substantial funding and policy support for AI research. It is more research and development oriented act, so because of which they are creating more opportunities for international faculty exchange, joint research, more PhD programs with US institutions are increasing. So they actually more encouraging the STEM education reform and partnerships with countries to develop AI talent. So China is also not lagging behind to create some strategic straight deployment. So overall, their strategic straight investment, actually China is coming with the new generation AI development plan, which was from 2017 to 30. So it adopts a top-down straight-led approach, which the government actually invests heavily in AI integration across all sectors, including full-scale implementation in education, from virtual classrooms and from research and development to talent cultivation as well. So integration of AI in healthcare, education, military, and agriculture actually is the main basic strategic pillars where they are actually focusing on almost all the fields and regarding the development of AI industrial clusters and innovation zones they are creating. So from virtual classroom to national learning analytics a system they are creating, and their core focus is on national leadership infrastructure and centralized planning, which we can see in China's case. So there is a strong focus on AI-powered education platforms, which are adaptable and adapted to the learning technologies as well. And they actually raises the concerns over data privacy, surveillance, and ethics. I have actually created a comparative overview of all these acts which are actually having the aspect and their approach, which is in European Union case is regulatory and rights-based, whereas the United States approach is more innovative driven and research and development focused. Whereas if we see towards the China's approach, it's strategic state-directed investment. So the ethical and governance when come towards this aspect, we see towards the EU, the more legally binding and risk-based framework, whereas the US is actually more voluntary and guidelines agency-led ethics. So the China is actually using more centralized control with national ethics and codes, because they are focusing more on leading in artificial intelligence or in high tech. They want to lead the regions or the world in this arena. So they are more focused on integration in pedagogically and planning as well. So the role of the state in their policies, we see that EU is more regulator and US is more facilitator, whereas China's role is more controlling and a more risk under tight political control. So here I must see from the lens of my local way that the Higher Education Commission Pakistan is also emphasizing and also working on some ground for the higher education institutions in Pakistan, and it has a strategic initiative for leading the country's higher education. First of all, the Higher Education Institution Commission actually formed a committee to develop a policy framework for AI tools like ChatGPT in higher education, that how they can use it. So it is focusing more, including ethical use, academic integrity, and capacity building for faculty students, which by Dr. Ayaz Hussain from the Quaid-e-Azam University, and he led this initiative, and he supported the experts from academia and government. So this policy framework actually is currently serving in our higher education institutions. So now it's like the faculty development programs are introduced by the Higher Education Commissions, of which I was a part of it. And this actually program is basically Punjab Higher Education Commission also organized different kind of trainings, and along with that, they are awareing the faculty how in their general pedagogy and their methodologies in classrooms, in the four walls of the classroom, how they can actually merge with the new tools of AI, because it's time to more inclusive education. Along with that, the programs actually more focusing on the aim to equip lecturers and teachers or assistant professors with skills to utilize AI tools effectively and ethically. So they also revised the computing curriculum 2023, which actually this update for the curricula was very important, because as long as when they are introducing the AI policy, ethical policy, and faculty development programs, so there is the need for the revised curricula as well. So they also revised it, and where they actually included AI-focused courses like artificial neural networks and deep learning, machine learning, and natural language processing and computer vision. I would be concluding it in the last slide to conclude it that developing an institutional AI ethics policy or establish guidelines for the higher education institutions is very important, and forming an AI ethics committee is another important recommendation for the policymakers, for the teachers, and the higher education areas thinkers, that it's very important that conducting faculty development programs, engaging in national, international collaborations is very important to utilize more advantages from the AI tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Madam Mahroom Muhtaz. You have the floor.
So, thank you once again. And this is Maruk here. Currently, I'm in charge of Department of Professional Psychology in Rashid Latif Khan University. Coming to my topic, it is about ethical and responsible integration of educational technology in student mental health support system. I'll start with some statistics that are taken from Center for Disease Control of US. And these are quite alarming for me, actually. The 12.5% of adults age 18 or older are with regular feelings of worry, nervousness, and anxiety. Around 5% adults with age 18 and older are with regular feelings of depression. And talking about the suicide mortality rate, so it is around 14.8 among 100,000 population. And 39.7% of students experience persistent feeling of sadness and hopelessness, 28.5% experience poor mental health, and 20.4% seriously considered attempting suicide, and unfortunately 9.5% had attempted suicide. So being a mental health professional, these are very alarming situation and statistics. So how AI is currently contributing in mental health support system is that there are so many mindfulness apps, there are online counseling apps and therapy sessions, and there are also AI chatbots as well that support in the crisis intervention. The benefits of educational technology is that it is accessible to all around like 24/7. All the time we have access to these chatbots and digital CBT remote online sessions. And it can also help in early detection as well because since AI has this integrated system that it can detect based on what assessment tools we have inculcated in it. It can help us with personalizing our tailored interventions. And obviously, it can reduce stigma for students that prefer to remain anonymous. So since we have so many opportunities and so much benefits of AI, there are also few ethical considerations that are very crucial. And one of the very important consideration is bias and equity. That is algorithmic bias, and we are all aware that AI and even our social media work on the algorithmic bias. Actually, even if we saw one reel, we keep on viewing such reels again and again. And then there is accessibility issues that we live in a country and even in the environment where not everyone has equal access to all the resources. So students with disabilities or limited access face barriers. Then one of the very important consideration is the cultural responsiveness. The content must be inclusive and culturally sensitive because if I am talking to a chatbot, I have downloaded an application or a chatbot that work on the algorithms or the software made in US, and I am sitting in Pakistan and using it. So I don't think so it will be culturally relevant to my problems, to my experiences. So that is quite the need of ours, that we should have cultural relevancy in our AI systems. Then a few more ethical considerations are transparency and consent, obviously. How our data is going to be used, how it is going to be collected, are we well informed about its usage, and are we well aware of the decision-making process? So these are some considerations. Now coming to concerns and consequences. Since AI has revolutionized the digital world, there are also few consequences and concerns, like with the growing dependence on AI for learning, communication, and entertainment. Students are exposed to digital environment that might lead to negative consequences for overall well-being. It also raises concern regarding digital fatigue, loneliness, techno stress, and reduced face-to-face interaction. Over-reliance on AI may diminish interpersonal skills and emotional intelligence, leading to social media isolation and anxiety. It was quite a slang term used a few years back, that was FOMO. But now it has DSM and APA is considering to include it as a disorder, that is a feeling of missing out. that arises because I have not just posted a picture on Instagram, so I am getting this feeling that I am left out from my society. Another consequent and concern is the boundary between educational tasks. Recreational activity is becoming increasingly porous, making it harder for students to manage their time effectively or engage in meaningful offline interactions. This continuous engagement with AI technologies may in turn affect students' ability to form social connections, relax without digital stimuli, or maintain a healthy balance between academic and personal life. So, there are few strategies for responsible implementations. If we are considering AI to be included in mental health support systems, the very first one is data governance. We should develop comprehensive policies about how we are going to integrate AI in mental health support system and in educational technology as well. There must be regular audits and assessments must be conducted for assessing the risk evaluations. The training of staff, either they are well trained and educated on ethical considerations, and then professional partnerships. We should collaborate with the mental health experts, obviously, if we are going to integrate it. So how an educator or a psychologist can play its role, that is very obvious and very important, that psychologists must vet the ed-tech tools before adoption, collaborate with tech developers to ensure ethics, train staff on usage and red flag protocols. I would just quote a brief example that in my university, we are planning to have a CMS system, class management system, and learning management system, where we will be integrating AI into it. If a student has shortage of attendance or very low on the assessment, we have also integrated some emotional questionnaires and assessment in it. So that system will give us red flags that this student is under risk. And all the faculty members and I, being the counselor, will have the access towards it. I can look which student is facing which kind of issue. So psychologists and educators can really play a big role in it. They can advocate for evidence-based and regular tools as well. The future of EdTech in mental health is obviously quite bright. We can have personalized AI. We can have adaptive interventions for unique needs. We can incorporate virtual reality and augmented reality experiences. And we can also have predictive analysis. So concluding my words on it, prioritizing ethics in EdTech is crucial. We must balance innovation with student well-being. Collaboration among educators, technologists, and mental health professionals is the key to ensure equitable access and support for all the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maruf Mumtaz. It was an incredible presentation. Now we'll be presenting on my topic, which is cross-cultural AI ethics in education towards a philosophy of inclusive digital learning. As we all know that we are standing in the time in the history where we have achieved artificial narrow intelligence. Artificial narrow intelligence means we have computers or machines which can perform the individual human work at a much better speed, at a much better quality. And the next benchmark we are expecting is artificial general intelligence. We will make a machine which will be performing all the human work at a much better speed, at a much better quality. And then there are other benchmarks set by the scientists such as human 2 or artificial superintelligence, space colonization, and so on. Philosophically speaking, what is happening, there are two things which we need to consider. First is that there is humanization of machine is happening, means we are making machines which are close to the humans. On the other side, there is mechanization of humans is happening, like humans are depending more and more on technology. And education is playing a key role into this. So that's why we wanted to discuss a little bit about cross-cultural AI ethics, that why culture is very important when we talk about ethics of artificial intelligence. Most AI ethics today are framed through Western norms because they develop the technology and then they deploy the technology. But culture is not a barrier, it is a resource. Most of the time, culture is not integrated or not thought upon when they manufacture the technology. Cross-cultural ethics treats culture as generative, where values co-emerge in interaction, not in isolation. So value emerge between the cultures. We don't take individual values from separate cultures. In order to understand this, we can say that the typical perspective is, if we want to accommodate the culture, is to have a lens through which we see the culture, an issue, and then we will have different worldviews about an issue. But on the other side, if we have a pluralistic perspective, we can look through the prism of different ethical theories coming from different cultures, and then we can have a pluralistic approach towards an ethical dilemma. Education is the front line of artificial intelligence. It is the main engine through which we produce the output for our society. Many things are problematic when it comes to the integration of artificial intelligence in ethics. Not only about the content, for example, cartoons which are not culturally sensitive or not scrutinized to meet the demands of individual cultures. Education isn't just content delivery, it is value transmission. AI in education is shaping how students learn, think, and see the world, that make EdTech a front line for ethical, cultural, and psychological impact. And culture is a curriculum, it is not a context. Culture, as we know, is not static, it is dynamic. It isn't something EdTech can treat as an optional. It shapes how students interpret fairness, authority, success, different other values. When we ignore the culture, AI imposes monocultures. We need artificial intelligence that respects oral traditions, religious logics, indigenous knowledge which comes from different cultural backgrounds. What is the problem? The problem is that when we manufacture the education technologies, we ignore the culture. It is very simple. But on grassroots level, it is very complex. For example, if you want to teach biology in Pakistan and you ignore the culture which is deeply rooted in religious and traditional values, then you cannot teach the biology which will become the subconscious part of the Pakistani students. So that's why we need to think about the culture. When education technologies ignore the culture, AI tutor misread the students, reinforce colonial biases, and misalign with local norms. That is a problem. The result is disengagement, ethical conflict, and it erasures the alternates worldview, and the individuals feel that they are being colonized somehow. So if we think about artificial intelligence, most of the time we only think about artificial intelligence as a creature which act in the physical world. But different cultures have different worldview. For example, they have a concept about pre-existence and afterlife. And also they have different epistemological sources through which they investigate the science. For example, in physical world, we talk about reason, logic, scientific method, pragmatism, and consciousness. But many cultures, they take their sources of knowledge such as testimony and authority, memory, intuition, imagination, and revelation. So if we want a culturally grounded artificial intelligence, we should consider beyond this physical world into spiritual world and cultural cosmology. What are some of the challenges which we face? We face, first of all, the lack of localized AI training data. Simply by web crawling or from Wikipedia, we get the data through which we train our models, but the real cultural knowledge is never touched, which is a problem and a big challenge. So our proposal is to think about cultural cogenesis of ethics in educational technologies. What does it mean? It means that we should think about not taking individual values from individual cultures, but to think about a web. Different cultures should interact, and by this interaction, they should make a new set of values, and that set of values should be considered when we manufacture technology or think about what sort of morality should be installed into the educational technologies. For example, here we can see different regions, they had educational systems, and if we compare these educational systems from their ancient times, most of the time they were teaching the same subjects, and their manifestation can be seen in the related AI ethic principles. So if we go back to our history and start teaching students in the same way as they were being taught in ancient time, revitalize the old curricula, it is expected that we will have engineers, applied scientists who will be embedding those set of ethical principles which are common among all the cultures. So we want to design a pluralistic educational AI, which means that we will start with philosophy and ethics, involve local educators, use culturally diverse content, and respect non-Western educational models. And this is how we will make AI truly inclusive. So here is an example that how different subjects can intersect and can be connected and rooted back. So we should strive for this philosophy, which is AI-enabled sustainable symbiotic society. What does it mean? It's mean if we go back in history, we can see that men were killing men for the sake of land, property, or some other resources. We never cared about animals. We never cared about plants. So nowadays we are talking about human rights. We are talking about individual rights. We have started caring about environment. We are talking about sustainable development goals and sustainability. So similarly, we should be sympathetic towards artificial intelligence and think that they will be quasi member of society. We will be depending on them and they will be depending on us for an AI enabled sustainable symbiotic society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear friends, as we come to the close of the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025, I want to take a moment, a quiet and meaningful moment, to say thank you. Thank you to all the speakers who shared their wisdom with honesty, passion, and courage. Thank you to every organization that helped shape this day, and to every person behind the scenes who made this forum possible. And thank you to each and every one of you who took the time to join us, to listen and to learn and to dream together. What a day this has been. We've explored how technology is reshaping education, from AI in the classroom to inclusive digital tools to new ways of teaching that are reaching more people than ever before. We've talked about access and ethics and equity, and how we must never lose sight of the human being behind every screen, behind every number, and behind every innovation. We've heard stories that moved us and ideas that challenged us, solutions that inspired us. Most of all, we were reminded of something very, very powerful, that no matter how different our backgrounds, no matter how far apart we may live, we all believe in the same thing. Education has the power to change lives, to change futures, to change the world. Now, we know that this is not the end. This is only the beginning, and the forum may close today, but our work continues in schools, in homes, in research labs, in government offices, in apps, in policies, and projects, and most importantly, in our conversations with one another. That's why I want to invite you to stay connected, to keep this community alive, not just in events like this, but every day. You can join our EdHeroes Discord community, where the conversations continue, where ideas grow, where new partnerships begin. You'll find a space full of thoughtful, inspiring people just like you, who care deeply about making education better for everyone. You can follow us on social media, where we'll be sharing highlights from today, updates on future events, and stories from across the EdHeroes network. And you can reach out to us. Tell us what inspired you, share your project, ask a question, start a collaboration. We're here, not just as a platform, but as a family of people who care. As we close, I want to leave you with this thought. The world doesn't change through technology alone. It changes when people like you, choose to care, choose to act, choose to believe that good causes are worth fighting for. We may not have all the answers yet, but today we've taken a big step forward together. So let's carry this momentum forward. Let's take what we've learned here today and turn it into action. Let's keep building a world where every learner has a chance, where every voice is heard, where no one is left behind. Thank you for your energy, thank you for your hope, and thank you for believing, not just in EdHeroes, but in the power of coming together. Until we meet again, stay connected, stay curious, and stay courageous. Thank you all so much, and goodbye for now.